Ned Stark stood in the great hall of the Red Keep, fingers flexing at his sides, heart pounding beneath the layers of cloth and steel he wore. He was freshly arrived in King's Landing, that city of dust and red stone, of a million secrets swirling in the corridors like restless ghosts. The Iron Throne loomed upon its dais, a monstrous thing of fused steel blades, hammered and melted into jagged shapes. He could almost feel the chill emanating from it, smell the tang of old blood clinging to its edges. And there, seated upon it, was Robert Baratheon, his once muscular frame running thick with drink, sorrow, and triumph all mixed together. To the side stood Jon Arryn and a host of lords from every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. They had gathered to hear the truth, hard, immutable, and dangerous. Word had come that Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen had wed in secret. Word had come that their marriage had been witnessed by High Septon Maynard, the documents sealed away but discovered in the chaos following the sack of King's Landing. And, most horrifyingly for Robert Baratheon and his supporters, word had come that Lyanna had birthed a child. Many wondered if the child had survived. Some whispered that if it did, the babe might still be hidden somewhere in the north under the Starks' protection. Ned's mind roamed unbidden through memory. His sister, Lyanna, wild, beautiful, and fierce, had always been the lone wolf among them. She was more dangerous than any might guess, possessing a will like steel tempered by a deep well of compassion. He recalled how she wept for the small folk and for the battered men in the lists. He recalled how easily she laughed, and how her gray eyes would flash. He remembered the day she vanished from the riverbank after the Harrenhal tourney, leaving them all reeling in confusion. And then the war, Robert's rebellion, triggered by Rhaegar's supposed abduction of Lyanna. Robert had believed she was taken against her will, that she had suffered some vile Targaryen cruelty. But Ned, in the quietest corners of his mind, had always suspected something else. He had found her in the Tower of Joy, among blood-stained sheets, pale as moonlight, dying. But that was his memory, locked away all these years. He had returned from that tower with a child, only calling him his own bastard. Jon Snow, the boy was named. That was how Ned had protected him from Robert's wrath. Robert, who would have ended that boy's life if he'd known the truth. Now that truth had escaped, and it hammered against the walls of the Red Keep with a fury all its own. Ned's mouth felt parched as he stood in the great hall, aware that the entire realm was watching. Robert's eyes were fixed on him, so full of hurt and betrayal that Ned wanted to avert his gaze, but he did not. He stood, an island of calm in a churning sea, waiting for the barbs and the accusations. Jon Arryn stepped forward, his voice a calm counterpoint to the swirl of tension in the hall. "We are here at the King's command to discuss the matter of Rhaegar Targaryen's marriage to Lyanna Stark, blessed by the High Septon, with the documentation verified by Grand Maester Pycelle and others of learned mind." Robert's hand clenched on the armrest of the throne. "I do not dispute the documents," he growled, voice thick. "I want to know if there is a child." His dark eyes, once bright with righteous fury, now held a heartbreak that cut Ned more deeply than any blade. Ned inhaled, glancing around at the gathered lords. There was Stannis Baratheon, stern as ever. There was Renly, a flicker of curiosity in his green eyes. Farther back, the Tyrells and the Martells, all straining to hear. Men of the North, Manderly, Glover, Bolton, were present, forming a silent wall of potential support for House Stark. Across the wide space, Ned noticed Varys, silent in his robes. The spider was no doubt gleaning every word, reading every flicker of expression. Littlefinger stood near him, the corners of his mouth twitching into a half-smile, mind churning with calculations only he truly understood. "It is true," Ned said at last, voice echoing in the stone hall. "My sister wed Prince Rhaegar. Their marriage was no falsehood, no abduction. She went willingly. Their union was sealed by the laws of gods and men." And he exhaled, forcing his voice not to shake. "A child was born of that union." A hush fell. One could almost hear the dust motes settle in the high rafters. Some men gaped openly. Others turned to each other in alarm. Robert's face tightened, a swirl of anger and sorrow fighting for dominance. "Where's this child?" the king demanded at last. Ned's voice threatened to betray him, so he steeled himself. "Safe. Protected. You know that I had returned from war with a child, a boy I claimed as my own bastard." "My lord, that child is not mine by sin. He is Jon Targaryen, the rightful son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark." A wave of commotion crashed over the hall, men's voices rising in shock, some in protest. Someone cried, "Traitor." Another hissed curses. The northern lords glowered, uncertain. Robert's face darkened from red to almost purple. Ned felt the weight of it all pressing on him, that mighty sorrow in Robert's eyes, the hatred for House Targaryen that had driven him these many years. Then Robert stood from the throne, the squeal of metal a harsh note in the tense air. "Ned," he said, voice trembling with more emotion than Ned had heard since their days as young men. "You mean to say you've lied to me all these years?" "I protected my sister's son," Ned replied, each word quiet but firm. "I told you no falsehood, only an omission. I named him Snow, and I claimed him as my own to spare him from your vengeance. My sister, dying, begged me to keep her son safe, knowing what would happen if the child's identity became known." Robert's jaw set and he turned away, walking slowly down the dais steps. His boots struck each step like thunder, echoing. "You believed I would kill the babe." It was not a question. It was a bitter statement of fact. "I believed you would see the Targaryen line ended," Ned said. "And you had cause to do so. But I loved my sister. I would not let her child, your nephew by marriage, be slaughtered for a cause he did not choose. He is innocent, Robert. Just a boy." Robert whirled, fury contorting his features. "Rhaegar, that silver-haired serpent, abducted her, defiled her. Our entire rebellion, my entire life, was built around avenging her honor. And now you tell me that she went willingly, that she bore his child with joy." Ned inclined his head. "She loved him," he said softly, tears threatening to burn in his eyes. "But he kept them in check for the sake of his honor, for the sake of the child. And, my lord, that is the truth." Gasps rippled through the onlookers. Robert shook his head, as though trying to wake from a nightmare. Then, in a voice that seemed to tear from his very soul, he said, "Where is the boy?" Ned's stance changed, subtle but ready. A father wolf prepared to defend his own. "He is in the north. At Winterfell, yes, under my protection." "You would keep him from me?" Robert demanded, stepping forward. He was close enough now that Ned could see flecks of spittle at the corners of his mouth, the reek of ale on his breath. "You are the king," Ned replied. "If you demand he be brought here, then so shall it be. But I beg you to remember, he is not Rhaegar. He is Lyanna's son. He is of my blood and also of yours in the sense that you loved her as well. She was to be your betrothed. He has done no harm. He is but a boy of 8. The hall fell silent again, tension thick as a strangling cord. It was Jon Arryn who finally broke it. "Your Grace," he said gently. "Lord Stark's loyalty to you is well known. He fought for you, bled for you, saw your coronation. He kept this child from your wrath, but perhaps for good reason. If what we have heard is true, then the boy is of 2 great houses, Stark and Targaryen. He is now the nephew of the king in all but the name." Robert pounded a fist against his thigh. "I cannot abide the Targaryen name, but the boy is half Stark. Hells." His shoulders slumped. "I want to see him with my own eyes, Ned." Ned inclined his head. "Then come to Winterfell, my liege, in the company of your advisors. See him for yourself. Judge him by who he is, not for the sins of his father." The tension in the hall did not vanish in an instant, but a new shape of possibility began to emerge. The hush was replaced by low, urgent chatter. The king turned away, motioning that the gathering was concluded. Ned exhaled slowly. He could almost feel the entire realm shifting, as though a new continent had risen from the sea. The lines of war had always been so clear. Robert was the king, House Targaryen was finished save for the 2 exiled children rumored to roam the free cities. But now there was this other piece, the living embodiment of House Targaryen's main branch, Jon, the boy who had never known he was more than a northern bastard. Ned emerged from the Red Keep soon after, weaving through the throng of courtiers and lords. Littlefinger was the first to greet him outside with a mocking bow and a sly smile. "Lord Stark, I suppose you were wise to keep your secrets. A shame you've had to reveal them now. One wonders what other truths you hide beneath your cloak." Ned's jaw tightened. "Mind your words, Baelish." Littlefinger shrugged, seemingly unruffled. Or what? You'll put a dagger to my throat in the middle of the court? I'd rather not test your sense of honor. Good day, my lord. He melted into the crowd, leaving Ned bristling at the man's audacity. Across the yard, Varys approached with a quiet smile, his hands clasped before him. You have set many stones rolling down the mountainside today, my lord, the eunuch said in that soft voice. It shall be interesting to see how they land. Ned said nothing, only gave the master of whisperers a curt nod. He did not trust Varys, but he did not despise him either. Varys's motives were rarely transparent. In some twisted sense, Ned believed the man cared for the well-being of the realm. He walked on, eager to leave the Red Keep behind, to find whatever calm he might in the quiet of his temporary quarters. He found Ser Roderick Castle waiting for him there, mustache bristling with tension. My lord, Ser Roderick said, voice low. I hear there was quite the commotion. The word is all over the castle that the boy at Winterfell is not your natural son, but the true-born heir of Rhaegar and Lyanna. Ned nodded, running a hand across his brow. Aye. It was bound to come out eventually. The documents were found. He sighed. We must send word to Winterfell. Jon is in danger now more than ever. He must be prepared. Ser Roderick nodded. Maester Luwin will do all in his power. The boy has grown up well, if quiet. He has your temperance, my lord, and some of Lyanna's spirit. But the Targaryen aspect? I see little of that in him, save perhaps his hair is not so dark as one would expect. Ned almost smiled. Jon was a dear boy, and Ned felt that fierce fatherly love whenever he thought of him. He might not be Ned's blood son in truth, but in heart he was. We must protect him no matter what Robert decides. But that was the heart of it, was it not? Robert had demanded to see the boy. Would he come north? And if so, what would happen once he stood face to face with the living proof of Lyanna's love for another man? Ned wished he could foresee some glimmer of Robert's mercy, but he knew well the storms that raged in Robert's soul. Anger could get the better of him, or perhaps heartbreak, or perhaps a twisted sense of justice. Ned closed his eyes, inhaling slowly. He had done what honor required. He had not let his sister's son be butchered. Now the entire realm would reel from the revelation. He only prayed that, in the end, Jon would survive. In Winterfell, the wind howled across the battlements, sending snow swirling in pale drifts. Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, though he did not yet know that name, stood in the courtyard, sword in hand, practicing his stances. Ser Roderick had taught him well, but his greatest teacher was observation of his brother, Robb Stark, and of the Master-at-Arms. The yard was near empty today, the cold fierce enough that most men had retreated to the warmth of the great hall. But Jon relished the solitude. He wore thick gloves, and his breath puffed white as he pivoted, blade raised. He thought of the knights who had once served House Targaryen, men of legend. He had read about them in the library, though seldom did he speak of it. Something about that ancient house with its dragons ignited his curiosity, though he often told himself he was just reading for knowledge's sake. Still, there was a strange stirring in him whenever he read of them, Prince Rhaegar who fought valiantly on the Trident, or King Aegon the Conqueror with his sisters and their dragons. Jon knew, of course, that House Targaryen was despised by many and that King Robert had ended their reign. But the stories lingered, calling to him in a voice he could not name. He finished his sword drill and looked up to see Maester Luwin crossing the yard. The man had an urgent look in his eyes as he beckoned Jon closer. Jon, he said, his voice the quiet hush of the library. Come with me, lad. There's word from Lord Stark. Jon sheathed his practice sword, brows furrowing. My lord father is in King's Landing. Has something happened? Maester Luwin's face was drawn. A letter arrived, sealed with his personal sigil. You must read it. He ushered Jon into the warmth of a small tower room. The old man lit a candle and handed over the parchment. The broken seal of House Stark was there, confirming its authenticity. Jon's heart pounded as he took it. It was not often that Lord Stark wrote to him directly. He read the words, then read them again, scarcely believing. His hands trembled. The letter explained that Ned had revealed his true parentage, that Robert Baratheon and the entire court now knew Jon was not Ned's bastard, but the son of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen. Jon's breath caught in his throat. How could this be? That name, Targaryen, rang like a bell in his mind. A swirl of emotion tore through him. He was not a Snow. He was, in truth, not Ned's son at all. He was Rhaegar's son. Lyanna Stark was his mother, not merely the sister of the father he'd always known. Jon felt an odd mixture of grief, wonder, terror, and even a flicker of pride. Targaryens were kings once. His father had been a prince. And yet, that father had died long ago, killed by Robert. And Robert was the king now, the man who had every reason to hate Targaryens. He handed the letter back to Maester Luwin, who placed a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder. "Do not think this changes who raised you, Jon," the Maester said kindly. "Lord Stark has always treated you as his own son. That is a powerful kind of truth beyond blood. But yes, the realm now knows the truth of your birth. You must be prepared for what is to come." Jon swallowed, trying to steady himself. He saw images in his mind, the yard, Winterfell's gates, the crypts beneath. Would the king come to kill him? Was that not how the stories went? Had Robert Baratheon not demanded the deaths of the Targaryen heirs, forcing Viserys and Daenerys across the sea? Does the king want my head?" he asked quietly, unable to keep the tremor from his voice. Maester Luwin offered a gentle shake of his head. "Lord Stark's letter suggests that King Robert has not yet made a final decision. He wishes to see you. He might even come north, or Lord Stark might bring you to King's Landing. That much is unclear." Jon felt his gut twist with fear. "If I go south, I'll be surrounded by men who killed my father's family." The Maester's hand was steady on Jon's shoulder. "That is true, but you'll not go alone. House Stark stands behind you, as does the memory of your mother. More than anything, your father, Lord Stark, would never put you in harm's way without doing all he could to protect you." Jon nodded, still stunned. He had grown up a Snow, the unacknowledged child in a house of High Lords, never truly belonging among them. Now he was Targaryen, a name that half the realm hated, a name that had once been royal. It was too large a shift, too huge to comprehend. Later that evening, he found his feet carrying him down into the crypts, to the statue of Lyanna Stark. He stood in front of the stone figure, pale in the torchlight. It was the statue of a young woman, said to be beautiful in life. She bore a wreath of stone flowers, and her eyes were wrought in sorrow. Jon swallowed, feeling a sudden rush of something hot behind his eyes. "Mother," he whispered, the word foreign upon his lips. "All my life, I've wondered who she was. I thought maybe some serving woman in the town. But you're here, in the tombs, with the rest of the Starks. And now you and him. Rhaegar Targaryen." Jon found it hard to speak the name. "I don't know what to do." The crypt air was cold, and Lyanna's stone face remained silent. But in the hush, Jon thought he felt some faint trace of presence, a warmth blossoming in his heart, urging him to be brave. Perhaps it was only his own imagination. Yet it steadied him. He wiped his eyes roughly and turned back toward the steps, for the hour was late and he was weary. In the days that followed, Winterfell braced itself as messages flew back and forth. Word came that the king planned to journey north, that an entourage was forming. The realm was abuzz with rumors, speculation, and 1,000 half-truths. Ned Stark returned ahead of Robert's main party, wanting to prepare Winterfell for the royal visit. The day he arrived, Jon waited anxiously in the courtyard. Alongside him stood Robb, with Theon Greyjoy behind them. Off to the side, Sansa, Arya, and Bran craned their necks as Ned dismounted from his horse. He was dressed in furs and leather, his dark hair lightly flecked with gray. When his gaze fell upon Jon, there was a new tension in it. "Jon," Ned said gently, "come inside. We must talk." Jon's heart was pounding so heavily he thought everyone could see it trembling beneath his tunic. He followed Ned through the halls until they reached the solar, where a fire burned low in the hearth. Ned closed the door behind them. For a moment, they stood in silence. Finally, Ned spoke. "I'm sorry you had to learn the truth this way. I wish it had remained hidden, if only for your safety." Jon clenched his hands at his sides. "Is it all real? My father was Prince Rhaegar." Ned nodded. "He and Lyanna were wed in secret. She bore you in the Tower of Joy, and she died shortly after. I swore to her I would keep you safe." His face was as solemn as Jon had ever seen it. "I love you as my son, Jon. No matter who your father is. You will always be part of my family." Jon exhaled, relief mingling with sorrow. "The king, he hates Targaryens. What does he want with me?" Ned moved closer, put a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Robert is coming here to see you, to judge for himself if you are a threat. But do not fear. I will not let any harm come to you." Jon studied his lord father's face. There was a fierce protectiveness there, and it kindled a spark in Jon's chest. "He'll see me. And if he decides I'm too dangerous to live..." Ned's voice hardened. "Then he'll have to go through me. And through all of House Stark. This is your home. Do you understand?" Jon nodded, a lump forming in his throat. He had never felt such a rush of gratitude and love for this man he'd called father. "I do." Ned's expression softened. "Good lad. Now go, get some rest. We have much to prepare." Jon left the solar, stepping back into the corridor. He nearly collided with Robb. His brother eyed him with a mixture of concern and excitement. "Is it true?" Robb asked, his voice pitched low. "That you're..." Jon swallowed. They were close to each other's age. They had sparred, laughed, teased each other. They had shared a bond that Jon had always cherished, even though somewhere in him, he'd felt an outsider. Now, ironically, the truth might push them further apart or draw them closer. He did not know. Jon said. It's true. I'm not father's bastard. Robb's eyes widened. The men are saying your father was the Dragon Prince. Jon nodded. I suppose so, but I still feel like me. I haven't changed. Robb gave him a grin, though it was laced with wariness. You're still my brother, no matter what name you wear. Remember that. Jon's shoulders loosened. Robb's acceptance gave him a measure of comfort in this sea of confusion. He clapped Robb on the arm. Thank you. Soon enough, the day arrived when the banners of House Baratheon appeared on the horizon. The king's party was large, well over 100 strong, including knights, courtiers, and servants. The roads were still soggy with melting snow. Jon stood with the rest of the Stark family to greet them at the gates. He felt his pulse race as Robert Baratheon rode in on a massive warhorse. Robert had grown heavier since his days as a warrior, but he was still an imposing man, with broad shoulders and a thunderous manner. Beside him rode the queen, Cersei Lannister, blonde and regal, her green eyes flicking over the walls of Winterfell in clear distaste. Their children followed behind, including a golden-haired boy named Joffrey, who wore a sneer more fitting a spoiled princeling than the potential heir to the throne. Ned knelt as Robert dismounted. Your Grace, Winterfell is yours. Robert pulled Ned up, embracing him in a crushing hug. Gods, it's good to see you, Ned. He turned to greet Catelyn and the children, though his gaze slid inevitably toward Jon, who stood a little apart. Jon felt a knot tighten in his stomach as those dark eyes took him in. So this is the boy. Robert's voice boomed across the yard. The son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Jon bowed stiffly, remembering his courtesies. Your Grace, he said. Robert stepped forward, studying him. Jon felt acutely aware of every inch of his own body, every breath. Did he look like Rhaegar? Did he look like a Targaryen? His hair was dark, though perhaps tinted with something that was not quite the brown of the Starks. His eyes, he had been told, were gray, like the Starks. He had no purple eyes, no silver hair. Robert circled him once, a silent predator assessing its prey. Then, abruptly, he let out a long sigh and turned away. The boy is a Stark, Robert said, almost to himself. He does not carry the look of his father. No silver hair or violet eyes. He gave Ned a sidelong glance. Perhaps that is for the best. They moved inside. Rooms had been prepared for the royal family. A lavish feast readied in the great hall. Jon was not sure where he belonged. Did he sit with the family or with the squires? He had always been only half in the circle. But that night, Ned bid him to sit near the dais, across from King Robert, in a seat of some status. Jon could feel the eyes of many on him. He saw Joffrey's mocking stare, the boy prince curling his lip as he whispered to his siblings. He saw the queen, Cersei, a small frown etched between her brows as she regarded him. He saw other lords in conversation or pointing discreetly in his direction. Only Robert seemed lost in his own thoughts, draining cup after cup of strong ale. At last, the king spoke loud enough for Jon to hear. Ned, he rumbled. Tomorrow I want to speak with the boy alone. See if I can puzzle out what manner of creature he is. Ned inclined his head. As you wish, your grace. Early the next day, Jon was summoned to the godswood. The autumn leaves had long since fallen, leaving the weirwood with its bone-white bark and red leaves scattered across the ground. The heart tree's face was carved into a solemn expression, and the breeze carried the scent of pine and moist earth. Robert Baratheon stood near the pool, gazing into the still water. He wore a thick fur cloak over battered leathers, a faint echo of the warrior he had once been. Jon approached quietly, heart hammering. The king turned at the sound of his footsteps, eyes wary. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Robert shook his head and laughed, a hollow sound. You look like Ned's get, he said. But I suppose you're Lyanna's. Are you old enough to remember her face? Jon swallowed. No, I was an infant. Robert nodded, his gaze drifting back to the water. She was everything to me once. A dream. Promise. Did Ned tell you how Rhaegar died? Jon shifted uncomfortably. He told me. Prince Rhaegar fought you at the Trident. You struck him down with your warhammer. Robert barked a harsh laugh. Struck him so hard the rubies flew off his breastplate, shining in the riverbed. Men scrambled for them like starved dogs. He paused, jaw clenching. He died well enough, I suppose, if a traitor and a rapist can die well. And you are his son. Jon felt a flash of indignation at the word rapist. But fear kept him silent a moment. Finally, he found his voice. My Lord Father, Lord Stark. He says my mother loved Rhaegar. Robert glared at him, eyes sparking. Ned told me that. Who's to say it's truth? She might have been forced, coerced. But Ned, damn him, is too honorable for lies. He took a step closer, looming over Jon, though there was no immediate threat in his posture, only that brooding sorrow. Lyanna, she left me. For him. The words caught in his throat. They made a child together. Jon felt the swirl of guilt and sorrow that was not even truly his own, but he bore it. I had no part in what happened, Your Grace, he said quietly. I never asked to be born. I wish I could have known her or him. Robert stared at him for a long moment, then exhaled heavily. Ned's note said that you never knew your parentage, that you were raised believing you were just his bastard. Is that so? Jon nodded. It is. And now you know the truth, Robert said, and the realm knows it too. Some men will say you have a better claim to the throne than me by blood. They might try to use you as a banner to rally the Targaryen loyalists. And the realm is already uneasy with rumors of Viserys and Daenerys across the sea. Robert clenched his fists. I do not relish the idea of more Targaryens. But you are also Lyanna's son. And Ned's ward. The boy he raised. He paused. I wanted to hate you. Gods, I wanted to. But you're just a boy. And you look so much like Ned that I find I can't do it. Jon stood very still, uncertain of what to say. Robert's gaze flicked away. Your father, Ned, has asked for you to be left in peace. To remain here in the north. If you take no part in Targaryen conspiracies, I see no need to continue the madness. He spat. I had my fill of killing Targaryens. But if you ever claim that cursed throne or cause unrest in my kingdoms, the next time we meet I will not spare you. Jon nodded, swallowing past the dryness in his throat. I have no desire to be king, Your Grace. I only want to live my life in peace in my mother's home. Robert turned back to the pool, shoulders slumped. Go, then. Go back to your training or whatever you do. This place was always too cold for my taste anyway. Jon bowed, then left. He could still feel the weight of the king's eyes on him as he walked away. A swirl of relief mixed with sadness, pity, and confusion. If his father had truly loved his mother, how bitter it must be to learn she had chosen another. Jon wanted to be free of all these tangled webs. But for now, it seemed that Robert had spared him. That was enough to let him breathe easier. In the weeks that followed, Robert Baratheon and his retinue lingered in Winterfell, availing themselves of the North's hospitality. They hunted in the nearby forests and feasted in the Great Hall. The Queen and her Lannisterkin seemed ill at ease in the cold. Joffrey continued to cast sneers at Jon, who did his best to ignore him. Sansa Stark was enthralled by the prince's golden locks and courtesy masks, while Arya told Jon privately that the prince was too prissy by half. Sometimes Jon found himself the subject of open stares, especially by Southern knights who had served in the rebellion. They eyed him with suspicion or curiosity, uncertain whether to be loyal to the king's decision. But no one openly challenged him, not when Ned Stark was near, nor in Robert's presence. One day, as Jon made his way through the courtyard, he was surprised to find Jaime Lannister leaning against a column, watching him. The Kingslayer, they called him. Jon paused, uncertain if he should pass by. Jaime smirked. You're the Targaryen boy. Jon squared his shoulders. I'm Jon Snow, he answered, as I've always been called. Jaime gave an elegant half-bow. Of course you are. And I'm not here to fight you, boy. I just found it interesting that Prince Rhaegar's child survived. I knew him once. Briefly. He was not a bad man, all told, though you'll find many who say otherwise. Jon suppressed a flicker of surprise. You knew my father? Jaime shrugged. I was his father's king's guard. Rhaegar was a bit of a dreamer. He was kind to me once, and I saw him for who he was, dutiful, weighed down by prophecy, or so rumor said. He fought valiantly and died to Robert's hammer. That's all. But I wonder how he'd feel to know his son stands in Winterfell, half-wolf, half-dragon. Jon looked away. I don't know. I never knew him. Jaime's gaze was oddly sympathetic. None of us get to choose our fathers, do we? Some of us killed them. He paused, that trademark smirk returning. But not I. Though I did kill my king. That's an entirely different matter. Before Jon could find a reply, Jaime strolled off, the white cloak of the Kingsguard trailing behind him, leaving Jon unsettled by the encounter. The king's visit stretched on until a final hunt was planned, after which he would depart. On the morning of that hunt, Jon found himself in the stables, saddling a horse for Robb. He was content with this simple task, away from prying eyes. That was when Queen Cersei entered, the smell of perfumed oils announcing her before he saw her. Jon turned, saw her in elegant furs, a thin smile on her lips. "My queen," he said, bowing. She observed him carefully. "You are the Targaryen boy. I should have known Ned Stark would keep secrets from the king," she said in a low, cool voice. "But I must confess, I'm surprised you're still alive. My husband's hatred for your family is legendary." Jon tensed, not sure what to say. "He has spared me, it seems." She tilted her head. "For now. But the king's affections are fickle. He is burdened by regrets, your mother's memory chief among them. If you ever become a threat, do not doubt he will destroy you." Jon steadied his voice. "I have no intention of being a threat, your grace." Cersei smiled, though there was no warmth in her eyes. "Wise. Continue that way." She turned, the folds of her gown swirling around her feet, and left him with a sense of foreboding. At last, the day came when the king's party prepared to leave Winterfell behind. Robert embraced Ned once more in the courtyard. "I must head south," the king said, "but I wanted to ask you, will you come to King's Landing?" "Serve as my hand, as I always intended." Ned's eyes flicked to Jon. "With respect, your grace, I would remain here for a time. Winterfell needs me, especially now. If you are still in need of a hand come the spring, I will consider it." Robert nodded, somewhat disappointed. He glanced at Jon. "Boy," he said in a brusque tone, "behave yourself. If you ever need anything from me, send word. But do not test my mercy. Do you understand?" Jon bowed stiffly. "Yes, your grace. I understand." Robert grunted, then lumbered off to his horse. The queen and her children mounted up, the Lannisters close behind. They rode out, leaving Winterfell quieter, though the hush that descended was fraught with the knowledge that the realm had changed forever. The king knew the truth and had chosen, for now, to let Jon live. In the months after the royal visit, word spread across the 7 kingdoms. Small folk whispered about the Targaryen boy in the north, a child of winter and fire. Some rumored that the Starks had conjured the old gods to protect him. Others said the king was mad with heartbreak, that he would eventually change his mind and order the boy's head. Among the lords, different factions began to stir. Some silently hoped that a Targaryen might rally them against Robert's rule, others despised the idea and called for the boy's death. The realm was a tinderbox of old grudges and new tensions. Through it all, Jon tried to lead his life as he always had, though with the new knowledge weighing on him. He continued his sword training, read books about the histories of House Targaryen, and prayed by the heart tree for guidance. He spent time with his siblings, Robb treating him no differently than before, Sansa seeming cautious yet polite, Arya continuing to find in Jon a kindred spirit in rebellion against proper courtesies, and Bran still too young to truly grasp the shift. Catelyn Stark was distant, cordial, but never warm. She had never been fond of Jon's presence. Now, perhaps, she found it even harder to accept that he was not Ned's son, but the child of her husband's sister and the man who had started a war. She was polite, but always reserved. Jon felt the chill in her demeanor, and it cut deeper now, for he had hoped she might look on him more kindly once she knew the truth. But that was not the case. As the leaves turned and the snows deepened, Ned summoned Jon to his solar once again. There he sat by the hearth, fingers woven together, expression grave. "My boy," Ned said, "the realm is uneasy. I have heard from Lord Tywin Lannister, from the Tyrells, from many others. Some are concerned, some are curious, some are resentful. There have even been whispers that men once loyal to the Targaryens might seek you out, try to proclaim you as their king." Jon felt a chill that had nothing to do with winter. "I don't want that. I don't want the throne." Ned nodded. "I know. But the lords of the realm might see advantage in raising you. If war breaks out, you could be used as a banner, a figurehead. The king for now spares you. But if he thinks you are a threat, you know what he'll do." Jon's voice felt small. "What should we do?" Ned paused, his gaze flicking to the dying embers in the fireplace. "I must keep you safe. That is my sworn oath to your mother. But how best to do that is less clear. The Night's Watch might be one avenue, though it would be a pity to send you there so young and with your life ahead of you. Yet the Watch has long been a refuge for those who wish to avoid the realm's entanglements. If you took the black, you would no longer be a threat to the throne. Jon's heart clenched. The Night's Watch, a brotherhood of men sworn never to marry, never to hold land, never to have children. They manned the wall and stood against the horrors beyond. He had always considered the possibility for himself as Ned's bastard. But now, with the knowledge of his parentage, the thought weighed heavier. "Would you have me go to the wall, father?" he asked quietly. Ned's lips pressed into a thin line. "No, not yet. You are a boy of 8 and 10 summers. In a few years, still younger now. There is time to decide. But you should be aware of the options. For now, I would keep you here, surrounded by the men of the North who are loyal to House Stark. If ever a threat arises that we cannot weather, the wall might be an option. But I pray it never comes to that." Jon nodded. He felt relief that Ned was not shipping him off immediately, but also fear that such a fate could lie in wait. He left that meeting with a heavy heart. For the first time, he realized his parentage might dog him all his life, that every step he took would be haunted by a name he never asked for. Time passed. Jon grew taller, stronger. He continued to train under Ser Roderick's watchful eye, though there was a new intensity in his efforts. If war came, if he had to defend himself, he wanted to be ready. He also spent more time reading in the library, drawn to the annals of Targaryen kings and queens. He learned about Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters, about Jaehaerys the Wise, about the tragedies and triumphs that had shaped the dynasty. Sometimes it frightened him how easily the name slipped into his mind. Targaryen. He did not know how to reconcile the savage cruelty of some kings like Maegor the Cruel with the noble virtues of others like Rhaegar, whose songs were said to bring even hardened men to tears. Letters from King's Landing were infrequent but revealed that Robert's rule continued, though the old disagreements with the Lannisters and other houses simmered. Ned remained in contact with Robert through ravens, preserving their friendship as best he could across the miles. Robert rarely wrote anything about Jon, but sometimes there would be a terse note: "Hope the boy is well, keep him out of trouble." That was all. The real threat, if it came, would come not as a letter but as an army or a single knight with a sharp dagger. One evening, as Jon wandered the halls, he came across Catelyn Stark emerging from the September. She startled when she saw him. He bowed respectfully, intending to pass by, but she spoke. "Jon," her voice was neutral, revealing little. "Have you no prayers to say?" He hesitated. "I pray in the godwood, my lady." She inclined her head. "Yes. The old gods, of course." She paused, something flickering in her expression. "Do you resent me for how I've treated you?" Jon was taken aback. He did not know how to answer. Finally, he said honestly, "I do not resent you, my lady. But I've always known you did not want me here, and that you viewed me as an insult to your marriage." Catelyn pursed her lips. "You were not my husband's bastard, it seems. But you were still the child he brought home in place of the sister he lost. My grief was raw, and you were a reminder of so many things. I cannot pretend I harbor warm feelings for you, even now." But she trailed off. "I realized that you never asked for any of this." Jon inclined his head. He felt a pang of something like sympathy. "I know you love your children, and you feared for their inheritance, perhaps. I never wanted to threaten them." Catelyn let out a small sigh. "They are still young. Robb is your good friend, as close as a brother in many ways. As long as you harm none of them, I have no quarrel with you, Jon." She paused. "But do not expect a mother's love from me. I cannot give what I do not have." Jon bowed again. "I understand, my lady." She nodded and swept past him. He felt a mix of relief and sadness. There was at least an understanding there, if not acceptance. It was a lonely path he trod, but at least the illusions were cast aside. That winter grew harsher and the nights stretched longer. The dark corridor of possibility weighed on Winterfell. The uncertain realm beyond its walls was like a tundra that might birth storms at any moment. Messages came from beyond the sea, rumors that Viserys Targaryen was trying to gather support among magisters and pentos, that Daenerys was to be wed to a powerful Dothraki KH. Jon tried to glean what that might mean for him. They were his aunt and uncle, though he had never known them. But it also meant the Targaryen name was still alive outside his own existence, stirring in foreign lands. Should they ever return to Westeros, would they seek him out, or try to claim the throne for themselves? He found himself confiding in Arya about his fears. They stood on the battlements, watching the snow drift against the walls. Arya was thin, her hair tangled, her gray eyes fierce. She was perhaps the only one besides Robb who treated Jon exactly as before. "I think you should ride a dragon," Arya said, eyes lighting up with mischief. "Then Joffrey would quake in his boots." Jon half laughed, though a pang of longing tugged at him. There are no more dragons, Arya. Not in Westeros. Unless the stories of hidden dragon eggs are true, but even then they haven't been alive for ages. Arya shrugged. Well, if any Targaryen can hatch them, maybe it's you. He shook his head. I'm just Jon. Yet a wistful note crept into his voice. For all the trouble his parentage brought, some small part of him imagined what it might be like to see a dragon soar across the skies again, to bring wonder instead of terror. Their reverie was broken by Robb's voice calling them to come inside for supper. Arya sprinted off, while Jon followed more slowly, brooding on his thoughts. Soon, the arrival of spring did indeed bring a letter from King's Landing. The king demanded Ned's presence at court, reminding him of the vacant hand seat. Jon's chest tightened as he read the letter with Ned. If Ned left for King's Landing, would Jon remain behind, unguarded? Ned answered the unspoken question. I must go, he said, but I will not force you to come with me. However, if you remain in Winterfell, I cannot watch over you as closely. The Lannisters may move against you if they see an opportunity, or any who wish to curry favor with the king. If you come south, you'll be near me, but closer to Robert, closer to the knives that lurk in King's Landing. Jon felt torn. The north was his home. He felt safe here. But Ned was right, he needed Ned's protection. And part of him was curious about the capital, about the center of power. If he was to live with this name, maybe he had to see the realm more fully, understand the politics that shaped it. In the end, he made his choice. I'll come with you, father, he said quietly. If you'll have me. Ned laid a hand on his shoulder. I will. Pack your things. We ride in a fortnight. So it was that Jon Snow, whose blood was half Targaryen, half Stark, prepared to journey south with Ned Stark, the man he called father. The rest of the family, Catelyn, Robb, Bran, Rickon, the girls, would remain in Winterfell, save for Sansa and Arya, who also were commanded to attend the court. A small retinue would accompany them, guardsmen, household knights, and staff. The day they departed, Jon stood at the gates, looking back at the ancient gray walls of Winterfell, the only home he had ever known. He wondered when he would return and if the realm would let him. They set forth across the King's Road, winding south through fields and forests, eventually leaving the snows behind for gentler weather. Jon's eyes took in everything with curiosity. He had seldom left Winterfell's domain except for short journeys. Now the wide lands of the Riverlands unfolded, dotted with villages and farmland. They passed bustling inns, travelers, merchants. Some recognized Ned Stark and respectfully bowed. A few recognized Jon too, whispering the Targaryen boy under their breaths. Jon tried to ignore it, though it left him uneasy. At Mo Cailin, they halted briefly, then pressed on. They crossed the neck, arrived in the Riverlands, and saw the ruby ford on the Trident where Robert had slain Rhaegar. Ned pointed it out quietly to Jon as they passed. Jon stared at the swirling waters, imagining the father he never knew, battered by a warhammer, rubies flashing. He felt something squeeze in his chest, but he rode on in silence. The capital loomed eventually, a sprawl of red brick and stone, reeking of smoke and sewage, crowned by the Red Keep perched on Aegon's high hill. King's Landing. It felt like another world to Jon, noisy, teeming with thousands of people, the stench of fish and waste, the clang of harbor bells. They made their way through the thronged streets until they reached the Red Keep gates. Royal guards admitted them. Men-at-arms parted, and there stood Robert Baratheon, dressed in fine clothes, his belly straining at his belt. Welcome, Ned, the king said, slapping him on the back. His gaze fell on Jon. You came too, boy? Jon bowed. Yes, your grace. Robert grunted. Well, see you keep out of trouble. He turned to the queen, who stood slightly behind him, her posture rigid. Cersei, show them to their chambers. Cersei gave a tight smile. Of course, my lord. Her green eyes flicked over Jon with that same calculating wariness as before. Follow me, if you would. They were led through the Red Keep's labyrinth of corridors and staircases. Jon could not help but marvel at the grand halls, the columns, the tapestries depicting Targaryen victories, though some had been replaced or defaced. He felt a strange pang at seeing old symbols of his father's house vandalized. He did not miss the sidelong looks from guards. He was a curiosity, a potential threat, or maybe a relic. They arrived at a set of chambers near the Hand's Tower. Cersei parted with a final nod. The servants rushed to make them comfortable. Ned turned to Jon. We shall speak more in the morning. For now, rest. And be on your guard. Jon nodded, though he had little desire to rest. Excitement and dread warred within him. He was in the very seat of power where Targaryens had ruled for nearly 3 centuries. This was the city Rhaegar had once called home, the city that had been sacked in the rebellion that ended him. Now it was Robert's city, and Jon was a guest, or perhaps a captive. Over the next days, Ned was officially named Hand of the King in a grand ceremony, kneeling before Robert as the lords of court bore witness. Jon stood off to the side, wearing a plain doublet in stark colors. He felt out of place among the southern lords in their bright silks and jewels. Some recognized him and whispered, but Robert performed the ceremony with little fanfare, then promptly demanded a feast. That evening, in the great hall, laughter and music echoed from the walls. Jon was seated among the northern men. A few old knights approached him with forced politeness, greeting him as my lord, though he was not officially a lord. Some did not bother to hide their distaste. It was in the midst of that feast that a messenger arrived with news that changed everything yet again. He whispered urgently to Robert, who slammed his goblet on the table, splashing wine. "What do you mean?" the king roared, standing abruptly. The hall fell silent, all eyes on him. The messenger, trembling, repeated his words for the whole court to hear. "My liege, the Targaryen exiles across the narrow sea. Viserys Targaryen has wed his sister Daenerys to Khal Drogo of the Dothraki. There are rumors the Khal intends to invade Westeros once they gain enough strength." A stillness fell. Then Robert's face turned red with fury. "Dothraki savages on our shores? And a Targaryen to lead them? They'll come to claim my throne." His gaze snapped to Jon. The entire hall followed his line of sight. Jon stiffened. He could feel the hostility surge in the room, thick as smoke. Robert glowered. "We have a Targaryen in our midst already. No doubt they'd rally around him if they come. Or perhaps they'd see him as a threat to their own claim. Hells." He turned to Ned, voice echoing. "I want them dead, Ned. The Targaryen whore and her brother. They cannot be allowed to live." Ned looked troubled, remembering how that had once been Robert's demand for Jon as well. "Your Grace," he began carefully, "they are across the sea. We do not know if they truly threaten us." Robert slammed his fist. "I'll not risk it. Jorah Mormont is in Pentos, I hear. I'll have him keep watch. If Viserys or his sister cross, we send knives, poison, an assassin, whatever is needed." Jon felt sick hearing how easily Robert spoke of murder. This was the man who had spared him, yes, but it was the same savage impulse he had once feared. Robert's eyes flicked to Jon again, narrowing. For a moment, Jon feared the king would demand his head as well, to tie up loose ends. But Robert turned away, though a hush still clung to the hall. An uneasy tension pervaded the next days. The news from across the sea sparked new rumors, new fears. Ned tried to calm Robert's fervor for an assassination, pointing out that assassinating a pregnant woman or an innocent might be frowned upon by half the realm. But Robert's old hatred ran deep. Meanwhile, Jon found himself an object of growing suspicion. Whispers circulated about whether he might be a spy for his exiled kin, or if he might someday unite with them. One afternoon, as he wandered alone in the castle gardens, a figure in black robes approached. It was Varys, the master of whisperers, gliding silent as a shadow. "My dear Jon," he cooed quietly, "you must watch your step. The king's mood shifts day by day. If the Targaryens across the sea press their claim, it may reflect poorly upon you." Jon frowned. "I have no alliance with them." Varys smiled, though his eyes were unreadable. "Of course, but appearances matter more than reality at times. Some at court will wonder if you might strike a bargain with your aunt and uncle, a Targaryen restoration with you at the helm. They might demand your head on a spike to ensure you don't." Jon felt a surge of worry. "I don't want the throne. I never have." "Wise, perhaps," Varys said. "But wanting and getting are different. The realm is a complicated web, and you, my dear boy, are a fly in it. Or perhaps a spider, depending on your choices." Jon's temper flickered. "If you're trying to threaten me." "Not at all," Varys said, voice as soft as silk. "I merely offer a warning. Be careful. People are watching." With that, the eunuch bowed and drifted away. Each day, the weight of the red keeps intrigue settled heavier upon Jon's shoulders. Ned was busy with the tasks of the hand, and though he tried to keep Jon safe, the swirl of court politics was relentless. The Lannisters were particularly vigilant, and Jon felt Cersei's cold gaze often. She seemed to be waiting for him to make a wrong move so she could pounce. It was Littlefinger's approach that caught Jon most off guard. One evening, Jon was stepping away from the great hall after a meal when Peter Baelish slipped into step beside him. "Jon Targaryen," he said with a sly smile, voice pitched low. "Or should I say Snow? Hard to keep track." Jon shot him a wary look. "Lord Baelish." He gave an ingratiating half-bow. "Mind if I offer a small piece of counsel, free of charge? In this city, knowledge is power, and power is the difference between life and a knife in the dark. If you'd like, I could show you ways to gather knowledge, to guard yourself. Information is the coin of the realm, after all." Jon stiffened. "Why would you help me?" Peter's smile curved. "Because I help everyone in my own way for a price. And because you might be useful someday. Who knows?" He winked. "If you ever wish to learn more about the city, the lords, the whispered secrets, come to me." Jon did not answer, just turned away. He felt his stomach churn. Everywhere he looked, men and women were maneuvering, each with their own hidden agendas. And in the center of it all, Robert Baratheon's raging hatred for Targaryens threatened to erupt again at any sign of trouble. Late one night, unable to sleep, Jon made his way to the Red Keep's library. He expected to find it empty, but instead found an old maester bent over a desk, scribbling by candlelight. The man glanced up, watery eyes peering through thick lenses. "Oh, a visitor at this hour?" Jon hesitated by the doorway. "Forgive me. I could not sleep." The old man smiled gently. Come in, come in. Many find solace in books. I am Maester Gorman. You are Lord Stark's ward." Jon stepped forward, deciding not to correct him about wards and whatnot. "Yes. I was hoping to read about the Targaryen reign." Maester Gorman nodded. "A fascinating subject. So many volumes. Which part interests you?" Jon paused. "All of it, really. I hardly know where to begin." Gorman slid a large tome across the desk. "Then start here, the lineages and histories of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms. There is a whole section dedicated to House Targaryen. Births, deaths, the lines of succession." He squinted at Jon. "Though I must say, the official records would have needed amending had we known about you. Perhaps you'd like to add a note?" Jon's heart skipped. "That won't be necessary." The maester smiled softly and returned to his writing. Jon carried the tome to a table and carefully turned the pages. By candlelight, he read of old kings, each unique in temper and fate. Some were wise, some were mad, some beloved, some feared. He read about Rhaegar, the crown prince, a man said to be learned and gentle, yet driven to fight for a prophecy he believed in. Jon's fingers trembled slightly as he traced the words on the page. This was the father he never knew, a figure of so many contradictions. He remembered the hush of the godswood in Winterfell, Robert's fierce condemnation, the terrible final blow of a warhammer that ended Rhaegar's life. Now that father's line came down to Jon, hidden in the north, recognized only by a few, loved by fewer still. Would he suffer the same fate? Would he be a footnote, a curiosity in the vast tapestry of Westerosi history? Or would events spiral out of control, thrusting him into the center of a storm he did not want? The candle guttered, the flame flickering. Jon ran a hand through his dark hair, sighing. He closed the tome, left it on the table, and quietly slipped from the library. The corridors were deserted. At a window overlooking the city, he paused, gazing at the moonlit sprawl of King's Landing. The distant waves glimmered. Somewhere across that sea, Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen were forging alliances with the Dothraki, perhaps preparing to reclaim a throne they deemed theirs by right. And here Jon stood, uncertain where he belonged, both a threat and a target. He recalled a moment long ago in Winterfell's godswood when he had prayed for purpose. He had wondered about his mother, about the father he never met. Now he knew the answers, yet the sense of belonging felt more elusive than ever. He belonged to no place, no simple heritage. He was a wolf to some, a dragon to others, and his existence alone could spark war. Yet as he stared out into the night, he felt a faint stirring in his chest, a whisper of old words. Winter is coming. He was of House Stark, too, raised by Ned, loved in their own ways by his siblings. He had that anchor. He thought of Lyanna, the mother he never knew, and how she had entrusted him to her beloved brother's care. That thought steeled him. He might not know what the morrow would bring, but he was not alone. The North and Ned Stark's protection were with him. Perhaps that would be enough to face the uncertain storm, one that might break at any moment, with the clang of swords or the whisper of poison, all for the sake of a name that once ruled dragons. Jon's hand closed into a fist. Let the lords conspire, let the king rage. He would remain standing. He would live as Lyanna had wanted. And if the realm demanded something more of him, well, he would face that demand when the time came, for the sake of the mother he never knew, for the father who raised him, for the man he was becoming, Jon, both wolf and dragon, bound by honor and oath. He turned from the window, setting his mind on returning to the Stark chambers, ready to stand by Ned's side. Because no matter what the royal court or the exiled Targaryens did, Ned Stark was the one anchor he trusted. It would have to be enough. He followed the dimly lit corridor, his footsteps echoing, the future uncertain, but his resolve firm. Tomorrow was another day in King's Landing, and he would meet it head-on, for he had a family worth fighting for, even if they were not all joined by blood. Honor and love, that was the North's way, the Stark way, and Jon Targaryen Stark would have it no other. The next morning, King's Landing awoke to a thick mist clinging to its rooftops, the sun a pale ghost behind drifting clouds. Ned Stark, newly appointed Hand of the King, summoned Jon to a small courtyard behind the Red Keep's granary, a secluded space where the sound of steel on straw was muffled by high walls and overhanging balconies. It was here, beneath the prying eyes of as few courtiers as possible, that Ned intended Jon to continue his training with the castle armsmaster. The old master-at-arms, a grizzled veteran with thin gray hair and a perpetual squint, greeted them with a curt bow and promptly arranged practice dummies. Jon felt the weight of the city around him, humming with tension. Even the air was different here, thicker, tinged with the smell of tanneries and chamber pots. In Winterfell, he had breathed crisp, pine-laced winds. Here, the damp seemed to seep into his bones. Ned offered him a wordless nod before leaving, presumably to begin his day's tasks. Small council meetings, petitions, the delicate dance of navigating King Robert's shifting moods. Jon drew his wooden practice sword and began a series of forms. The armsmaster corrected his stance, sometimes with a barked rebuke, sometimes with a clipped compliment. Feet wider. Good. Move your left foot first. Keep your elbows in. Each blow Jon delivered against the straw dummy carried more force than was strictly needed. Days in King's Landing had left him restless, uneasy. He found release in the strike of wood against straw, imagining the head of a faceless enemy. Could that enemy be the king himself one day? Or Lannister men? Or the exiled Targaryens across the sea who might see him as a usurper to their own claims? He finished the exercise, breathing heavily. The arm-master squinted. You've got a good swing, boy. Too much anger behind it, though. Anger blinds. You want to cut a man, not hack at a tree. Again. Jon forced himself to calm and resumed. By the end of the session, sweat dripped from his brow, his linen undershirt damp beneath the leather jerkin. He thanked the armed master, then headed into the castle corridors in search of water and respite. A group of Lannister guards brushed past him, red cloaks shimmering, lions pinned at their shoulders. He felt their eyes upon him, heavy with contempt or at least dark curiosity. He returned their stares, refusing to look away first. He might be half a Targaryen to them, an object of suspicion, but he would not cower. At last they moved on. Jon continued to the well in the outer ward, drew a bucket of water, and splashed it over his face. As he dried off on his sleeve, Arya appeared at his side, her quick footsteps almost silent on the flagstones. She wore breeches and a loose tunic, her hair uncombed. There you are, she said, voice hushed with excitement. Sirios says I'm improving with the wooden blade. He calls me boy sometimes, but I don't mind. He says it's a compliment in bravos. Jon grinned. I'm glad you found a teacher you like. Though your mother wouldn't approve if she knew. Arya made a face. She doesn't. She'd rather I sat in the September with Sansa sewing. I'd rather Lyanna. RN how to fight. I told her I'd do my stitching after my sword practice, but I don't think she believed me. Jon shook his head with a wry smile. He felt warmth for Arya, who seemed to care nothing for courtly pretenses, the only one besides Robb who treated him so easily. Keep at it, he said. A lord's daughter who knows how to handle a blade, you'll be the terror of the realm. She brightened. That's the plan. They parted ways soon after, and Jon made for the Tower of the Hand, climbing the stone steps to the chambers assigned to Ned Stark and his household. A number of guards stood outside, but they knew Jon by sight, none moved to stop him. He found his father in a modest solar that overlooked the city, the sloped roofs and tangled streets stretching toward the distant harbor. The smell of parchment and ink hung in the room. Ned, seated at a table, was frowning down at letters as a scribe hovered with a quill. Jon waited until Ned finished dictating instructions to the scribe, something about the royal finances. Then the scribe bowed and slipped out. Ned pinched the bridge of his nose as though warding off a headache, noticing Jon only after a moment. Sit, he said quietly, gesturing to a chair. Jon settled across from him. Outside, gulls cried over Blackwater Bay. He could see the faint shimmer of the water dotted with ship sails. Ned tossed a letter onto the table. More troubles. A raven arrived from Pike. Balon Greyjoy is he broke off with a heavy sigh. It doesn't matter. There are so many pressures on the realm now. Robert is fixated on the Targaryens in the east, but the rest of the kingdom is not as content as he pretends. Lords test their limits. The crown's debts mount. And then there is you. Jon tensed. Has something happened? Ned shook his head. Only that you must be cautious. Peter Baelish, Varys, even the Grand Maester, everyone watches to see what you do. You must not let them manipulate you. Robert tolerates you here, but if the faintest rumor spreads that you're plotting with Viserys and Daenerys, we'd have a crisis, maybe war. Jon exhaled. I'm not plotting with anyone. Ned leaned forward, placing his hand atop Jon's. I know, but in King's Landing, truth matters less than rumor. I trust you, but I also know how quickly a whisper can become a knife in the dark. Promise me you'll be on your guard. Steer clear of court intrigues if you can. Jon nodded. I will. Ned squeezed Jon's hand once, then released it. Good. Now leave an old man to his endless letters and problems. We'll speak at supper. Jon departed, stepping out into a corridor lit by torches. He decided to explore a corner of the Red Keep he had not yet seen. He soon found himself in a small gallery that overlooked the training yard of the King's Guard. There, behind tall latticework, he watched Ser Barristan and Selmy drilling with a younger knight, their blades gleaming in the late morning sun. Ser Barristan's movements were smooth as a dancer's, a graceful economy that belied his age. Jon observed in admiration, recalling that Barristan had served under the Targaryens for decades before bending the knee to Robert. Eventually, the practice ended. Barristan handed his helm to a squire. Jon lingered at the lattice, uncertain whether to speak to the famed knight. But Ser Barristan happened to glance upward, noticing him. Jon froze. After a moment, Barristan bowed slightly from the waist. Jon felt a jolt, unused to receiving such courtesy. He returned a stiff half-bow. Barristan said something to the younger knight, then walked out of view. Jon wondered what it might mean. Did Barristan see in him the shadow of Rhaegar, or merely a boy who had inherited an unwanted name? He turned away, descending a winding staircase into the castle's interior. On a lower level, near the armory, he nearly collided with Sansa, who held a basket of autumn roses. She gave a startled cry, and a few petals spilled onto the floor. Jon, she said, pressing a hand to her chest. You frightened me. Jon bent to gather the fallen petals. Apologies, Sansa. I wasn't paying attention. She composed herself. It's all right. I promised the queen I'd bring fresh flowers to her chambers. Hers were wilting, and she admires our northern roses. She paused, her blue eyes flicking over his face. How are you settling in? Her tone was polite, slightly distant. Fine, Jon replied. And you? Are you enjoying the city? Sansa's eyes darted away, uncertain. It's different. The feasts are lovely, and the queen's ladies are very refined. They speak of many things, though, Joffrey. She trailed off, seeming unsure how to address her betrothed's behavior or how it might relate to Jon. Jon felt a stab of discomfort. Joffrey had not confronted him directly, but his mocking stares and snide remarks under his breath were more than enough. Well, he said carefully, I hope the city treats you kindly. She nodded, a small crease forming between her brows. I hope so too. She smoothed her skirt, regaining her poise. I won't keep you. Good day, Jon. He offered her a faint nod, stepping aside so she could continue on her way. As she passed, the perfume of the roses drifted after her, a gentle fragrance at odds with the tension swirling in the castle. Later that afternoon, Jon ventured beyond the Red Keep's gates, accompanied by 2 Stark guardsmen. Ned had granted him permission to see more of the city, provided he had an escort. They walked the broad thoroughfare known as the Street of Steel, lined with smithies and armories. Sparks flew from forges, and the clang of hammers on metal rang out. Jon watched a master armorer shaping a breastplate, the steel glowing orange from the flames. One of the guardsmen, Torrin, noted that this was the famed shop of Tobo Mott, who crafted arms for knights and lords across the realm. They moved on, crossing Fishmonger's Square, pungent with the scent of day-old catch until they came to a quieter district near the city walls. Jon found an inn with a modest sign. He ducked inside for a cup of watered wine, the Stark guards at a nearby table. The taproom was not crowded, a few locals and travelers warming themselves at the hearth. Jon sipped his drink in relative peace until he caught a man staring at him from across the room. The stranger wore fraying clothes, a cloak worn thin. At first glance, he might have been any cell's ward or merchant's guard, but there was something in his eyes, something knowing. He rose and approached Jon's table, inclining his head in what might have been respect. "My lord," he said softly, "I heard rumors that the Targaryen boy is in King's Landing. I never expected to see you in a common inn." Jon stiffened. He glanced at his guards, who were now watching intently. "I'm just a traveler," Jon said, careful. "Maybe you have me mistaken." The man gave a slight smirk, lowering his voice further. "No, I saw you in the yard of the Red Keep. You carry yourself with a certain distinction. Like a Stark, but not quite." His gaze flicked meaningfully to Jon's hair, as though he expected silver lurking beneath the dark. "I served Prince Rhaegar once in the baggage train of his army. I was no knight, just a common soldier. But I saw him at the Trident, shining like some demigod. It broke my heart when he fell. When I heard rumor his son lived, I had to see for myself." Jon swallowed. Memories he did not possess flickered in his imagination, the father he never knew, resplendent in rubies, only to die in a swirl of blood and rushing waters. "What do you want from me?" The man's voice turned pleading. "Not gold or favor. Only to look at you, to know that House Targaryen is not dead. That something remains of that glorious lineage." He hesitated. "Will you claim the throne someday? If you do, there are still men who might." Jon's jaw set. "I do not want the throne," he said, perhaps too sharply. "Go your way. Speak no more of this." "The king." The man raised placating hands. "Forgive me. I mean no trouble. But if you ever change your mind, if you ever need loyal swords, there are those who remember." He cast one last searching look at Jon, then turned and slipped from the inn with hardly a sound. Jon's heart pounded. The guard Torrhen leaned forward, voice hushed. "My lord, do you know him?" "No," Jon said, setting down his cup with trembling hands. "He was just some old soldier." Torrhen's brow furrowed. "Should we follow? Report this to Lord Stark?" Jon shook his head. "We'll tell my father tonight. But let him go. If he's only a wanderer, it's not worth stirring a fuss." In truth, Jon felt uneasy. The man's words clung to him. There are those who remember. It confirmed what Ned had warned. Some Targaryen loyalists might look to Jon as a beacon. He wished they would leave him alone. The idea of drawing swords against Robert or rallying men to a cause that brought only bloodshed turned his stomach. He paid for his wine and left with his guards, making his way back through the busy streets toward the Red Keep. That evening, over a simple supper of bread, roasted fowl, and onions in Ned's private solar, Jon recounted the encounter. Ned listened in silence, carving his meat with deliberate motions. Catelyn was absent, dining with the queen, but Arya and Sansa were present. Arya's eyes went wide at the mention of Targaryen loyalists, while Sansa paled slightly, chewing her lower lip. When Jon finished, Ned set down his knife with a clatter. "I expected such attempts sooner or later," he said. "They will try to recruit you to some ill-fated rebellion. Let them go. You did right, telling me. But from now on, you do not leave the castle without my permission, and you do not enter an inn unannounced." "Understood." Jon nodded, exhaling. "Understood." After supper, Sansa excused herself, and Arya wandered off, presumably to pester Syrio for more lessons. Jon lingered with Ned. They stood by a narrow window that overlooked the city, now cloaked in darkness. Lights glimmered across the hills, 1,000 small fires in the gloom. "The city is a tinderbox," Ned said quietly, "and the Targaryens across the sea might be the spark. Robert grows more furious by the day. The news from Pentos claims that Daenerys Targaryen is with child. A Dothraki prince or princess. Robert is convinced a savage horde will land at our shores any moment. If that happens, all eyes will turn to you, wondering which side you'll choose." Jon felt a cold knot form in his stomach. "I'll choose you," he said. "The Starks. My family. I owe the Targaryens nothing." Ned inclined his head, the hint of a sad smile on his lips. "I know that, and I'm grateful. But be aware, not all will believe it. The realm loves a story, and what better tale than a hidden dragon raised among wolves?" Jon's jaw tightened. They can keep their tales. As the weeks passed, Ned spent long hours investigating the crown's finances and the tensions that riddled the court. Jon tried to stay out of the swirl, though he could not avoid it entirely. He often found himself in the courtyard practicing swordsmanship or in the library poring over histories. Barristan Selmy crossed his path once more, and this time the old knight paused to speak. Ser Barristan approached Jon with measured steps, his white cloak flowing behind him like a swan's wing. "You handle a blade well," he observed after Jon finished his drills with a practice partner. "Who taught you?" Jon wiped sweat from his brow. "Ser Roderick Castle at Winterfell. And Lord Stark when he had time." Barristan nodded thoughtfully. "Ned Stark is no tourney knight, but he's a solid fighter. Ser Roderick Castle I know by reputation, an honest instructor." He paused, glancing at Jon's sword, which was plain but well-balanced. "Tell me, boy, do you have any memories of your father's house?" "I served the Targaryens for decades." Jon shook his head. "I have none. Lord Stark is the only father I've known." A flicker of emotion crossed Barristan's lined face, regret, perhaps, or compassion. Rhaegar was a good man in many ways. A dutiful prince, a graceful knight. Not the man you may have heard in the king's curses. He had flaws, to be sure, but so do we all. Barristan hesitated. It must be difficult to be caught between two houses. Jon studied the older man. "I am House Stark." Barristan bowed his head in acknowledgement. "As you say. Yet the dragon still lingers in the realm's mind if not in your own." He rested a hand on the pommel of his own sword. "Be cautious, Jon. King's Landing is a den of secrets. If you ever find yourself in need of guidance, perhaps you might seek me out. I lived through one Targaryen downfall. I've no wish to see the realm torn apart again." Jon nodded. "Thank you, Ser Barristan." The knight gave a respectful dip of his head and moved away, leaving Jon with a swirl of questions. Why had Barristan offered this kindness? Out of loyalty to Rhaegar's memory, or for the sake of peace in the realm? Jon could not say. Still, he felt a strange comfort knowing that not everyone in the Red Keep viewed him as a monstrous threat. He discovered quickly, however, that not all saw him favorably. Joffrey Baratheon had made that clear with his sneers, but the prince's antagonism rarely went beyond a few muttered insults until one afternoon in the castle gardens. Jon was watching Arya practice balancing on a low stone wall while Sansa and the Queen's ladies strolled among rose bushes. Joffrey approached with a swagger, clad in fine silk and velvet, a gilded sword at his hip. Sandor Clegane, the hound, followed at a short distance, face half concealed by burn scars. Joffrey pointedly ignored Arya but turned to Jon with a smirk. "So, the wolf dragon bastard still skulks about." Jon said nothing. He wasn't sure if the king had publicly decreed a courtesy title for Jon, or if he was still Snow or Targaryen or something else. The labyrinth of titles in King's Landing twisted day by day. Regardless, Joffrey's tone was designed to wound. Jon studied the boy, noting how he stood with a stiff arrogance that reminded Jon of none other than Cersei. "I have as much right to walk here as you, my prince," he replied calmly. Joffrey's sneer deepened. "My father should have drowned you as a babe," he said, voice pitched low. "That was the plan for your aunt and uncle across the sea. Perhaps it isn't too late." Jon's temper flared, but he forced himself to remain still. Arya had gone wide-eyed. The hound, stoic behind Joffrey, said nothing. Others in the garden suddenly found their attention fixed on the confrontation. Queen's ladies paused. Sansa caught her breath. Joffrey seemed delighted by the hush. "You're no Stark and never will be," he pressed. "You're an upstart dragon spawn. If war comes, I'll cut you down myself." Jon felt the burn of every stare. He wanted to strike Joffrey, but that would be a fool's move. Instead, he forced his anger into a taut, cold line. "Your father, the king, spared me," he said. "I'm loyal to him. You, as his son, would do well to show caution before making threats you can't keep." Joffrey's hand dropped to his sword hilt. "You dare speak to me like that?" His voice cracked, a boy's fury straining for a man's authority. For a heartbeat, Jon thought Joffrey might actually draw steel. Then Sansa hurried over, placing a hand on the prince's arm. "My prince," she said in a tremulous voice, "please, let's not spoil this lovely day. It was only some misunderstanding." Joffrey glared, but Sansa's intervention had created a moment's pause. With a snort, he shrugged off her hand. "You're lucky I have more important things to do," he spat at Jon. Then he turned and stalked away, the hound trailing behind him. Sansa cast Jon an apologetic look and hurried after Joffrey. Arya hopped down from the wall, balling her fists. "You should have punched him," she hissed. Jon shook his head, forcing his heart to slow. He wanted that. He's itching for an excuse to cause trouble. She blew out a breath. "He's hateful." Jon said nothing, only led Arya out of the garden, ignoring the curious stares of the courtiers. If Joffrey pressed him further, it might provoke a crisis. The last thing Ned needed was a conflict between the Crown Prince and the boy King Robert hated in theory but had chosen, so far, to spare. Still, Jon's blood boiled at Joffrey's threats. The boy was vicious, and if Joffrey ascended the throne one day, the realm would be in dire hands. A fortnight passed in relative calm. Ned busied himself with royal duties, though Jon sensed his father was growing uneasy about something unrelated to Targaryens or finances. From small signs, a deepening frown, the way Ned asked questions about the queen's siblings or her children's lineage, Jon gathered that Ned suspected something amiss in the royal household. Once, Jon overheard him muttering about hair color and genealogies, puzzling over dusty tomes in the library. Jon did not pry, respecting Ned's silence, but he recognized the weight on his father's brow. Meanwhile, Varys visited Ned's solar often, moving in that silent, gliding way of his, always with a fresh rumor or tidbit of intelligence. Littlefinger, too, kept offering sly counsel. Jon tried to avoid both men, but Littlefinger cornered him one day by the stables. "Why so distant, my lord?" Baelish teased, leaning against a stable post. "Have I offended you in some way?" Jon examined him warily. "No. I just have no interest in your games." Littlefinger's mouth curved in a small smile. "All of life is a game, Jon Targaryen, pardon, Jon Stark, or whichever name you prefer. Especially here in the capital. If you don't learn to play, you may find yourself a pawn." He paused, toying with the collar of his velveteen doublet. "But it's no matter. Just remember my offer, knowledge for a price. I'm sure one day you'll realize you need it." Jon's eyes narrowed. "That day won't come soon. Good day, my lord." He turned and walked off, heart pounding from the tension of the exchange. Peter Baelish, for all his mild manners, unsettled Jon more than overt threats did. He found some measure of peace in the yard each morning, continuing his sword drills, training with the castle's men-at-arms and occasionally with Robb's old friend Jory Castle, who had accompanied Ned. Jory was a capable fighter and a comforting presence from the north, reminding Jon of simpler days in Winterfell. Some nights, Jon took supper with Sansa and Arya, though the mood was rarely light. The girls were grappling with life at court in different ways. Sansa seemed enthralled yet anxious, while Arya chafed against the constraints. Occasionally, Jon felt pangs of missing Robb, Bran, and Rickon, but there was no going back, not now. The days blended together until one morning Ned called Jon into the Hand's private study, shutting the door behind them. Ned's face was grim, as though he had aged another year overnight. He paced the chamber. "I've discovered something dangerous," Ned said softly. "It concerns the royal children, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen." Jon frowned. "Is something wrong with them?" Ned hesitated. "They are not Robert's offspring. They are the children of Jaime Lannister. This is the secret that cost Jon Arryn his life. He discovered the truth before me and was silenced, I suspect, by the Lannisters." Jon stared, shock flooding him. If Joffrey and his siblings were not truly Baratheons, that undermined the entire succession. "Does Robert know?" Ned shook his head. "No, and telling him will be precarious. Cersei may move quickly to protect herself and her children. The moment Robert learns, a storm will break. War could follow because House Lannister will not allow their power to slip away. Tywin Lannister is no fool, and Robert, already fuming about Targaryens, might do something rash." Jon tried to process it. "What do you intend?" Ned sighed. "I intend to do what honor demands. Robert must be told, and the realm must have a rightful heir. Stannis is next in line if the children are bastards. But your existence complicates matters. Some might claim your father was the last lawful Targaryen, that you outrank the Baratheons if the line is invalidated." Jon felt cold. "But Robert won't see it that way, and I don't want the throne." Ned nodded. "I know. Yet if Robert removes Joffrey, there will be talk that you have the better claim than Stannis as Rhaegar's son. The law is complicated. The great council of old times might decide differently. But the fact remains, you're a threat in the eyes of many." He paused, resting a hand on Jon's shoulder. "I want you to be safe. I'm telling you this because once I confront the Queen or bring proof to Robert, events will move swiftly. If I fail, you must be ready to flee. If I succeed, we might still face chaos. Either way, King's Landing will not remain quiet." Jon braced himself, heart hammering. "What can I do?" "Gather what belongings you need. Keep them packed. If I give the word, take Arya and Sansa if possible and leave. Head north, or find a ship for the Vale. Anything. I pray it won't come to that, but we must be prepared." Ned looked pained. "I wanted to keep you out of this, but now you must know. I will not put you in danger if I can avoid it. But the city is a viper's nest, and we've just rattled it." Jon nodded, chest tight. "I understand." Ned managed a weary smile. "Go then, and speak of this to no one." Jon left the solar, mind churning. The Lannister children's paternity was a secret big enough to ignite another war. Robert's rebellion had started over the alleged abduction of Lyanna. This revelation cut right at the throne itself. Already, Jon could imagine the fallout. He found Arya in a corridor near the kitchens, walking quickly with a stick in her hand, practicing her water-dancing stances. She frowned when she saw his tense expression. "What's wrong?" He forced a smile. "Nothing. Just be ready if Father says we must leave. Don't argue. Just do as he says." She scowled. "Why? Are we in danger?" Jon nodded, deciding to speak carefully. "We might be. Promise you'll obey him if he tells you to run." Arya glowered but nodded. "All right, I promise." Satisfied, Jon ruffled her hair, which earned him a swat with her stick. He almost smiled, feeling that flicker of affection. He wondered if Sansa would be so quick to obey if told to flee, or if she'd cling to her dream of being queen one day, betrothed as she was to Joffrey. If Joffrey was illegitimate, then Sansa's betrothal was worthless. Yet would she believe that? Or might she turn on Ned, refusing to abandon her fairy tale illusions? That evening, Ned went to speak with the Queen in private. He left the Hand's Tower alone, refusing an escort. Jon wanted to follow, but Ned forbade it. Hours passed with no word. Jon paced the corridors until well after the moon rose. Finally, Ned returned, jaw set, exhaustion carved into every line of his face. Jon met him in the solar. "Did you tell her?" he asked. Ned nodded grimly. "I did. Gave her a chance to flee with her children before I told Robert. A mercy, perhaps, but the honorable path. She was unmoved by my threat. She suggested I was a fool. I suspect she's already scheming with her family." He sat heavily in a chair, leaning his head back. "Robert returns from his hunt in a few days. Then I'll tell him. And the gods help us all." Jon wanted to ask why Ned had warned Cersei first, but he already knew the answer. Ned's sense of honor demanded it, even if it might prove a fatal mistake. "What can I do?" "Stay close. Do not wander alone. If trouble strikes, be ready to protect yourself." Ned closed his eyes, weariness in every breath. The next day, chaos erupted. Robert's hunting party returned early, the king carried on a litter, pale and drenched in sweat. He had been gored by a boar. The stink of blood hung in the air as men rushed him to his chambers. Ser Barristan, white cloak spattered red, looked stricken. Cersei was nowhere to be seen. Joffrey hovered at the edges, eyes wide. Varys and Pycelle hurried about with potions and cloth. Ned arrived as quickly as he could, Jon trailing behind, though the guards barred Jon from entering the king's bedchamber. Through the open door, Jon glimpsed Robert lying on the bed, belly bandaged, breath coming in ragged gasps. Ned knelt by him. When Ned emerged, his face was ashen. "Robert is dying," he told Jon in a hoarse whisper. "He's named me protector of the realm until Joffrey comes of age." Jon felt the world tilt. "Then we have to tell him about Joffrey's parentage before he dies." Ned grimaced. "I tried, but he was delirious with pain and drink. He scrawled something on parchment, made me promise to look after the realm. He muttered about Daenerys Targaryen too, how he wanted her dead. Oh gods." Ned shook his head. "He's too far gone. I doubt he has hours left." Jon swallowed, dread twisting in his gut. If Robert died without the truth public, Joffrey would take the throne. And once that happened, no one could guess how quickly the Lannisters might move against Ned and against Jon. "We have to act." Ned pressed his lips into a firm line. "I'll summon the council. Let us see if we can maintain peace." He squeezed Jon's shoulder. "Go to your chambers. Guard yourself. Wait for my word." Jon wanted to protest, to stand by Ned's side. But he obeyed, forging his way through the castle's corridors, which were alive with frantic rumor. Servants rushed about, lords whispered in corners. As he neared the Hand's Tower, a small group of gold cloaks blocked his path. One of them stepped forward. "Come with us. Lord Baelish sends word that the Lord Protector requires you." Jon frowned. "Lord Stark wants me?" "He told me to wait in my chambers." The guard shrugged. I only know we have orders to escort you. Something in the guard's eyes did not sit right. Jon hesitated. Baelish's name rang alarm bells in his mind. Where's Lord Stark now? In the throne room, my lord. But that did not match what Ned had told Jon. He'd said he was summoning the council to Robert's bedside. Jon's heart pounded. This could be a trap. He stepped back. I'll go on my own. No need for an escort. The guard's grip tightened on his spear. We have orders to bring you. Come peacefully. Jon reached for his sword hilt. He felt adrenaline surge. He was outnumbered 3-1. These men wore the gold cloaks of the City Watch, who were meant to obey the king and, by extension, the Hand. But Littlefinger might be pulling strings. I'll not go anywhere at Baelish's command, Jon said. If you serve the king or the new protector, that's Lord Stark. Take me to him if that's your actual order. The guards exchanged glances. One advanced, spear leveled. You'll come or we'll force you. Jon's training took over. He sidestepped the spear thrust, drew steel, and slammed the hilt against the guard's temple in a rapid move. The man staggered. Another lunged. Jon twisted aside, hooking a foot behind the attacker's ankle. The guard toppled. The third came at him from the side, sword half-drawn. Jon leapt back, narrowly avoiding the slash. Fear spiked in him. These were not practiced dummies. At that moment, a shout echoed down the corridor, "Stop!" A cluster of Stark guards rushed in, led by Jory Castle. They brandished their weapons. The gold cloaks froze. Jory moved between Jon and the watchman. What is the meaning of this? The lead guard, nursing a bruise on his head, spat, "We have orders from Lord Baelish to secure the Targaryen boy." Jory's face hardened. Lord Baelish does not outrank Lord Stark. If Eddard Stark did not issue that order, you have no authority. Begone, or we'll cut you down. The gold cloaks hesitated, outnumbered now, then retreated. Jory turned to Jon. Are you hurt? Jon shook his head, breath ragged. No. Thank you. We must get you to safety, Jory said. The castle is dividing into factions. Lannisters, Baelish, the City Watch. We can't be sure who stands with us. Lord Stark is in the throne room, I believe, confronting them. We should stand by him, but we have to be cautious. Jon's pulse thundered. Let's go. He sheathed his sword, heart pounding with the knowledge that Robert was likely dying even now and that whatever Ned was doing had to happen quickly. With half a dozen Stark men, Jon and Jory hurried through the winding corridors, heading for the throne room. Clashes echoed in distant hallways. Shouts, the ring of steel on steel. Twice they turned corners and found bloodied bodies, though it was unclear which side they belonged to. The Red Keep was descending into chaos. At last they reached the massive doors of the throne room, carved with reliefs of kings long dead. A line of Lannister guards stood outside, swords drawn. Behind them, the doors were flung open, and from within came the echo of voices raised in argument. At the head of the guards stood Sandor Clegane, the Hound, monstrous in his plate and snarling hound's helm. He noticed Jon's approach, but his posture was unreadable. Stand aside, Jory commanded. We serve the Hand, Lord Stark. Clegane's voice rumbled from behind the helm. The Queen has decreed that none may enter. She's in there with Joffrey, the council, and your precious Ned Stark. Jon gripped the hilt of his sword again. Then we'll go through you if we must. Clegane cocked his head. You might try. Jory and the others tensed. But before the confrontation could explode, a voice from within the throne room carried out. Let them pass. It was Ned's voice, though it sounded strained. Clegane stepped aside, eyes narrowed. The Lannister guards parted, and Jon, Jory, and the Stark men strode in. Within, torches and tall iron sconces cast flickering light on the polished floor. The Iron Throne loomed above them like a cruel silhouette of swords. Ned stood near the base of the dais, leaning on his cane, an injury from earlier in the city, his leg bandaged. Littlefinger was off to one side, wearing a mask of polite detachment. Cersei Lannister stood at the foot of the throne steps, Joffrey beside her in a mantle of gold thread, arms folded. Ser Barristan Selmy and other Kingsguard were present, uncertain and tense. The City Watch ringed the hall. Jon recognized Janos Slynt in his black and gold cloak, watching with beady eyes. Ned's expression was etched with resolve, though pain flickered across his face from his injured leg. He held a parchment. His voice echoed. By the king's own decree, I am protector of the realm. Joffrey is not Robert's rightful heir. Cersei's eyes flashed. He is the king's son, no matter what lies you spin. Guards, seize Eddard Stark. Take the Targaryen boy as well. They conspire to overthrow the crown. Ned held up the parchment. Here is Robert's seal, commanding that until Joffrey comes of age, I shall rule in his stead. And Joffrey cannot come of age to a throne that is not his by blood. Your children were fathered by Jaime Lannister. The truth will out. Let Stannis Baratheon rule as the rightful heir. Joffrey stands down, or all of you are in open rebellion. A hush fell like a guillotine. Cersei's lips curled into a sneer. You think the throne is something you can take with a scrap of paper? You are a fool, Lord Stark. If you had bent the knee to Joffrey, you might have lived. She glanced around. Janos Slynt stepped forward with a smirk, nodding to the city watch. Men, disarm Lord Stark and his retinue. Ned's face changed. He shifted his cane, raising a hand in a halting gesture. Have you forgotten your vows, Slynt? Robert placed me in command. Slynt shrugged. The city watch obeys the one who pays, and House Lannister pays well. He gestured. Half the gold cloaks lowered spears at Ned. Jon and Jory drew swords, the other Stark men bristling in a circle. The Kingsguard milled uncertainly, but Ser Barristan looked aghast. Littlefinger watched, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips. In the next instant, chaos erupted. Goldcloaks lunged, and Stark men fought back. Jon's sword flashed up to parry a thrust aimed at Ned's side. He pivoted, blocking another strike. Shouts and screams echoed off the vaulted ceilings. Joffrey cackled with glee or terror, Jon could not tell. Cersei withdrew up the dais, guarded by 2 Lannister knights. Ned tried to reach her, but a gold cloak slammed into him, nearly knocking him to the ground. Jon fought with the desperation of a cornered wolf. He caught glimpses of blood spattering the marble floor, men falling under spear points. Jory Castle took down 2 gold cloaks but was skewered by a Lannister guardsman, a mortal blow to the chest. He collapsed with a strangled cry. Jon roared in fury, slashing the attacker across the face. The man dropped screaming. Ned tried to push forward, but Slynt bellowed. Arrows and crossbowmen along the walls took aim at the Stark party. Ned, nearly knocked down, cried, "Yield." Enough bloodshed. He saw Jory's body, Stark men outnumbered and cornered. Jon froze, chest heaving. Their retinue was lost, half dead or wounded. Ned, panting, let his sword clatter to the floor. One by one, the remaining Stark guards did the same or were forced down by gold cloaks. Jon, battered and gasping, looked at Ned, who gave a tiny nod. Jon loosed his grip on his sword. It fell with a ringing clang. He sank to his knees, outraged and helpless. Spears bristled around them. Cersei stepped down from the dais, triumphant. Joffrey followed, chest puffed out. You see what happens to traitors, the boy king crowed. He looked down at Ned, then at Jon. And you, the Targaryen bastard. You thought you could steal my birthright? I'll show you what happens to false princes. Ned struggled to speak despite the pain. You have no birthright to steal, he rasped. You are not a... Silence. Joffrey shrilled. Mother, what shall we do with them? Cersei's eyes flicked from Ned to Jon. Lord Stark has committed treason. But we must not be rash. She turned to the king's guard. Take them to the black cells. Let them await the king's justice. Ser Barristan hesitated. My queen, the hand. She glared at him. He is no hand. Do as you're told. Barristan's shoulders slumped. The other king's guard advanced. Jon felt rough hands seize his arms, a spear point pressed to his back. Ned tried to stand on his injured leg, but he almost collapsed. 2 gold cloaks dragged him upright. Joffrey sneered at them both. You will die for this. The only question is how painfully. Cersei turned to the crowd. Bring the bodies of the Stark men outside. Let the city see how we deal with traitors. As for the Targaryen boy, if he tries to escape, kill him. Jon clenched his teeth, blood pounding in his ears. He caught one last look at Ned's eyes, full of apology and regret, before they were hauled away deeper into the Red Keep. Down twisting, torchlit corridors, through 2 sets of iron gates until they reached the black cells. The stench of mold and rot assaulted Jon's nose. The cells were carved from the foundation stone, small and claustrophobic. The guards threw Ned into one cell, Jon into another, slamming the doors with a deafening clang. The echoes faded, replaced by the distant drip of water and the scrape of rats. Jon pressed himself against the bars, heart pounding in horror. Father, he called, hearing the ring of metal from Ned's cell. No answer came. He sagged back, breath ragged. The flicker of torchlight in the corridor cast shadows on the slimy stone walls. He was locked away, powerless, Ned was wounded, Jory was dead, and the Starks in the city were at the mercy of the Lannisters. He slumped to the cold floor, shivering despite the heat of his own adrenaline. The taste of metal lingered in his mouth. He tried to gather his thoughts, but panic threatened to take hold. If Robert truly was dead or dying, Joffrey would ascend unchallenged, unless someone challenged him by force. But that force would not come from the battered, imprisoned Starks. And what about Sansa, Arya? Had they been seized as well? Jon raked his hands through his hair, breath ragged. He tried to recall every lesson Ned had taught him about keeping calm in crisis. Stay centered. Breathe. Focus on survival. The next step might be his last. He was a recognized Targaryen, a brand of shame in Joffrey's eyes. If the Boy King was cruel enough, Jon might be executed at dawn. If that fate awaited him, perhaps Ned too would share the same scaffold. The thought was unbearable. Jon clenched his fists until his nails bit into his palms. Time blurred in the darkness. He didn't know if hours or days passed. A jailer brought stale bread and water once, thrust through the bars without a word. Jon's throat felt like sand, so he drank greedily. The bread was hard and moldy, but hunger forced him to gnaw at it. He tried calling out to Ned again, but if Ned heard, he made no reply. Perhaps Ned was unconscious or too weak to speak. Or perhaps they'd moved him to another cell. In the blackness, Jon's mind wandered to Winterfell. He clung to the memory of its snow-dusted courtyards, the warmth of the great hall, the sense of belonging he had found among the Stark children. He thought of Ghost, his dire wolf in some tales, though in this alternate weaving of the story, the dire wolves might not have been discovered the same way. He thought about how, once upon a time, life had been simpler. Even as a bastard, he'd had more freedom than he did now in the cell. He recalled fragments of Targaryen history that he had studied. Great kings, mad kings, the beauty and tragedy that followed that house. He thought of Rhaegar and how many believed him noble despite the war he triggered. If Rhaegar were alive, would he have found a way to guide his son out of this darkness? Or would the realm have swallowed them both in a tide of blood? He did not know. Only despair seemed certain. He slept fitfully, dreams haunted by images of rubies scattered in a stream, of Lyanna's statue in the crypts, of Ned's grim face. At times he awoke to the sound of distant screams, possibly other prisoners, or the moan of the wind through the tunnels. The walls pressed in. Finally, footfalls approached. Torchlight flared beyond the iron bars, making Jon squint. 2 gold cloaks and a hooded figure stood there. The hooded figure spoke softly. "Open the cell. Quickly." Jon tensed, thinking this might be an assassin. The guard fumbled with keys, the gate squeaked open. The hooded figure slipped inside, the guards staying at the threshold. Jon scrambled to his feet. "Who are you?" The figure pulled back the hood to reveal Varys the eunuch, dressed in drab clothes instead of his usual silks. He put a finger to his lips. "Hush. I've come to bring you out. If you wish to live, we have little time." Jon's pulse raced. "Why would you help me?" Varys cast a glance over his shoulder, ensuring the guards weren't listening too closely. "Because a Targaryen boy in the north is one thing, a Targaryen boy publicly executed in King's Landing is quite another. I prefer to avoid mass unrest. If you die, the north will rise in anger. It would tear the realm asunder. And there's still the question of the Dothraki threat in the east. The realm needs stability, not more chaos." Jon narrowed his eyes. "Wha? Tea about Lord Stark? Is he alive?" Varys's face was grim. "For the moment. He's gravely injured and held in another cell. The Queen and Joffrey talk of forcing him to confess treason to quiet the city. If he does, they might grant him the mercy of the wall. Or they might not. Regardless, they will not spare you. You are too dangerous a symbol." Jon's heart sank. "Then I won't leave without him." Varys sighed. "We do not have the means to free him. His cell is heavily guarded and he's in no condition to flee. If you remain, you'll die, and the last hope of the North to see one of their own avenged dies with you. Lord Stark would not want that." The eunuch paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Jon's mind whirled. Could he abandon Ned? The father who had protected him his entire life? It felt like betrayal. Yet Varys's logic gnawed at him. If Jon stayed, he would almost certainly be executed soon. That would help no one. The North might still rise, but Ned would gain nothing from that except more bloodshed. Perhaps if Jon escaped, he could rally allies, rescue Ned in time, or at least ensure the Starks were not destroyed. Jon stared at Varys, despair etched in every line of his face. "Take me to him at least. I want to see him." Varys shook his head. "Impossible. The corridor to his cell is lined with Lannister guards. They know me, but they suspect everything these days. It's not a risk we can take." Jon's hands clenched at his sides. The idea of fleeing felt like cowardice, yet the alternative was a traitor's death and no hope for the rest of his family. At length, he forced the words out, "All right, let me out. But how do we pass the guards?" Varys beckoned. "One of them is in my employ, though not out of loyalty, just coin. He will look the other way, but move quietly. We'll take the secret passages known only to a few. Tyrion Lannister has used them and others, but for now they're unwatched." Jon followed Varys to the cell door. The gold cloaks parted, eyes averted. True enough, they made no move to stop him. One even pressed a finger to his lips and feigned ignorance. Varys led Jon into a dark hallway that descended deeper, then twisted sharply. They passed under a rusted iron grate, following narrow steps that ended at a blank stone wall. Varys felt along a crevice, then pressed something. The wall slid open, revealing a black tunnel that stank of damp earth. Torches lined the walls in intervals, though most had guttered out. The eunuch took up one that still burned. Jon's breath echoed in his ears as he followed. Water dripped from cracks overhead, forming shallow puddles on the uneven floor. The path wound this way and that, occasionally splitting. Varys seemed to know each turn by heart. After what felt like an eternity, they reached another hidden door. Varys pushed it open, revealing a narrow supply closet in a tower. He stepped inside, then beckoned Jon forward. Jon emerged into a deserted corridor somewhere in the Red Keep. It looked different from the black cells. Higher up, perhaps, a window slit let in faint moonlight. Varys snuffed the torch. "We're not safe yet. There's a postern gate that leads out by the river. Keep close." He led Jon through more halls, avoiding the main thoroughfares. Twice they had to hide in alcoves as Lannister men passed. They crept deeper into the keep, then finally descended a spiral staircase. At the base, a small wooden door barred their way. 2 guards stood outside it, but Varys withdrew a small pouch of coins, rattled it. One guard reached for it greedily. Varys handed it over. The guard pocketed the coins without a word, shoved the door open. Varys and Jon slipped out into the night air. They stood at the edge of the Red Keep complex, near a narrow approach to the Blackwater. The moonlight shimmered on the water's surface, and the city walls rose around them. Varys pointed to a skiff moored at a small wooden dock. "Hurry, that boat will take you to the Mud Gate. From there, you can find your way out of the city or to a ship." He reached into his robes and pulled out a small coin purse. "Take this. You'll need gold to travel. Try to find a merchant ship heading north or perhaps to the Vale. Whatever you do, do not linger in King's Landing." Jon's mouth felt dry. "What about Arya, Sansa? Are they captured?" Varys's eyes flickered with sympathy. "Sansa is in the Queen's custody, though she's not harmed as far as I know. Arya escaped the castle. No one can find her. Likely she's hiding in the city or on her way out. Cannot say. Your father's men are scattered or dead. The Queen's hold is tight. I'm sorry." Jon felt a stab of relief about Arya. She was free, hopefully, but sorrow for Sansa, trapped, and for Ned. "I can't leave them all behind," he said, voice cracking. "If you stay, you die," Varys repeated. "And so does whatever hope remains for the North. Go, gather your strength. Perhaps you can find a way to help them another day." The eunuch paused, dropping his gaze. "I wish you good fortune, Jon Snow or Targaryen or Stark. Call yourself whatever you will. The realm grows darker. We'll need all the light we can find." Jon stood a moment, torn by guilt and grief, but at last he bowed his head. "Thank you." He took the coin purse. With one last glance at the towering walls behind him, he jogged to the skiff. Untying it, he clambered aboard. Varys remained on the shore, a wraith in the moonlight, then turned and disappeared back through the door. Jon took the small oars, rowing away from the Red Keep, his arms trembling from exhaustion and adrenaline. The current of the Blackwater lapped at the hull as he maneuvered the skiff along the city's waterfront, sticking to the shadows beneath overhanging wharves. He found the Mud Gate area teeming with late-night traffic. Drunkards, traders, a few bravos looking for brawls. Slipping into a cluster of fisherfolk, Jon secured the skiff and tried to blend in. He had no cloak, no hood. He wore only a simple doublet and breeches stained with blood from the fight in the throne room. Swiftly, he ducked behind crates and rummaged for something to cover himself. He found an old cloak, reeking of fish, and threw it over his shoulders. Keeping his head low, he made his way among the crowds heading out of the city. His first thought was to find a stables, buy a horse if he could, or a ship that might take him north. He had gold from Varys, that was something. The city was not yet locked down for the night, though it might be soon if word spread that a traitor Targaryen had escaped. He needed to hurry. He stumbled upon a stable near the gate where a tired-looking stable hand was dozing. Jon shook him gently awake, offering a handful of gold coins. "I need a horse," Jon said quietly. "You're fastest." The stable hand blinked, mouth agape at the glint of gold. "At once, my lord." He hurried to a stall, leading out a rangy chestnut mare. Jon inspected the horse quickly, found her sound enough for travel. He paid more coins than the horse was likely worth, not bothering to haggle. Time was precious. He swung into the saddle, pulling the fishy cloak tight around him. He rode out through the mud gate, which was guarded by a small group of gold cloaks. By some miracle, they did not stop him, likely because he appeared to be just another traveler. Once outside, he guided the mare along the Rosby Road, letting the city recede behind him. The sky was still dark, but the faintest hint of dawn colored the horizon. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, yet he pressed on until the sun broke free of the night, painting the fields gold. By mid-morning, he was far enough from King's Landing that pursuit seemed unlikely, but he did not slow. He had no illusions that the Lannisters would simply forget him. Word would spread, the Targaryen boy had escaped. Joffrey might send riders or bounty hunters. Yet the countryside sprawled wide. He hoped to vanish among the lesser roads, heading either to the Vale or northward. He yearned for Winterfell, for the safety of the old walls, but that was a long journey and the route might be watched. Perhaps the Vale of Arryn would offer refuge. Jon Arryn had been Ned's friend, though Jon Arryn was now dead. Lady Lisa ruled, and rumor said she was suspicious of outsiders. Still, it might be safer than the Crownlands. His heart ached when he thought of Ned bleeding in a dark cell or Sansa in the Queen's clutches. Arya was out there, somewhere, alone. He clenched his jaw, vowing that he would not abandon them forever. He would find help, gather strength, do whatever it took to free them. But first, he needed to survive. So he rode on east and northeast, choosing winding roads and avoiding major towns where possible. The mare galloped until she was near spent, and only then did Jon pause to rest by a small stream, letting her drink. He drank as well, cupping his hands in the cool water, and devoured a crust of bread he had taken from the stable. Weariness pressed upon him like a weight, but he dared not sleep for long. He mounted up again and continued, determined to put as many leagues between himself and King's Landing as possible. Along the way, he rehearsed in his mind the vow he had made to himself, that he would not let the Starks fall if he had any chance to help them. Ned was not just an uncle, he was the only father Jon truly knew. Perhaps the man was doomed now, but Jon would not rest until he tried to save him or avenge him. The Lannisters would pay for their treachery. But how? Jon was alone, with only a pouch of gold and a horse. Allies were scarce. The north was far, winter was coming eventually, and the realm was on the brink of another war, Baratheon versus Lannister, or Targaryen exiles pressing their own claim, or both. The fragile peace that Robert had kept these many years was unraveling. That night, Jon found shelter in a hayloft of an abandoned farm, trembling from fatigue. He tethered the mare and gave her what feed he could scrounge. Darkness swallowed the land. At times, the wind keened through the ruins of the farmstead, and he thought of ghosts, of the old gods, of the thousands of men who died to end House Targaryen. And now, ironically, he was the last piece of that house in Westeros, though Viserys and Daenerys lived across the narrow sea. He tried to quell his racing mind enough to sleep, but every time he closed his eyes, he saw the throne room, the blood, Joffrey's sneer, Ned's stricken face. Eventually, exhaustion claimed him. He dreamed of dire wolves howling under the northern lights. In the dream, he stood in the crypts of Winterfell beneath the stony gaze of Lyanna Stark's statue. A cold voice whispered his name. He turned to see Rhaegar Targaryen standing in armor chased with rubies, blood streaming from a mortal wound. "You are not me," Rhaegar said, "yet my burdens are yours." Lyanna's statue turned her head, gray eyes brimming with sorrow, and beckoned Jon forward. He tried to speak, but no words came. Then the rubies on Rhaegar's breastplate glowed with a fiery light, and the dream dissolved into darkness. He awoke at dawn, sweat trickling down his neck, heart hammering. Birds chattered in the surrounding fields. Slowly, he gathered himself and checked on the mare. She needed rest, but they could not linger long. He mounted and set off again, uncertain where the road might lead him. Each hoofbeat seemed to echo the vow in his heart: find a way to save them. Find a way to keep your family from destruction. Days blurred into a week. He traveled through small villages, changing directions often, buying supplies in humble markets. He told no one his true name. Occasionally, he caught snatches of rumor. King Robert was dead. Joffrey Baratheon crowned King Joffrey I, Eddard Stark a prisoner, accused of treason. The Targaryen boy, rumored to have been executed or vanished. War was in the air. The lords of the Riverrun stirred under hostilities with the Lannisters. Some said Robb Stark was mustering an army in the north. Others whispered that Tywin Lannister was gathering banners in the west. The realm was fracturing. Jon's heart leapt to hear that Robb was calling the northern banners. It meant they had not forsaken Ned. Maybe they believed the stories of betrayal were false. He prayed Robb would not do anything rash. But if war was coming, perhaps Jon could find Robb's host, join them, reveal the truth, and help. Then again, would they welcome him, a Targaryen? Robb would, perhaps, but other northern lords might balk. If they discovered the truth about his parentage, some might distrust him. But he could not hide as a nobody forever. He made a decision. He would ride north carefully. If the Lannisters or the City Watch were seeking him, they might expect him to try for the Vale or the coast. The Mountains of the Moon were perilous. Instead, he would angle through the Riverlands, trying to reach Moat Cailin, the gateway to the north. Once there, he might find Stark bannermen. He could reveal himself, help them rally to rescue Ned. That was the best plan he had. So he crossed into the Riverlands. Signs of conflict were everywhere: burned farms, displaced peasants, riders in Lannister livery marauding near the roads. Jon avoided them by taking narrow tracks through woods. He stayed in no village more than a night, always paying in coin, never giving his name. His fish-stinking cloak was replaced by a simple brown one when he bartered with a traveling tinker. Every night, he listened for news around village fires. The Lannisters had sacked some Tully lands, the rumor said, and Lord Tywin was massing a great army. Lord Walder Frey at the Twins might be closing his gates to travelers. The Tully seat at Riverrun was threatened, and Robb Stark was said to be marching south, leading a northern host to free his father. It took nearly another fortnight of hard riding, evading scouting parties, and the smoke of distant pillages before Jon reached the vicinity of the Twins, the pair of castles that stood on either bank of the Green Fork with a large stone bridge between. The waters of the river shimmered under a pale sky. He knew he could not pass the Twins unnoticed. Walder Frey guarded that crossing jealously, demanding tolls or terms. Worse, if word had reached Lord Frey about a Targaryen boy, would the old man turn Jon in for favor? Possibly. Yet, if Robb was heading south, he might have made a deal with Lord Frey. The northern army would need to cross at the Twins. Jon needed to find them somehow. He camped in a patch of woods a few leagues from the castle, careful to conceal his horse and build no fire. That night, under a thin moon, he spotted faint torchlights along the river, as if a host were moving. Could it be Robb's army or the Lannisters? He tensed, uncertain. At first light, he edged closer, leading the mare on foot, creeping through tall grass. He glimpsed a banner in the distance, the direwolf of House Stark. Relief and excitement flooded him. He had found Robb's host, or some part of it. But he had to be cautious. He debated how to approach. If he rode up shouting that he was Jon Targaryen, they might not react kindly. Then again, this was his best hope. He climbed into the saddle and urged his mare forward slowly, hands visible, cloak hood pulled low over his face. The grass parted, revealing a picket line of northern outriders. The nearest soldier shouted for Jon to halt. Spears leveled in his direction. Jon raised his hands. "I'm a friend," he called. "I seek Lord Robb Stark." The outriders looked him over warily. One had the sigil of Houseumber on his shield, a roaring giant. "State your name and business," he demanded. Jon took a breath. "My name is Jon Snow," he said, deciding to use the name by which he'd always been known. "I'm Ned Stark's," he hesitated. "I'm his son." The men exchanged glances, frowning. Another guard barked a laugh. "Ned Stark's son is up at Winterfell or marched with Robb from the north." "Who are you?" Jon tensed. He'd half expected this. "I was in King's Landing. I escaped. Let me see Robb, please." The outriders eyed each other. "Wait here," the Umberman said. He sent a rider galloping toward the main camp. Jon waited, heart pounding, under the scrutiny of the others. They fingered their weapons, uncertain whether to trust him. Time dragged until a small party of mounted knights emerged from the direction of the camp, riding quickly. At their head was a tall youth with auburn hair and gray eyes, Robb Stark, wearing a breastplate bearing the direwolf sigil. The sight of him brought a lump to Jon's throat. Robb reined up, scanning Jon's face. "Who?" He started, but recognition dawned, mingled with disbelief. "Jon," he breathed. "Gods be good. How?" Jon dismounted. "Robb," he said, voice tight with emotion. "I've come from King's Landing." "Father is," his voice broke. He's a prisoner. Robb swung down from his horse. He rushed forward, clasping Jon by the shoulders, searching his face. We thought you were dead or captured. When father didn't mention you in his letter, he trailed off, then pulled Jon into a fierce embrace. Jon felt tears burn at his eyes, tears of relief, sorrow, exhaustion. He hugged Robb back, the closest thing to home he had in this moment. The outriders looked on, startled by the display, but now convinced of Jon's identity. Robb drew back, scanning Jon's worn clothes, the tired mare. You look half-starved. Come, we'll get you fed. By the gods, I have 100 questions. Jon nodded, his throat too tight to speak for a moment. Robb motioned his men to let Jon pass, then guided him toward the army's camp. Tents sprawled across the riverbank, cooking fires sending up thin columns of smoke. Northerners milled about. Karstarks, Umbers, Manderleys, Glovers, and more, each displaying their sigils. Some gaped at Jon, others only spared him a glance. They entered a large pavilion near the water's edge. Inside waited Catelyn Stark, pale and drawn, speaking with several lords. She turned as Robb entered. Her eyes fell on Jon. For a heartbeat, she was frozen, disbelief clear on her face. Jon, she whispered. He bowed stiffly. My lady. She looked as though she might speak more, but her composure took over. How did you? Robb intervened. He's come from King's Landing, escaped captivity. Mother, he might have vital information. Catelyn pressed her lips thin. She dismissed the other lords, beckoning Jon to sit on a camp stool. Robb poured him watered wine, which Jon gulped greedily. Finally, he recounted all that had happened. Ned confronting the Queen, the fight in the throne room, Jon's imprisonment, Varys's intervention, his flight from the city. He omitted nothing, not even the blow that killed Jory Castle. As he spoke, tears threatened at that memory. He watched sorrow twist Robb's features. Catelyn's face remained tense, a mixture of grief and shock. When Jon finished, the tent was silent except for the flap rustling in the breeze. Finally, Catelyn breathed. So your father remains a prisoner, and Sansa as well. Arya is missing, you say? Jon nodded. Yes, Varys claimed Arya escaped. I pray she's safe. Father is injured. He might die unless we do something. But the Lannisters have the throne now, with Joffrey crowned. Robb slammed a fist into his thigh. I've called the banners. The North is marching. We'll free him or die trying. Walder Frey has agreed to let us cross here at the Twins, in exchange for certain conditions. He grimaced. I must fulfill an oath or two to that old lecher. But it can't be helped. We're riding south to meet the Lannisters in battle. Jon swallowed. Then I'm with you. A hush fell. Catelyn's eyes flicked to Robb. This war is F. Or the Starks of Winterfell, she began slowly, for your father, my husband. Jon's jaw tightened. I am of House Stark. He raised me. She hesitated. Yes, of course. Your father. Ned would want you protected. Are you sure you wish to fight? Jon's voice hardened. I won't hide. My father is in chains. My sisters are in danger. I must do what I can to save them. He glanced at Robb. If you'll have me. Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. You're my brother. Whatever the Queen or anyone else says about who fathered you, you and I know the truth that matters. We stand together. Jon felt a swell of gratitude. Catelyn inclined her head, though reluctance lingered in her eyes. Very well. We march soon. You need rest first. Some new clothes. Armor. Food. Robb, see to it. Robb nodded. Come on, Jon. Let's get you sorted. They left the pavilion, stepping into the bustle of the camp. Soldiers sharpened swords, checked horses, boiled stew. Robb led Jon to a large supply tent where they found spare clothing. Jon took a tunic bearing the Stark sigil on the breast. Robb grinned to see him donning the direwolf. A blacksmith hammered out steel near a portable forge, and Robb asked him to fit Jon with a mail shirt. They rummaged for an old breastplate. Jon tried it on, felt the weight rest across his shoulders. He tested the fit, nodding at the blacksmith. This will do. That evening, after a hearty meal of salt pork and bread, Jon was shown to a small sleeping tent near Robb's. He collapsed onto a bedroll, letting exhaustion claim him. When dawn broke, he rose to the sound of horns. The northern host was preparing to move. Outside, men were dismantling tents, forming ranks. Horses neighed, wagons creaked. Jon strapped on his meager possessions, checking the new sword Robb had provided, a decent blade, not a Valyrian masterwork, but sharp and sturdy. He prayed it would serve him well in the battles ahead. Robb summoned a council of war. Lords Grey Jon Umber, Roose Bolton, Rhaegar Karstark, and others gathered. Catelyn was there, along with the Blackfish Brynden Tully, who had joined them after escaping Riverrun. They spread a map of the Riverlands on a makeshift table. The conversation circled around Tywin Lannister's likely position near Harrenhal and Jaime Lannister's siege of Riverrun. Word was that Jaime held Edmure Tully prisoner. The Northerners aimed to split their forces. The Great Jon would lead a vanguard to draw Tywin's attention while Robb took the main force west to surprise Jaime. As they talked strategy, Jon remained silent, standing near the back. Eventually, Robb beckoned him forward. Jon was in King's Landing, he said to the assembled lords. He knows the Lannisters' strength. Speak, brother. Jon cleared his throat, acutely aware that some lords stared at him with uneasy curiosity, knowing rumors of his parentage. But they bowed to Robb's acceptance of him. Jon reported what he knew. The city watch was large, but they might not venture far from the capital. The Lannisters had more men than expected, bolstered by gold and cunning. Joffrey's cruelty might cause chaos in the city, but that chaos was not necessarily in the North's favor. The lords listened intently. Thank you, lad, Great Jon Umber rumbled. We'll pay those lion cubs back in blood for what they've done to Lord Eddard. A chorus of agreement rose. Roose Bolton's pale eyes flicked over Jon, betraying no emotion. Rhaegar Karstark stroked his beard thoughtfully. At the meeting's end, Catelyn privately pulled Jon aside. I meant what I said before. If Ned were here, he might want you safe in the back lines. But if you insist on riding with Robb, then so be it. Just don't throw your life away. Jon met her gaze. I'll be careful. She hesitated, then said in a near whisper, if you truly are half Targaryen. I know the North might question your loyalty, but Ned raised you. He would never doubt you. Remember that. Surprise flared in Jon's chest. For the first time, it seemed Catelyn had truly acknowledged his place in the family. He inclined his head. I will, my lady. Catelyn gave a tight nod and left. Jon felt a small shift within him. The path ahead was grim, war, blood, uncertain outcomes. But at least he had found the Starks his home. They might face nightmares in the days to come, but they would face them together. The army broke camp. Men marched across the Twins, banners snapping in the wind. Walder Frey's brood watched from the battlements with calculating eyes, verifying that their bargains were kept. Robb rode at the head, flanked by his bannermen. Jon was among Robb's guard, helmet under his arm, scanning the horizon with every step. They were heading to war to save Ned, who might even now be forced to confess treason or sign away the North, if they did not reach him in time. Jon set his jaw. He had escaped the Red Keep by luck and Varys' intervention, but he would not rely on luck again. There would be battles, and he would fight them. Maybe he could prove once and for all where his loyalty lay. The realm might call him Targaryen, but his heart beat to the sound of winter's wind. Ned Stark's honor flowed in his veins as surely as any blood. They rode south and west, forging through farmland and burned-out villages. The tension among the men mounted. Scouts raced in and out with reports of Lannister camps. At night, around the fires, lords told stories of old grudges. Some spoke of Targaryen cruelty, of the Mad King's atrocities. Jon listened in silence, sometimes feeling the stares of men who remembered that he carried the name Targaryen no matter how hush-hush. But none challenged him openly, not while Robb stood by him. 2 nights before they reached the outskirts of Riverrun, Robb's war council came to a decision. They would attempt a night assault on Jaime Lannister's encampment to break the siege, or at least draw Jaime into a rash move. Great Jon Umber would lead the vanguard, while Robb's main force circled behind to block escape routes. Jon was assigned to Robb's side, a place of both honor and risk. They prayed to the old gods, or the 7, or whichever gods might heed them, then prepared for dawn's approach. When the hour came, Jon found himself mounted on a borrowed warhorse, sword strapped to his side, a shield bearing the dire wolf hung from the saddle. The damp air smelled of dew and churned soil. Robb was at the head, his auburn hair visible beneath a simple helm, his face set with fierce determination. Catelyn stood behind them with the reserve forces. She would not be parted from the war effort, but Robb refused to let her ride into direct combat. Trumpets sounded in the distance, horns answering from the Lannister lines. The dawn light revealed the silhouettes of enemy tents and fortifications around Riverrun's walls. Jaime Lannister's banner, the Golden Lion on crimson, fluttered over the field. Suddenly, a cry rose among the northern ranks, for Ned, for the king in the north. They spurred forward, sweeping across the plain. Lannister outriders raced to meet them, steel flashing. Jon's heart pounded. He drew his sword, mouth dry. The crash of the armies was thunderous. Horses screamed, men shouted in fury or pain. Jon found himself in the midst of a swirling melee. He blocked a spear thrust at his horse's flank, slashed at the attacker's shoulder. Blood spattered. Another Lannister man-at-arms lunged. Jon's mount reared, hooves flailing. He managed to hold his seat, bringing his sword down on the foe's helm. The man crumpled. Smoke and dust enveloped the field. Robb's banner was somewhere ahead, Grayjon's men pushing deeper, forging a path. Jon forced his horse onward, scanning for Robb in the chaos. Arrows whizzed overhead. The clamor was deafening, steel on steel, the roar of men locked in mortal struggle. He spotted a cluster of knights bearing the Lannister lion, and in their midst, a flash of gold hair. Jaime Lannister himself? It might be. With a surge of adrenaline, Jon pressed forward. 3 Lannister knights stood between him and that golden-haired figure. They turned to face him. One couched a lance, spurring forward. Jon's horse sidestepped, but the lance grazed its flank. The horse screamed in pain, nearly throwing Jon. He kicked free of the stirrups and rolled to the ground, losing his shield in the tumble. Dirt and grass filled his mouth. He spat, springing to his feet as the knight circled back. Jon gripped his sword two-handed, heart pounding. The knight thundered closer, lowering the lance again. Jon waited until the last heartbeat, then leapt aside, hacking at the knight's leg. The man howled, toppling off his mount. Another knight charged from behind, and Jon spun. Their swords clashed. The shock reverberated up Jon's arms. The knight was bigger and stronger. Jon moved with the skill gleaned from hours of practice in Winterfell. He stepped inside the man's guard, slashed at the joint of his armor. A lucky blow. The knight collapsed, groaning. Panting, Jon saw more northern cavalry rushing by, cutting a swath through the Lannister lines. He searched for the figure of Jaime Lannister, but the swirl of battle had scattered them. He heard Robb's voice somewhere, rallying the men. Then the tide shifted, and a wave of Lannister footmen surged in. Jon braced himself, blade raised. Suddenly, an arrow struck one footman in the neck, dropping him. Another arrow whistled by. Jon risked a glance back. Northern archers were reinforcing them. Good. The Lannisters wavered. The fighting raged on. Screams, dust, flashes of red on steel. Jon lost track of time, slaying or wounding any foe who threatened him. His arms burned from the effort. At last, he realized the Lannister lines were collapsing, men fleeing. Riverrun's gates had opened, Tully knights riding forth to join the fray. The ground was littered with bodies. Horns bellowed the call to rally. Jon staggered through the carnage, searching for any sign of Robb. He glimpsed a tall figure dismounting near the river, Robb Stark, helmet off, hair plastered with sweat. He was aiding another man out of the mud. Jon hurried over. "Robb," he called. Robb looked up, relief crossing his face. "Jon, you're alive." He clapped Jon on the arm, chest heaving. "We've broken the siege. The Kingslayer fled or was captured, I'm not sure. We must find out." Just then, they heard cheers rising from a cluster of northern men who had pinned down a group of Lannister knights against the river. From the corner of that melee came the shout, "We have him. We have Jaime Lannister." Robb's eyes lit with triumph. "Come on." He and Jon sprinted across the field. There, indeed, was Jaime Lannister, his golden hair matted with dirt and blood, his fine armor dented. He was surrounded by a ring of northern spears, forced to his knees. A slash across his cheek bled freely, yet he managed a mocking grin. "Well fought, Stark," he rasped. Robb stared him down, face hard. "My father is your prisoner. Now you're mine." Jaime spat blood. "I hope you're gentler with prisoners than your father's foes have been with him." The men bristled, but Robb gestured for them to hold. "We'll trade you for my father. A fair exchange. Unless Joffrey is fool enough to defy half the realm." Jaime's eyes flicked to Jon. A flash of recognition danced there, the Targaryen boy. Despite the humiliation, Jaime let out a ragged laugh. "You've collected quite the curiosities, haven't you? Good luck. Your father's life depends on the whims of a mad boy king." Robb's hands clenched. "We'll see. Take him away. Bind him, but don't harm him unless he tries to flee." The soldiers yanked Jaime up, bound his wrists, and let him off. Jaime, battered as he was, wore a strange smile that suggested he believed he might yet slip free. Jon resisted the urge to confront him about Ned, about Sansa, but he knew it served no purpose now. Jaime was their hostage, a crucial bargaining chip. As the day ended, the Tully forces under Brynden Blackfish joined the celebration. Though it was a grim victory, too many had died. Riverrun's gates opened to welcome the Stark host, the small folk cheering for their deliverance. Edmure Tully was among them, wounded but alive. He embraced Catelyn, grateful that his imprisonment had ended. In the great hall of Riverrun that night, the victorious banner men gathered. Robb's men toasted him as the young wolf. But Robb's face was clouded with worry for Ned, who remained in Lannister hands. Jon felt that same knot in his chest. They had Jaime Lannister now, the king's own uncle, a prestigious captive. Surely Cersei would trade Ned for Jaime. That hope gave the North a new sense of purpose. Jon stood on a balcony overlooking the waters of the Tumblestone River, letting the night wind cool his flushed face. He had survived a real battle, taken a life with his own hand. He felt older, wearier, and a part of him trembled at the memory of blood and screams. The realm was at war, one started by the Lannisters' treachery. And overshadowing it all was the question of what might happen if the Targaryens in the east chose now to strike. Jon forced that thought aside. One crisis at a time. Footsteps approached. Robb joined him, leaning on the stone railing. For a moment, they said nothing, gazing at the moonlit river. Then Robb spoke. "We'll send terms to King's Landing. Surrender my father, or Jaime Lannister dies. If they refuse, we'll press the attack." Jon nodded, heart heavy. "Let's pray they see sense." Robb closed his eyes. "If they kill father?" "I don't know what I'll do, Jon." The raw grief in his voice made Jon's throat tighten. Jon placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. "They won't. Jaime is too valuable." Robb nodded, letting out a shuddering breath. "Yes, I have to believe that." Below them, the river glinted, oblivious to mortal struggles. Jon gripped the railing, remembering Ned's quiet strength, how he had always brought calm and honor to any storm. Now the realm was in flames, and Ned was at the center of it, paying the price. Jon stared at the water, vowing in silence to see his father free. He felt a flicker of guilt. Ned was not truly his father by blood, but that truth meant nothing to Jon's heart. Rhaegar was a distant ghost, a name in the histories. Ned was real, had raised him, loved him. Jon would fight for him, even if it meant facing the Lannisters' entire might. When dawn came, the War Council would plan their next move. Jaime Lannister would be locked in Riverrun's dungeons, well guarded. Scouts would fan out, seeking news from the capital. The rivers might run red with blood before this was done. Jon inhaled the night air, the faint scent of pine from upriver, wishing he could turn back time to the quiet days in Winterfell. But the die was cast. He was a star, your father, or the city boy there. He gestured at Jon lightly. "Forgive me the phrase, lad. I know you're northern in loyalty, but I've heard the whispers. You're the Targaryen child, Rhaegar's son. The men can't help but talk." Jon stiffened. In all the chaos of the past days, the capturing of Jaime, the rescue of Riverrun, he had nearly forgotten how many men in the north must be pondering his identity. "I am Ned Stark's son in all that matters," Jon said quietly. "He raised me, protected me. I owe him everything. No Targaryen loyalists sought me out, nor do I seek them." The Blackfish gave him a once-over, his lined face revealing no hostility, only mild curiosity. "I believe you. Still, men love rumors. They say you might have the best claim to the Iron Throne if the Baratheon line is proven false. Word travels faster than crows these days, especially in times of war." Robb made an exasperated sound. "Jon isn't interested in any throne. My father is rotting in a cell, awaiting the word of a mad boy king. That is our concern. We must use Jaime Lannister as leverage." Catelyn looked uneasy. If the Lannisters respond with cruelty, if Joffrey or Cersei decide to set an example, could they harm Ned or Sansa? The moment we threaten Jaime, they might lash out. And there is the matter of Tyrion Lannister as well, who was once our captive. We traded him away. Perhaps they'll suspect we might fail to keep Jaime alive too. Then what do we do? Release him? Robb asked, frustrated. Father's freedom might be purchased only by the Kingslayer's captivity. It's all we have to bring them to the table. Unless... He turned to Jon, expression thoughtful. Jon's heart hammered. He guessed what Robb might be about to suggest, using Jon himself as a bargaining piece. He had heard rumors that Cersei and Joffrey loathed him for the Targaryen blood in his veins. On the other hand, perhaps they saw him as an expendable threat. Jon said nothing, letting Robb speak. Robb took a slow breath. Some lords have said we could threaten to name Jon king if the Lannisters refused to yield. The irony would amuse them, but the threat might be real. Imagine if Targaryen loyalists were to gather around Jon and launch a second front. But that's not who we are or who Jon is. I won't use him like that. Brynden Tully eyed them both. The notion is a fool's ploy in my estimation. The Lannisters fear Targaryens, yes, but they've also proven unyielding. They would call your bluff or worse. We must rely on Jaime's value to them. If Tywin Lannister loves any child, it's that golden son of his who stands to inherit Casterly Rock. Catelyn sighed. So we wait for their reply. And in the meantime, Tywin Lannister may muster a new army in the west, or Joffrey might force father to a show trial and behead him. Jon's voice came out rough. He mustn't behead him. We have Jaime, a living hostage. If they kill Ned, Jaime dies the next day. The Lannisters must know that. A silence settled. Each of them could think of too many unpredictable moves the Lannisters might make. War was seldom governed by reason. Robb finally clenched a fist. We will fortify our position here, tend to the wounded, bury our dead. Then, if no word comes, we march on Harrenhal. Tywin Lannister is said to be near there. We'll force a decisive battle. Catelyn and the Blackfish exchanged glances of shared worry, but in the end, they nodded. If Ned was to be saved, time was vital. Already, the lines of war were being drawn more sharply by the day. A day passed, then another. The Ravens returned with no official reply from the capital. One letter from a contact in the city arrived, addressed privately to Catelyn, explaining that Eddard Stark was still alive but confined in the dungeons under threat of execution. Joffrey had demanded that Ned publicly confess to treason against the crown. Sansa, heartbreakingly, was said to be pleading for her father's life at every turn, though the new king took perverse delight in ignoring her. Arya remained missing. Jon read the letter with shoulders taut, his mouth set in a grim line. His father had taught him that a man could endure many hardships so long as he held true to his honor. Now, Joffrey wanted to break Ned's honor in exchange for a slender hope of survival. The thought made Jon's blood churn with rage. In the courtyard, Jon pounded at a practice dummy with his sword until the straw split and the wooden post beneath cracked. Even then, the anger did not leave him. Robb had his own ways of coping. He threw himself into the work of reorganizing the northern host, scouring the countryside for Lannister scouts, and establishing supply lines for the hungry men. Tensions among some lords flared. The Great Jon boasted daily of how they would rip Lannister guts from their bellies. Roose Bolton spoke little but watched everything with calculating eyes. The Karstarks, grieving the sons they had lost in earlier skirmishes, clamored for vengeance. Every campfire flickered with talk of the war's next move. In the middle of this uneasy lull, Jaime Lannister was escorted under heavy guard to the Great Hall for a brief audience. The northern lords wanted the chance to show him that he was truly a captive. Jaime arrived in shackles, hair rumpled, half of his face bruised. Yet his arrogance was intact. He smirked at the line of Northmen as though he were their host and they his prisoners. Robb sat in the seat that belonged to the Lord of Riverrun, acting as an allied commander. Catelyn stood behind him, hands clasped tight. Jon, wearing a stark gray cloak, stood near the dais with several guards. Jaime's chains rattled as he came to a stop. "Lord Stark," Jaime said, addressing Robb. "Or do I call you the young wolf? A fine trick you pulled, capturing me in open battle. I suppose I should applaud." He moved his wrists, making the irons clink. "But I assume you want something." Robb's face was carved from stone. "You know what we want. My father, Lord Eddard Stark, freed. My sister Sansa freed with safe conduct. And my sister Arya returned. If they've harmed any of them, your life is forfeit." Jaime's mocking grin did not waver, though his eyes flicked warily to Jon, noticing the youth's hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "And if they refuse, you kill me? Then you lose your best chance to save Ned Stark." A conundrum. Jon fought the urge to snarl. "We'll see how you mock when we shave your golden head from your shoulders." Jaime's gaze slid to Jon, curiosity mingling with contempt. "Ah, the Targaryen pup. I recall hearing rumors about you. Ned Stark's shameful secret. We never truly believed you existed, yet here you stand, wearing the wolf's sigil and that hungry expression in your eyes, as though you'd behead me yourself." Jon felt his pulse quicken. He took a step forward and Robb held out an arm, stopping him. Jaime chuckled. "He's fiery, this one. How apt for a half-dragon." Catelyn's voice, cold and controlled, cut through the tension. "Enough. You'll remain in the dungeons until my husband is released. If your father, Lord Tywin, or your sister, the Queen Regent, has any care for you, they'll send Ned Stark to us unharmed. Otherwise, you'll rot." Jaime's smirk faltered for just an instant, then returned. "The Queen will do what's best for House Lannister. I can't speak for her cunning, but you'd best pray she doesn't decide you're bluffing." His eyes roved over the gathering, lingering on Robb, then Catelyn, then Jon. Finally, he shrugged. "Is that all, or shall I dance a jig in these chains?" Robb gestured sharply. Guards seized Jaime's arms, hauling him away. He offered one last mocking salute to the hall before disappearing beyond the doors. The hush left behind him felt weighted with threat. Every person in that space knew how precarious the situation was. One misstep and all could be lost. Jon found himself trailing after Robb and Catelyn as they left the hall for the battlements. The winds off the river were brisk, carrying the smell of damp grass and freshly turned to earth. Soldiers patrolled the walls. Below, the tumblestone river glittered. Robb gripped the stone melon, knuckles whitening. I hate this waiting. Father's life in their hands, and the Lannisters refused to even send a proper reply. Catelyn rested a tentative hand on her son's shoulder. Patience, Robb. War is not always about swift, bold strokes. Sometimes it's about wearing down your enemy, forcing their hand. The Lannisters are proud. They will not bow easily. But if Tywin sees an advantage in exchanging Ned for Jaime, he might push Cersei to negotiate. Robb made a frustrated sound. If Tywin is not as prideful as his children, I doubt that old lion likes losing Jaime. Jon stared at the horizon, remembering the day he had left King's Landing. Varys had told him that Ned might be forced to confess treason publicly. Jon shuddered at the thought. Would Ned swallow the humiliation to save Sansa and Arya? Likely yes. But Joffrey could still choose to kill him purely out of cruelty or whim. We can't rely on the Lannisters being reasonable, Jon said quietly. Joffrey's hatred is that of a child who suddenly wields power and wants to show it off. Robb turned to him, eyes dark. Then what do you suggest? Jon hesitated. We must be ready to move quickly. If we hear that Joffrey means to harm Ned, we might have to threaten Jaime in a way that is unmistakable, like marching west and taking Lannister lands, or sending a piece of Jaime's golden hair to them as a grim warning. I don't want to push them toward rashness, but we can't let them think we'll be gentle. Catelyn sighed, her voice tinged with sorrow. Vengeance and threats lead only to more blood. But if there's no other choice, so be it. I only hope my daughters remain unharmed. They talked on, the day sliding from morning to afternoon. Ravens were prepared for dispatch to potential allies, House Arryn, House Tully supporters in the Riverlands, even the Iron Islands, though no one truly trusted Balon Greyjoy. Meanwhile, more news trickled in. Lord Tywin was indeed at Harrenhal with a large force, while other Lannister bannermen harried the Riverlands. The Great Jon argued loudly for an immediate march on Harrenhal, but Blackfish Tully urged caution, pointing out that Harrenhal was massive and could withstand a siege for a long time. If Tywin wanted to lure the North into a trap, Harrenhal was the place. At last, Robb decided to hold Riverrun for a short period, waiting for any sign of negotiation from the capital. If none came, the next course of action might be to move against Tywin or continue harrying his outriders until, hopefully, a more favorable situation arose. Meanwhile, the river fortress provided a strong defensive position and the men could recover from recent battles. Jon spent those waiting days in a swirl of tension. During the mornings, he trained with sword and spear to keep his body sharp. In the afternoons, he rode out with small patrols to ensure no Lannister party approached unseen. He saw the devastation left by the conflict, smoldering farms, terrified peasants who had lost everything. When they spotted the Stark banners, some of the small folk wept with relief, others eyed them warily, uncertain if these men would loot them as well. One evening, Jon stood outside the stables, brushing down his mare, the same horse he had acquired in King's Landing during his escape. Her coat gleamed a rich chestnut now that she was well fed and groomed. He murmured soft words to her, letting the repetitive strokes of the brush calm him. Then he heard footsteps and turned to see Catelyn entering the stable yard. She paused a moment as if gathering her courage, then approached. "Jon," she said, "might we speak?" He stiffened, recalling her usual chill toward him, but she did not look hostile, only thoughtful. He bowed slightly. "Of course, my lady." She came closer, folding her hands. "I've been pondering the truths that Ned carried for so long. About you. I remember the day he came back from the war with a babe in his arms. He would not even speak your mother's name. And she exhaled softly. I resented you for it. For the dishonor it seemed to show. I was wrong about certain things, but I was angry, grieving, and the story I told myself was simpler than the truth." Jon lowered his gaze. "I never expected your love, my lady. I understood that I was a reminder of something that pained you." She nodded, her mouth tightening. "Yes, it was easier to be cold than to accept everything. Now that I know you are Lyanna's child, I realize how much Ned sacrificed to protect you. He never told me the full truth, likely to spare me or to keep you safe from Robert Baratheon. But you were a baby, an orphan, and he did what he thought was right. That doesn't erase all that's happened between us. But I wanted you to know I see you differently now." Jon's chest constricted. He paused in brushing the mare. "I appreciate that, Lady Catelyn. It means more than you know." She hesitated again. "You are loyal to Ned, far more than many trueborn sons might be in your situation. This war has forced us to rely on each other in ways I never expected. I can't promise we'll ever be close, but I no longer doubt your place at our side." Jon felt a lump forming in his throat. "Thank you." He searched her face. It was tired, lined with worry, but sincere. He bowed his head again. "I only want to save him." Her voice grew tight. "So do I. I pray the gods will grant us that mercy." She left soon after, and Jon watched her go, strangely moved. For a moment, it felt as if the ghost of hostility that had long haunted their relationship had retreated, replaced by a tenuous understanding. In the midst of war's carnage, perhaps that was the best they could achieve. That same night, as the moon rose, Jon found himself seated beside Robb at a wide campfire in Riverrun's courtyard. The great Jon and other bannermen were feasting on roasted boar, drinking ale from battered cups. Trophies from the recent battle decorated some men's saddles, broken swords, scraps of lion-emblazoned cloth. Robb, however, was subdued. He drank sparingly, eyes distant, no doubt thinking of Ned's fate. Jon listened to the talk swirling around them. Tales of old battles, jests about the Kingslayer's captivity, speculation about Tywin's next move. One Karstark man boasted he had seen Jon cut down 3 Lannister men in a single clash, that the Targaryen blood made him fight like a demon. Jon flushed at the attention, not wanting that name to overshadow his loyalty to House Stark. Others cheered him. He nodded politely, but inside he felt unsettled, as though the Targaryen half of his heritage was a shadow he could never quite outrun. Near midnight, Robb rose from the fire, beckoning Jon along. They walked side by side along Riverrun's ramparts, the torches casting their shadows on the stone. In the distance, the swirling rivers glimmered. "I can't stop thinking about Father," Robb said quietly. "If they harm him, I don't know how I'll face Mother. Or the North. They look to me to be the next Stark in command, but I'm only 17. I'm not ready to lose him." Jon's throat grew tight. "He's strong, Robb. He survived the rebellion, the Tower of Joy, everything. He'll cling to life as long as he can. We just have to make sure the Lannisters know they gain nothing by killing him." Robb paused, leaning against a merlin and gazing across the dark countryside. "I appreciate your faith, but I also see how vicious Joffrey is, how cunning Cersei is. They might kill Father out of spite. The only comfort is that Jaime is in our hands. We can kill him the day we learn of Father's death." Jon exhaled. "That's no true comfort. I want Father alive, not vengeance. But yes, we do what we must." They shared a moment of brotherly silence, the night wind tugging at their cloaks. Then Robb's eyes found Jon's in the gloom. "I'm grateful you're here," he said softly. "We've grown up together, but it was easy for me to overlook the burdens you carried. Now, seeing you risk everything to save Father, to stand beside us, I realize you truly are my brother." Jon's heart squeezed. He reached out, clasping Robb's forearm. "And you are mine. No matter what the rumors say about who fathered me, you are my brother in every way that matters." They held that grip for a moment. Then Robb nodded and they turned back toward the castle interior, determined to meet another day with defiance. Soon after, a raven arrived bearing a fresh piece of news at last, a message that the king, Joffrey Baratheon, demanded Ned Stark's confession at the September of Baelor. If Ned confessed his treason publicly and swore fealty to Joffrey, the king would show mercy. That was all the note said. No mention of a swap, no mention of terms for Sansa or Arya. Merely an ultimatum, kneel or die. The northern lords raged at the arrogance. Catelyn wept in quiet anguish, though she quickly steeled herself. Robb gathered the war council that same day, reading the brief letter aloud in the presence of the great Jon, Roose Bolton, Rhaegar Karstark, Jon, and others. The letter was not even sealed with the hand's ring or anything indicating Ned's involvement. It was from the Iron Throne scribes, apparently authorized by the Queen Regent. Another enclosed letter, scrawled by Sansa's trembling hand, pleaded for the host to yield and spare Ned's life. At that, many lords scoffed. The great Jon slammed a fist on the table. "Yield? With the Kingslayer in our dungeons? Never. We'll keep pressing the advantage." Let them know if they kill Eddard Stark, their precious Jaime dies, and then we'll burn Lannisport to the ground. Rhaegar Karstark nodded, expression grim. I let them fear us. We have thousands of swords, and if the River Lords keep rallying, Tywin Lannister might find his supply lines cut off. Robb glowered at the floor, then glanced at Jon. What do you think? Jon gathered his thoughts. Joffrey's letter doesn't offer anything but the threat of death or forced humiliation. If father confesses, they might spare him for a while, but they haven't promised to return him to us. It's a trick to humiliate House Stark, to break the northern spirit. If we respond with kindness, we gain nothing. So we must be ruthless in return. Catelyn, seated in the corner, closed her eyes. Ned would sacrifice his pride for the sake of peace, but Joffrey demands more than that. He wants to parade Ned Stark as a traitor for the city to see. My fear is that even if Ned confesses, Joffrey might order his execution anyway, just to show he is strong. A hush settled. Finally, Roose Bolton spoke, voice soft as silk. Send our own ultimatum. Inform them that if Eddard Stark is executed, Jaime Lannister dies the same hour. We will march for King's Landing, and not a stone will be left upon another. They must either exchange Ned or face the consequences. He turned his pale eyes on Robb. That is the language they understand in such a game. Robb set his jaw. Let it be so then. We'll draft the letter at once. And so a raven was dispatched, carrying the North's threat, Ned Stark's life in exchange for Jaime Lannister's. If Ned died, Jaime died. If Ned was returned unharmed, the North would withdraw from Lannister lands, open negotiations, and perhaps some resolution could be found. But if the capital tried to stall or trick them, the war would continue with savage fury. Days passed without an answer. Tension coiled tighter around Riverrun with each new sunrise. Scouts reported that Tywin Lannister's army had begun to move from Harrenhal, possibly heading south toward the Black Quarter to fortify King's Landing. Others said he was marching west. Conflicting accounts spread confusion. Robb ordered the men to be ready to march at short notice, uncertain where the blow might fall next. In the gloom of early evening, Jon roamed Riverrun's walls, restlessness gnawing at him. He wanted to do something, anything, to push events forward. His father's life hung by a thread in King's Landing, and here Jon was, stuck behind stone ramparts, forced to wait on ravens and the whims of cunning foes. At times, he hated war for its stalemates, for the helplessness it imposed upon those who cared the most. He was about to descend the stairs when a guard called out from the rampart walkway, pointing to the horizon. Jon turned, squinting in the fading light, and saw a single rider approaching the gates at speed. A banner fluttered behind him, though it was hard to make out. Soldiers at the gate readied bows, uncertain if this was friend or foe. Jon rushed down to the courtyard, heart pounding. The rider thundered in, reined up amidst a swirl of dust, shouting for Lord Stark. Robb and several northern lords appeared within moments. The rider was a young man, wearing no sigil but brandishing a torn piece of Lannister cloth tied to his lance. He flung himself off the horse, half collapsing in exhaustion. I bring news from King's Landing, he gasped. A message to the young wolf. Robb hurried to him, kneeling as the rider tried to compose himself. Speak, Robb said. The messenger took a shaky breath. The king. King Joffrey has declared that Lord Eddard Stark is to be brought to the September of Baelor on the morrow, to publicly confess his crimes. The new decree states that if he confesses, the king will show mercy by allowing him to join the Night's Watch. Sansa Stark is said to have pleaded this outcome. But there's talk in the streets that Joffrey may ignore his promise at the last moment. The city is tense, and some whisper the crowd might demand Ned Stark's head. I left at dawn, riding hard to bring you this. Robb's fists clenched, fury contorting his features. Jon felt his chest tighten painfully. Tomorrow, Ned's life could end tomorrow. Their threats had so far gone unanswered. What if Joffrey chose that moment to make a gruesome example of Ned? Catelyn arrived, hearing the rider's news. She went pale as milk, her voice trembling. We must do something. Can we ride for King's Landing in time? Or send a force ahead? Robb stood, looking stricken. We're too far. Even at a mad gallop, we'd not reach the city in time. He turned to the messenger. What of the letter we sent threatening Jaime's life? The messenger shook his head. No one speaks of it, my lord. The Queen Regent keeps her own counsel. Joffrey answers to her little or not at all. Some say he's his own master, that he might disregard any consequence in his thirst for blood. Jon felt a wild surge of desperation. Was it all for nothing? They had Jaime Lannister, but if Joffrey was truly mad enough or vain enough, he might kill Ned just to demonstrate his authority. Jon grabbed the rider's arm. Are you certain? Did you see anything about the Lannisters' reaction to our threat? I heard nothing concrete, the messenger said miserably. The city rumors swirl. The Goldcloaks speak of preparing for riots. The small folk are gathering near the sept, suspecting something monumental is about to happen. Tensions are high. Catelyn pressed a hand to her mouth. He's going to do it. He's going to kill Ned in front of the entire city to prove that House Lannister and the crown cannot be threatened. Sansa can do nothing. The poor child must be frantic. Robb's voice was thick with rage. Then Jaime Lannister dies if that happens. I'll strike his head off myself. The moment we receive word that Joffrey breaks his word, I'll kill the Kingslayer. Jon interjected in a near snarl, we should do it now to warn them. Catelyn shook her head frantically. No. If we kill Jaime now, there is no hope left for Ned. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. The War Council was summoned again in haste, men gathering by torchlight in the keep's great hall. Arguments broke out, some demanded that Jaime die immediately to prove their resolve, others that he be kept alive until they knew for sure. Robb refused to let them kill Jaime preemptively, recognizing that if there was the slightest chance Joffrey might spare Ned, they had to keep Jaime as a bargaining chip. And so the Northmen could only wait, pinned under the dreadful knowledge that by the next dawn, Ned Stark might face the executioner's blade. Helplessness radiated through the fortress, infecting even the most battle-hardened knights. Jon paced like a caged wolf, thinking through every possibility, every slim hope. Could Arya, somewhere in the city's shadows, rescue Ned? That seemed impossible. Could Varys intervene again? Or Ser Barristan Selmy? The old knight might try to protect Ned, but Joffrey was king in name, and he commanded the Goldcloaks. Perhaps men loyal to Robert's memory might balk at killing Ned Stark, but who could stand against the Lannisters? It was a wretched tapestry of ifs. Night blanketed the world. Jon found no rest. He sat in the courtyard with a sword across his knees, staring into the starless sky. Once or twice, Robb passed him, equally restless. Men huddled around fires, murmuring in hushed voices. Eventually, a thin dawn lightened the eastern edge of the sky, and tension writhed in every breath of Riverrun. By midday or so, the public spectacle in King's Landing would begin. What came next would shape the realm. As the sun crept higher, a hush descended over the fortress, no horns, no eager talk of battles. Only a grim, anxious vigil. Jon walked the walls, scanning the river's far banks for any sign of a fresh messenger. None came. Noon approached, the sun climbing overhead, the air thick with dread. Robb had posted watchmen to ring the alarm bell the instant a raven or rider arrived. Every fleeting shape in the sky made them twitch with anticipation. At last, near mid-afternoon, the horns blew from the gatehouse. A lone rider was spotted on the horizon, galloping full tilt. Men scrambled into positions, hearts hammering. Jon raced down to the courtyard, meeting Robb and Catelyn as they hurried out. The rider pounded across the drawbridge, nearly toppling from the saddle in exhaustion. He wore the sigil of a Tully outrider, not a direct messenger from King's Landing. Jon's stomach sank. Where was the official word? The outrider gasped for breath, tears in his eyes. My lords, my lady, word from the Trident Crossing. A messenger from the capital is behind me, carrying dire news. Some traveling merchants saw Lord Eddard Stark brought to the September of Baelor. He confessed, knelt before King Joffrey, but the boy ordered his head struck off anyway. They say it happened in front of half the city. The king, he took Lord Stark's head for display. The courtyard erupted in a collective roar of horror and rage. Robb reeled as though stabbed, color draining from his face. No, he whispered, voice raw. No, he wouldn't. The outrider choked out, that's what they said. Sansa Stark fainted. The crowd screamed, but the Goldcloaks forced them to watch. The king gave no heed to the confession. He executed him. The official messenger is close behind me. He'll confirm it. Catelyn let out a keening sound, staggering, her hands flying to her mouth. She might have collapsed if the Blackfish had not rushed forward to catch her. Men around them cried out in anger, some cursing the Lannisters, some weeping at the news that the Warden of the North had been slaughtered so callously. Jon's ears rang, all sound fading except for his own ragged breathing. Ned was dead. He would not accept it, yet the outrider's words were so certain. Joffrey had gone back on his promise, spitting on any chance of honorable ransom. It was done. The father who raised Jon, the man who had shaped him, was gone. It felt like an axe hacking straight through Jon's chest. His knees almost buckled with the shock. And then, beneath the shock, something savage and dark began to coil, a mixture of grief and fury so vast it threatened to swallow him whole. In a heartbeat, the hush was replaced by deafening commotion. Robb let out a strangled cry, tears in his eyes. He wrenched away from the men trying to steady him. "The Kingslayer," he spat, voice shaking. "Take me to the Kingslayer." "Robb," Catelyn moaned, "we must." He shook off her hand, face twisted in anguish. "He killed father. I'll kill him. Now." He stormed toward the keep, a wild look in his eyes. Guards parted, uncertain whether to comply or hold him back. The great Jon roared in approval, calling for Jaime's blood. Others took up the cry. Jon stood in place, trembling as though the world had shattered beneath his feet. Then he remembered Ned's final predicament, the plan to trade Jaime's life for Ned's safety. All worthless now. Ned was gone. The vow that Jon had made to protect Ned, to see him freed, was undone. And the blame lay squarely on Joffrey, Cersei, and their monstrous disregard for honor. Jaime was their kin, and if he died this moment, it might feel like justice. Yet Ned had always taught mercy, taught that vengeance did not restore the dead. But how could Jon heed that lesson now, when Ned had been butchered on the whim of a boy king? He looked up to see Robb already striding toward the dungeons, accompanied by a cluster of armed men howling for Lannister blood. Catelyn tried to run after them, sobbing, "No, we need him alive if we hope to save my daughters." Her voice cracked. "Sansa, Arya, they still have them." But the roar of the men drowned her out. Jon forced himself to move. He had to find Robb before it was too late. If they killed Jaime Lannister, the last chance of saving Sansa or Arya might vanish. Numbly, he threaded through the crowd, heart pounding. The corridor to the dungeon was cramped with angry soldiers brandishing swords. Jon elbowed his way through, ignoring curses and shoves. At the front, Robb's face glistened with tears, a savage light in his eyes. He had not yet given the order to strike, but Jaime Lannister stood on the other side of the iron bars, shackled yet defiant, a wry half-smile on his bruised lips. "So," Jaime said softly, eyes flicking around the mob. "Ned Stark is dead, I take it?" Robb pressed against the bars, voice cracking. "You murdered him. Your vile nephew, your entire family, this is on you." Jaime's smile was thin. "I didn't give the order. But I see you're beyond reason, pup. Go on then, kill me. It won't bring back your precious father." Robb shook the bars with a snarl, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Open the cell," he commanded in a ragged voice. A guard fumbled with keys, but Catelyn, the Blackfish, and several others burst into the corridor, trying to halt them. Catelyn's voice rose above the din. "Stop," she cried, her face a mask of grief. "We need him alive. Sansa is still in their power. Arya, too. If Jaime dies, they'll kill my girls out of spite." Robb froze, eyes wild with pain. "We can't let him live after what they did. He deserves to die." She laid a hand on Robb's wrist. "If you kill him, they'll hurt our daughters. Ned would never have wanted that. He'd have insisted we protect the girls. Please, Robb. Please." Robb trembled, torn between fury and reason. Jaime, behind the bars, watched with a cool detachment, though his knuckles were white around the chains. Jon forced his way to Robb's side. "Your mother's right," Jon whispered. "They still have Sansa and Arya. We can't risk it." Robb's gaze snapped to Jon, anguish etched in every line. "Ned was your father as well. Don't you want vengeance?" Jon swallowed hard, tears burning his eyes. "I do," he admitted, voice shaking. "Gods, I do. But we can't murder the only tool we have to save them." He wiped his face roughly. "Don't let them all die because of our rage." A tremor ran through Robb. For a moment, it seemed he might order Jaime's death anyway, undone by heartbreak. Then he released a shuddering breath, stepping back from the bars. "Lock him away. No one speaks to him without my leave." The guards hesitated, confused, but then nodded. The great Jon roared in frustration, "We should kill him, my lord, show the lions we do not fear them." But Robb glared, and the great Jon fell silent. Catelyn wept, hugging herself. Robb turned away, shoulders slumped, and the men parted for him. Jon found his own fury swirling like a tempest. He wanted to draw steel and hack Jaime apart for the role House Lannister had played. But the weight of Ned's last teachings, the memory of Sansa's pleading letters, anchored him. Slowly, the corridor emptied, leaving Jaime alone in the darkness once more, and the northern host reeling from the blow of Ned's death. Word spread through the camp like wildfire. A solemn gloom draped the men. Many had followed Ned Stark for years or held admiration for him as a just warden of the North. Now they clamored for war, full, unrelenting war against the Lannisters and the Iron Throne. Jon overheard men talk of declaring independence or raising Robb as king in the north, severing all ties to the southern crown that had murdered their lord. Others demanded a march on King's Landing itself, ignoring the distance. Fury and grief intermingled, fueling calls for vengeance. That night, the lords gathered in Riverrun's great hall for a funeral council, an occasion that radiated a sense of finality. Catelyn sat at the dais, her eyes hollow. Robb stood nearby, arms folded, visage grim. Jon lingered at the edge of the gathering, feeling as though a great pit had opened under his feet. He could not rid himself of the image of Ned's final moments. How had it happened? He imagined the September of Baelor's grand steps, the sneering boy king, the gleam of a headsman's sword. He could almost hear the hush of the crowd before the fatal stroke. Sorrow and rage churned in him, and he pressed a fist to his mouth to keep from crying out. The great Jon was the first to speak, slamming a massive hand on the table. "The Iron Throne is lost to us. This is not our king. Never was. Robert was a friend to Ned Stark, but the boy on that throne is a monster. I say we raise Robb Stark as king in the north and break free from these southern tyrants once and for all." Rhaegar Karstark stood, face lined with grief. "My sons died fighting for Ned Stark's cause. If the South murdered him, the South is no king of mine. I second Lord Umber's call. Let the North rule itself. Let the Riverlands join us if they will, or let them remain with the traitors. I care not." Voices rose in agreement or dissent, the hall erupting into chaos. Catelyn closed her eyes, tears slipping down her cheeks. Robb looked torn, glancing at her. She gave a small nod, as if to say, "The choice is yours." The Karstarks, Umbers, Glovers, and other northern houses pounded their fists on the tables, crying, "The king in the north!" Even some of the river lords looked tempted, outraged by the Lannisters' brutality. Brynden Blackfish watched with cautious approval, though he knew it would cast the Riverlands deeper into war. Amid the cacophony, Robb tried to speak, but his voice was lost. He glanced at Jon, who stood stunned at the scale of the revolt swirling around them. Then the great Jon roared over the din. "Here stands the only son of Ned Stark fit to lead us." He slapped Robb's shoulder. "Bend the knee to Robb, king in the north." A wave of men dropped to one knee, swords drawn in salute. The noise was thunderous, echoing against the stone walls. Robb turned, searching for his mother's gaze. She nodded once more. In tears, she slowly knelt, too, acknowledging her son's ascension. One after another, lords and knights declared him king by their own acclamation, severing ties to the Iron Throne that had butchered Ned Stark in cold blood. Robb's face was white with shock and sorrow. He lifted a hand, trying to calm them. "My lords, I never wanted a crown, but I'll not bend the knee to the murderers of my father. If you proclaim me king in the north, I swear to defend these lands and avenge Ned Stark." His voice shook but grew stronger as he spoke. "We will free my sisters or will die trying. We will punish those who betrayed House Stark. And we will see justice done for every drop of northern blood spilled." A roar of approval shook the hall. Men banged sword pommels against shields, chanting, "King in the north." Jon felt the resonance of it deep in his bones. He was no Stark by name, but Ned had been his father. The north was his home. And now, in the wake of tragedy, they were forging a new path. He saw the raw determination in Robb's eyes, as well as heartbreak. When the tumult subsided slightly, Robb's gaze fell on Jon. "Brother," he said, "stand by my side. Help me in this war. Help me rescue our sisters. Father would want no less." Jon stepped forward. The lords parted, allowing him to approach the dais. He sank to one knee, swallowing the ache in his throat. "Always," he whispered, voice tight. "I swear it, your grace." The words felt strange on his tongue, but right, too, in this moment. In the swirl of new vows, no one cared that he was half Targaryen. Or if they did, they set it aside for now. House Stark had lost its lord to a southern executioner. The North needed every loyal sword, and Jon had proven his devotion. Laying aside his personal grief, Jon swore fealty to Robb Stark, the newly declared king in the North. At dawn, the courtyard filled with the hush of men preparing to move. "Robb no, King Robb. planned to lead a portion of the host west to confront Tywin Lannister or any force that threatened the Riverlands. Another contingent would remain to defend Riverrun and guard Jaime Lannister, who was now an invaluable hostage, not for Ned's life but for the sisters. If the Lannisters murdered them as well, Jaime would die. Robb left Catelyn and the Blackfish in charge of Jaime's custody, an arrangement that left many uneasy. Some wanted the Kingslayer dead on principle, but the knowledge of Sansa and Arya's captivity kept them in check. The day was overcast. Armored ranks filled the outer yard. War horses stamped the ground. Men checked saddlebags and sharpened swords. Through the gloom, Robb emerged, riding a dappled gray stallion. Jon rode beside him, their cloaks trailing. Lifting his hand, Robb signaled the march to begin. A steady drumbeat accompanied the troops out the gates of Riverrun. On the ramparts, Catelyn watched, her eyes raw from weeping. At her side, Brynden Tully gave a stiff salute. Far below, the men parted around the edge of the river, forging ahead into uncertain battle. Jon felt a numbness that lay beneath his anger and sorrow. His father was dead. There would be no rescue, no heartfelt reunion, no chance to see Ned's proud smile or feel the comforting weight of his hand on Jon's shoulder. Only vengeance remained. Jon did not relish bloodshed for its own sake, but he would not shrink from it. The Lannisters had to be answered. The daughters must be saved. That was the mission now. The Northern Army wound through the Riverlands, crossing farmland and battered villages. Everywhere they went, the small folk looked on with hope or fear, uncertain if these newcomers would bring salvation or more misery. Robb's men tried to maintain discipline, avoiding looting or wanton destruction. They wanted to show they were not like the Lannisters, who had pillaged the Trident in earlier marches. Still, the weight of war pressed heavy on all. In the evenings, the men camped in open fields or behind earthen walls. Guards patrolled the perimeter, wary of Lannister scouts or bandits. By torchlight, the new king in the north conferred with his advisors, plotting how best to draw Tywin Lannister into a decisive confrontation. Tywin had a reputation for cunning warfare, crushing rebellions swiftly when possible. No one expected an easy victory. In those war councils, Jon was allowed a voice, though he often held back, aware that older, more experienced lords might see him as just a youth. But Robb listened to him, seeking his perspective on King's Landing or the ways of the Lannister family. Jon had gleaned bits of knowledge during his captivity, from Varys's whispers to the fleeting glimpses of palace politics. Mostly, he said that Tywin was a man of ruthless logic, less prone to fits of emotional cruelty than his children, but no less dangerous. Nights brought little rest. Jon was haunted by images of Ned's final moment. He pictured the scene so vividly that he sometimes startled awake, convinced he heard the crowds roar. At other times, he dreamed of the crypts of Winterfell, where Ned's bones would not be laid to rest for some time, if ever. That injustice gnawed at Jon, the sense that Ned deserved a proper burial in the crypts among the other Starks. Instead, the Lannisters displayed his head, if the rumors were true, on a spike above the city. Jon's heart burned with shame and anger that he had not been there to stop it. He clung to the purpose that remained, rescuing Sansa and Arya. He consoled himself that at least one or both might yet live. If King's Landing had claimed Ned, they would not as easily claim the girls, not if the North had any breath of power to intervene. As the army pressed west, the men began to refer to Robb as Your Grace more naturally and to Jon as the King's brother. This shift in titles felt surreal, but Jon had no time to reflect on it. They had to keep moving, keep forging alliances. The Riverlords, led by some Tully bannermen, joined them in small pockets, forming a ragged but determined host. After nearly 2 weeks of maneuvering across the Riverlands, they received word that Tywin Lannister had indeed marched south, leaving a garrison at Harrenhal but taking the bulk of his troops toward the Blackwater. Some said he aimed to reinforce King's Landing now that war was certain. Others insisted he intended to intercept the northern host in open ground. Robb decided to move swiftly toward the western hills, hoping to outflank any Lannister force that might hamper their route. Every day that passed brought them closer to a new confrontation. One evening, as the wind rattled the canvas of Robb's command tent, Jon stood by a crude table where maps were laid out. Robb paced behind him. The great Jon and Roose Bolton stood by, silent for once, letting Jon speak. He was outlining a possible path to the Gold Road, the highway that led from the west to the capital. "If Tywin is on the road, we might catch him in the open," Jon said. We have near 20,000 men, do we not? Robb nodded. Between our forces and the river lords, yes, though some are new levies. Tywin might number 25,000 or more, all veteran soldiers. But if we strike swiftly, we have surprise. He might not expect us so far west so soon. Roose Bolton's quiet voice cut in. We should recall that Tywin is cunning. If he believes we're heading for him, he might feign retreat, lure us into a disadvantage. He loves to turn mistakes into routes. The Great Jon growled. Mistakes? The only mistake is giving that old lion too much credit. Let's crush him. Before an argument could erupt, a sentry's voice outside the tent called for the king to come at once. Robb and Jon exchanged worried looks, then stepped out into the torchlit night. Another messenger had arrived, this one in battered leathers, a look of urgency etched on his face. He knelt before Robb. Your Grace, he said. We've fresh tidings from the west. A Lannister force, a small one, was seen near Ashford, moving with haste. But that's not all. King's Landing stirs. Some rumor claims that House Tyrell might be reconsidering its alliance with the Iron Throne. There's talk of unrest in the city after Ned Stark's execution. The small folk are angry, some calling for Joffrey's overthrow. Reports are unconfirmed, but King's Landing is no longer stable. Robb rubbed his jaw, mulling this over. If the Tyrells break with the throne, it could split the southern armies further. Jon's mind whirled. What of Sansa and Arya? Is there any news? The messenger shook his head apologetically. None that reached me, my lord. Just talk of rebellion in Flea Bottom. The city is on edge. A swirl of possibilities opened. If King's Landing was in chaos, perhaps now was the time to press for an assault. Yet that was many leagues away, and Tywin's host loomed. Robb turned to the Great Jon, who was listening intently, then to Roose Bolton and Jon. We might be able to take advantage of the unrest. If the people themselves turn on Joffrey, Sansa and Arya might be rescued in the confusion. Roose Bolton frowned thoughtfully. Or they might be at greater risk if the city descends into anarchy. Joffrey could use them as hostages against the mob, or kill them out of fear. Silence followed, and Jon felt ill at the idea. If the city truly turned violent, the Lannisters might do anything. Cautiously, he spoke. We don't have the strength to march on King's Landing and fight Tywin at once, unless we form some alliance with another house. The Arryns? The Tyrells? If House Tyrell is wavering, we might approach them. They once supported the Targaryens, didn't they? They might have no love for a false Baratheon on the throne. All eyes shifted to Jon. He realized he'd invoked his father's, rather his blood father's, name inadvertently, referencing the Targaryen past. But the lords seemed more interested in the strategic angle. The Great Jon grunted, Tyrells are proud. They won't shift lightly. Still, if they sense King's Landing is weak, they might tilt the balance. Robb exhaled. This war is growing beyond our immediate control. Let's keep heading west for now, see if we can smash any Lannister vanguard. If the city revolts, we'll decide next steps. Maybe we'll send envoys to the Tyrells. If they join against the throne, the Lannisters will be isolated. That settled, they dismissed the messenger and returned inside to refine their plans. Jon's heart pounded, a royal of worry for Sansa and Arya. Every passing day they languished in captivity, subject to Joffrey's mad whims. The memory of Ned's fate haunted him. His father had trusted in honor and reason only to be met with cruelty. Jon vowed that the same would not happen to his sisters. He would reach them in time or die trying. By dawn the next day, the northern host marched again, dust rising under thousands of boots and hoofs. The countryside rolled by, fields turning to hills. The men muttered that a major clash must be coming soon. Yet for a time, they encountered no large Lannister force, only scattered outriders or burned hamlets left in the wake of Tywin's previous movements. Late one afternoon, the scouts galloped back to report a Lannister detachment was camped near an abandoned holdfast a few miles ahead. Perhaps 2,000 men flying the lion banner. Robb saw an opportunity. They outnumbered them heavily. He ordered a swift encirclement, hoping to capture them or drive them off. As the sun dipped, the northern lines arrayed in the shadow of the hills, preparing for an ambush. Jon was assigned a position near the right flank, leading a small squad of horsemen. The Great Jon commanded the center, while Robb oversaw the left. The signals were given, horns sounding low in the twilight, and the north advanced through tall grass. Adrenaline pounded in Jon's veins. He recalled the savage swirl of battle at Riverrun. Now, with Ned's death fueling his resolve, he was ready to unleash his grief on any Lannister who stood in the way. But he also remembered the discipline that war demanded. They caught the Lannister party unawares. Northern archers sent volleys of arrows raining down. Shouts and screams erupted. Jon led his horsemen around the flank, cutting off escape, blocking a small dirt road that led away from the holdfast. Lannister men scrambled for formation, but the surprise was too great. Some tried to flee, others to fight. The clash of steel resounded in the dusk. Jon urged his horse forward, sword in hand. A Lannister spearman leapt into his path, thrusting upward, but Jon wheeled aside, slashing the man's forearm. Another swordsman lunged, and Jon parried swiftly, remembering Ser Roderick's training. He bashed the man's helmet, sending him sprawling. Blood pounded in Jon's ears. This was retribution, though not the same men who had murdered Ned. They wore the same sigil of the Golden Lion. A third attacker charged, cursing. Jon slid from his saddle to avoid a thrown spear, hitting the ground in a roll. He surged up, heart hammering, striking the attacker's knee. The man howled, collapsing. Around him, the north overwhelmed the smaller Lannister force. The Greyjoy's booming laughter signaled the center pushing forward. Within half an hour, it was done. Bodies littered the grass, the holdfast yard spattered in red. Survivors threw down their weapons, kneeling, trembling. Jon stood panting, sword dripping, scanning for the next threat. But the fight was finished. Robb rode over, chest heaving, a smear of blood across his cheek. Well done. They never saw it coming. He pointed. Gather the prisoners. We'll question them. Maybe they have news from King's Landing or word of Tywin's whereabouts. Jon nodded, feeling the post-battle tremors in his limbs. His squad complied, rounding up the captured Lannister men, perhaps 300 survivors. The North lost fewer than 100. By the time darkness fully settled, they had established a makeshift camp around the holdfast, posted guards, and begun interrogations. Jon assisted, pacing between men forced to kneel in the courtyard, flanked by Stark soldiers. One battered knight spat at their feet, refusing to speak. Another, trembling with fear, babbled that they'd been sent east by Tywin as a scouting party. They knew little else. A young squire, his face streaked with tears, sobbed that he'd overheard rumors from King's Landing. The small folk were indeed near rioting, outraged by the soaring price of bread and the callous beheading of Lord Stark, who had been well-loved by many. The squire had no knowledge of Sansa or Arya's condition, only that the castle gates were shut tightly. Robb's frustration mounted, hearing the same scraps of rumor repeated. He wanted something more concrete. Near midnight, word came that one captive claimed to have direct knowledge of King's Landing's goings-on. Robb and Jon rushed to meet him, a haggard man wearing partial Lannister armor, leaning against a post with his wrists bound. He looked sullen, but when threatened with dire consequences, he spoke haltingly. Yes, I was in the city not a fortnight past, he admitted. Carried messages to the Red Keep. Saw the fuss after Lord Stark's death. The boy king strutted about, brandishing the Stark sword, calling it ice like it was his own. Then the small folk began to riot in Flea Bottom. The queen tried to quell them, but it said they're hungry and angry. I heard the name Targaryen boy whispered here and there, too. Some folk said if a true Targaryen rose to fight Joffrey, they might fling open the gates to him. Others spat that all kings are the same. I only know the city is a pot about to boil over. Jon felt a chill. That mention of the Targaryen boy had to be him. His existence was known, but it meant little without an actual presence in the city. Even so, the idea that some small folk might welcome him if he marched on King's Landing gave him pause. He'd sworn to fight for Robb, for the North, not to claim the throne. But in this game of propaganda, the lines blurred. He pressed the captive further. What of Sansa Stark, the girl in the Queen's custody? The man shook his head. She's seen rarely, they say. She's kept under guard. The Lannisters treat her with forced courtesy while forcing her to, he swallowed. Forcing her to write pleas to her brother. Some say the Queen wants a betrothal to Joffrey to proceed to keep the North in line. But with Lord Stark dead, that union might be worthless. The girl is a hostage, is all. Jon exhaled shakily, feeling his anger rise again. And Arya Stark? No one knows, the man said. Some say she escaped. Others say she was caught. I heard rumors of a price on her head, but I never saw a description posted. The Red Keep is quiet on that point, which might mean she's truly missing. With that, the man had nothing more to offer. Robb dismissed him, leaving guards to decide whether to keep him or let him rot in a pen. The new knowledge weighed heavily on Jon. Sansa was alive but isolated, manipulated by the Queen. Arya was uncertain, alive, maybe, or lost to the city's chaos. Ned was beyond saving. The entire realm felt like it was on the knife's edge. That night, the Northmen huddled around fires, reeling from the day's violence and the dire news. Robb convened another quick council. Some lords clamored again to push straight toward King's Landing, rouse the small folk there, topple Joffrey. Others pointed out that Tywin's army could catch them in the open. The arguments grew heated. Robb was forced to roar for silence. He declared they would continue seeking Tywin to break his power in a pitched battle. If King's Landing was truly close to revolt, then removing the Lannister army might give the city a chance to overthrow Joffrey from within. As the camp settled, Jon slipped away from the flickering torches, seeking a sliver of quiet under the night sky. He found a small grove of trees near a stream where the moonlight shone pale on the rushing water. The memory of Ned's beheading gnawed at him. He closed his eyes, letting the babble of the stream fill his ears, imagining Winterfell's godswood. If he had a weirwood here, he might kneel and pray for guidance, but these trees were ordinary oaks and willows. Still, he knelt in the soft earth. "Father," he murmured, voice quivering. "I'm sorry I wasn't there to save you. I tried. I truly did. You taught me to be honorable, but we live in dishonorable times. Everything is dark and I don't know how to fix it. I want to rescue Sansa and Arya, but the war only grows. The men call Robb a king, and they look at me like I'm half Targaryen, half Stark, a symbol they can use. Sometimes I'm afraid I'll fail them all." The stream offered no answers, only a steady rush over stones. Jon let out a shaky sigh. Maybe the old gods were listening. Maybe not. But he remembered Ned's calm presence, how he would place a reassuring hand on Jon's shoulder, how he never turned away no matter what insults the realm might cast at the boy with uncertain parentage. That memory gave Jon a speck of solace. He rose, inhaled the cool air, and wiped his face. He turned to find Robb standing there, hands at his sides. He must have followed Jon. Robb's voice was soft. "I miss him too. I still can't believe he's gone." Jon nodded. "It feels like a nightmare. But we can't let it break us." Robb exhaled. "We won't. Tomorrow we march. We'll keep pressing. I'll have my vengeance for him, but more than that, I want Sansa and Arya safe. You'll fight with me." Jon met his eyes. "Always." They clasped forearms in quiet understanding, two young men cast into a conflict that spanned the realm's every corner. They had no illusions that the path ahead would be anything but bloody. Yet in that moment, under the moonlight, they felt each other's resolve, the bond forged in sorrow and kinship. House Stark had lost its lord, but his spirit lived on in those he had raised. At first light, the army moved out again, leaving the holdfast's ruin behind. The daily routine of war, scouting, foraging, planning offered little respite from the deeper turmoil. They traveled across winding roads, through valleys shadowed by towering oaks, villages still traumatized by earlier battles. Whenever they captured more Lannister stragglers, they heard more rumors of Tywin's maneuvers and King's Landing's growing unrest. But no one knew a clear path to immediate victory. Some said the Targaryen exiles in the east had grown stronger, that Viserys or Daenerys might soon cross the narrow sea with the Dothraki horde. If that happened, the realm would be torn in half a dozen directions. In the evenings, Jon helped gather intelligence, occasionally hearing hints that the small folk resented Joffrey's cruelty and might rally around a different king, Stannis Baratheon, or Renly, or perhaps the rumored Targaryen boy in the north. Never mind that he had no desire for the throne. Such talk unsettled Jon. The knowledge of his parentage was a burden he wished he could set aside, but war had a way of weaponizing every rumor. If it served House Stark's cause to let the realm believe a Targaryen champion might re-emerge, so be it, but Jon loathed the notion of men dying for a name he had not chosen. One late afternoon, as thunderclouds gathered to the west, they spied a smoke column rising beyond a ridge. Scouts hurried ahead, then returned to report a Lannister outrider company was burning farmland, possibly to deny resources to the north. Robb ordered an immediate attack. The north overcame the smaller Lannister group swiftly, but the farmland was largely destroyed, leaving the local peasants in peril. Furious and exhausted, the Northmen made camp in the charred fields, the sky rumbling overhead. Jon spent an hour helping the peasants salvage what they could from the ashes. They stared at him warily at first until they saw the Stark sigil on his surcoat. One old woman tearfully thanked him, explaining that her family had lived here for generations and now they had nothing. Jon could only promise that the new king in the north would do what he could. The sense of helplessness weighed on him again. War devoured innocence more than anyone else. Night fell, the clouds releasing a spatter of rain. Jon retreated to his tent, dripping and exhausted. He sank onto a small stool, pulling off his sodden cloak. The drum of rainfall on canvas lulled him into near sleep, but then footsteps rustled outside and a voice called softly, "Jon? May I enter?" It was Roose Bolton. Jon opened the flap, letting the pale lord in. Bolton's face was unreadable as usual, his eyes gleaming in the lantern light. "Pardon the intrusion," Bolton said in his mild voice, "but I wish to speak with you privately." Jon rose, unsettled. "Of course. What is it?" Bolton stepped closer, eyeing Jon's sword belt. "You are Ned Stark's adopted son, let's say, yet half Targaryen by blood. I've noted how the men treat you, some with admiration, some with suspicion. They see in you a symbol of bridging the North and the ancient dragon dynasty. A rare combination indeed." Jon's jaw tightened. "I serve the North. My father raised me that way. I have no ambitions to be king." Bolton nodded. "I understand. But war is unpredictable. If King Robb, if anything befell him, some might look to you. Especially if the Targaryens across the sea make a move. I do not say this to threaten you, only to remind you that power often chooses us, whether we wish it or not." Jon felt a chill. He disliked Bolton's measured tone, the way he dissected possibilities. "I have no interest in such speculation. Robb is our king." Bolton's lips curved in a faint, humorless smile. "Indeed, we are sworn to him. Yet, the wise keep a mind open to all outcomes. War can devour kings as easily as peasants. If the worst occurs, the North might prefer a man of Stark upbringing. Whether the realm calls you Targaryen or not, you carry Ned Stark's legacy in your heart." Jon bristled. "I'll not speak of this again, Lord Bolton. You forget your place." Bolton bowed his head. "Of course, I overstep. Good night, then." He slipped out, leaving Jon with a bitter taste in his mouth. The man's words awakened a fear that had always lurked. That this war could kill Robb. That men might then look to Jon for leadership. He wanted no crown, no throne. He only wanted to save his sisters. Yet war had a way of forcing destinies upon the unwilling. He tried to sleep fitfully. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and the wind howled across the soggy fields. In the middle of the night, a watchman shouted that a rider approached. Jon, half-dressed, stumbled from his tent to see a soaked courier leading a lathered horse. The man bore a sealed message for King Robb. Men crowded around as the courier gasped out that he came from Riverrun with urgent word. Robb hurried over, eyes wide with alarm. The courier bowed and handed him the parchment. "From your lady mother," he said breathlessly. Robb broke the seal with trembling fingers, scanning the parchment by torchlight. His expression turned grim, then anguished. "Jaime Lannister has escaped," he said, voice shaking with fury. An uproar followed. The great Jon bellowed, "How could this happen?" Others cursed. Robb read further. Apparently, Jaime had overpowered a guard while being transferred within the dungeons. Several men were slain. The details were unclear, but it seemed the Kingslayer had fled into the night. A handful of men pursued him, but none had caught him. The letter ended with Catelyn's plea for Robb's forgiveness, explaining they had not wanted to move Jaime, but an attempt had been made on his life by some outraged northern men, forcing a relocation to a safer cell, and in that chaos, Jaime seized his chance. Jon's heart lurched. If Jaime was free, their last major bargaining chip was gone. Sansa and Arya had no protection from the Lannisters' wrath if the war turned. The entire northern cause might be undone. Robb looked at Jon, desperation in his eyes. "We have to find him. If he reaches Tywin or King's Landing, they'll see how vulnerable we are." Men leapt into action, hastily forming search parties. Robb delegated a portion of the army to remain in these fields while he, the great Jon, and some cavalry would rush back toward Riverrun, hoping to intercept Jaime. Jon volunteered at once, grabbing his gear. They left at first light, galloping east through muddy roads. Days of constant riding wore them down, but fear spurred them on. Rumors swirled. A band of Lannister knights was seen traveling south. Or was it only a rumor to mislead them? They chased every lead, feeling time slip through their fingers. Jon's mind reeled with questions. Had Catelyn secretly released Jaime in hopes of trading him for the girls? Had some agent of the Queen arranged a rescue? The letter had not stated outright that it was an accident. Tension seethed. When they arrived near Riverrun, exhausted and battered, they found the fortress in disarray. Guards at the gates let them in, heads hanging in shame. Inside, Catelyn waited, face drawn with sorrow. Brynden Blackfish glowered by her side. A half-dozen men had been killed in the confusion of Jaime's escape, several more were wounded. No sign of the Kingslayer had been found since. He was gone, presumably heading for Lannister lines. Robb confronted his mother in the Great Hall while lords and guards looked on. "How could you let him slip away?" he demanded, voice cracking. "He was our only chance to protect Sansa and Arya." Catelyn's face was pale. "It happened so quickly. Some men tried to kill him in his cell, seeking vengeance for Ned. I thought to move him someplace safer, but he broke free." She swallowed, tears shining in her eyes. "I failed you, Robb. I failed the North." He raked a hand through his hair. "Did you not post enough guards?" "By the gods, Mother." She trembled, bearing his fury. "I posted who I could trust, but Jaime found a moment's advantage." "I'm sorry, truly." A tense silence engulfed them. Some men stepped forward, calling for Catelyn to be punished for her mistake. The Great John shouted them down, reminding them she was the king's mother. Still, the damage was done. With Jaime gone, the negotiations for the girls were in greater peril than ever. Robb clenched his fists, glaring at the floor. Finally, he turned away, unable to face his mother's tear-streaked eyes. Jon stood by, sorrowing for Catelyn as well. He recalled how she had pleaded for Jaime to remain alive to protect the girls. Now, ironically, his escape threatened them more than ever. Jon approached her quietly, placing a tentative hand on her arm. She looked at him, a flicker of guilt crossing her expression. He realized in that moment how badly she must regret everything that had transpired. That night, the mood in Riverrun was as dark as a moonless sky. Men muttered of betrayal, whether intentional or not. Many whispered that the war was lost if Jaime rejoined Tywin. Others insisted they must press forward, claiming that King Robb would never yield. But the mountain was steeper now, no Ned, no hostage, no easy path to rescue Sansa and Arya. The only path was war to the hilt, or so it seemed. There were rumors that Tywin might push for an assault on Riverrun or march for the neck, cutting the north off. Chaos swirled and the king's command seemed precarious. Jon tried to keep faith, reminding himself that the north was strong, that they had come so far. But grief weighed like a chain around his heart and the realm's storms only grew. Late into the night, he stared from Riverrun's battlements at the black waters below, numb with hopelessness. His father was gone, Jaime's escape threatened the only chance to keep Sansa safe. Arya was missing. Joffrey's cruelty reigned unchecked. The war might soon consume them all. A quiet voice from behind startled him. It was Brynden Blackfish. The older man stood with arms folded, cloak rustling. "Dark tidings, eh, lad?" he said softly. "But do not give up. The North has a way of enduring. Ned Stark endured. So will we." Jon turned, frustration in his eyes. "How? We have no leverage, no path to peace. The Lannisters took everything from us." The Blackfish nodded. "They took a good man. But they also lit a fire of vengeance in the hearts of thousands. And they underestimated the bond that ties the North together. If we remain united, we stand a chance." Jon clenched his jaw. "And what of Sansa? Arya? If Joffrey kills them, will we just keep fighting for pride? They're children." Brynden's gaze softened. "We'll do all we can to save them. Sometimes, in war, even the best men can't prevent every tragedy. But we still try. We fight because we must." Jon hung his head, tears threatening. "I wish Ned were here to guide us." Brynden laid a hand on Jon's shoulder. "We all do. But you and Robb carry his legacy now. The old gods willing, you'll find a way." Jon stood silent, letting the older knight's words sink in. At length, the Blackfish left, his footsteps echoing on the stone. Jon remained, eyes on the swirling waters. In that quiet moment, he felt the faintest stirring of Ned's presence, a memory of his calm strength. War raged, and House Stark tottered on the brink of ruin. Yet perhaps in the darkest night, the seeds of hope could still take root. Somewhere to the south, behind the walls of King's Landing, 2 Stark girls lived or died on the whim of a boy king. To the west, Tywin Lannister regrouped, aided now by the freed Kingslayer. In the east, rumors whispered of dragons stirring in the Dothraki Sea. And in the north, men whispered that the bastard of Winterfell was part Targaryen, fanning the embers of an ancient legacy. The future was uncertain, a swirling storm of swords and secrets. Jon gripped the cold stone of the battlement, blinking against the tears that threatened to fall. He would not break. If Ned's life had taught him anything, it was to stand firm, to protect one's family even at the cost of everything else. He had lost one father, but he would not lose more if he could help it. Summoning the last reserves of resolve, he turned from the wall and headed down, into the corridors lit by flickering torches, into the heart of a war that had only just begun. There was no easy path, only the next step and the one after that. He would take each step in honor of Ned Stark, the father who had shielded him from Robert's wrath and given him a place in the world. And if the realm trembled at the possibility of a wolf dragon rising, so be it. Jon cared little for crowns or songs of glory. He wanted only to see his sisters free and House Stark survive, that Ned's memory might endure even as winter's chill pressed in. In that resolve, he found a flicker of purpose in the vast darkness ahead. Rain lashed the battlements of Riverrun throughout the night, washing away the last traces of summer warmth. Dawn arrived cold and gray, the clouds layered in the sky like battered shields. For all the men in the castle, it felt as though the storms of the realm had gathered overhead, black and unrelenting. Lord Eddard Stark was gone, Jaime Lannister had escaped, and the path forward felt choked with hidden knives. Jon woke to the dim light filtering through a narrow window in his small chamber. The wind rattled the shutters with hollow taps. He sat up, rubbing gritty eyes, remembering he had fallen asleep fully clothed, head resting on his arms against the table. On it lay a scattered handful of letters, worthless bits of intelligence from the Riverlands, half-baked rumors of Tywin's movements. None of them offered a tangible way to rescue Sansa or to locate Arya, nor a means to avenge Ned's death. He rose stiffly, pulling on boots caked with dried mud from the forced ride back to Riverrun. If he closed his eyes, he could still see the moment they discovered Jaime was gone, Robb's face twisting with fury, Catelyn's desperate apologies. Since then, the castle had been plunged into gloom, and the northern lords muttered that their cause was doomed if the Kingslayer reached Tywin unhindered. Jon tried not to dwell on it. The only remedy was to keep moving. He splashed cold water on his face from a basin, then left the room, heading for the Great Hall. Inside, he found many of the North's leading men already gathered, the Great Jon with his booming laugh gone silent, Rhaegar Karstark brooding, Roose Bolton perched in calm watchfulness, and Robb Stark, no, King Robb, at the head of the table, hands laced together. Catelyn stood off to one side, her eyes rimmed with red, the strain of these last days etched on her cheeks. Outside the tall windows, rain pelted the glass in relentless sheets, dulling the light. Jon slipped into the hall quietly, taking a place near the back. Robb was in the midst of reading a newly arrived letter. "We have word from our outriders," Robb said, voice husky with fatigue. "They saw no sign of Jaime. He must have changed horses often and been long gone before we arrived. Or else he's hidden somewhere, waiting for a better chance to slip west. Our men are still combing the countryside, but so far, nothing." A rumble of dismay circulated. The Greyjohn's massive fists clenched on the table. "Then we've lost him. He'll rejoin Tywin soon enough. The Lannisters will be twice as bold now that their golden son is free." He spat onto the rushes. "Dark days." Rhaegar Karstark said, "We must expect Tywin to make straight for King's Landing or to block the neck, thereby trapping us in the south. Our best chance is to find his army and beat it on the field before it unites with Jaime." Roose Bolton raised a thin brow. "We do not know how large Tywin's forces are now. He may have recruited fresh levies from the west. A rash confrontation could destroy us." A simmer of tension clung to every word. Robb looked to Catelyn, who bowed her head, silently deferring. In truth, she had little to advise. Her single greatest fear lay with Sansa and Arya, neither of whom could be saved by hasty moves or by letting the war stagnate. Perhaps no approach guaranteed their safety. Jon stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Your Grace," he said, remembering to use Robb's kingly title. "Our scouts have also brought rumors of unrest in King's Landing. If Joffrey is losing control of the city, that might slow any Lannister reinforcements. The Goldcloaks have turned on small folk before. The Tyrells might be looking to break with the crown if they sense weakness. These factors could work in our favor." Robb drummed his fingers on the tabletop. "Possibly. If House Tyrell withdraws support, Joffrey loses a big source of food from the Reach. That could starve the city. Or else the Tyrells might press their own claim to influence. I doubt they'll become our allies, but we can hope they'll do the Lannisters harm by refusing shipments." The Greyjohn's scowl softened, but only slightly. A starving city still has walls. Battering them down will be no simple matter. Robb nodded. "True. We must move carefully. On top of that, there's the question of the Iron Islands. I've heard no direct word from Balon Greyjoy. He might see our troubles as an invitation to raid the North's coasts." Karstark muttered a curse under his breath. One threat after another. A hush settled. Finally, Robb exhaled. I propose we march west again, to the Red Fork or further, seeking any sign of Tywin's host. If we can deal him a blow, or at least prevent him from uniting with Jaime, then the road to King's Landing lies more open to us. Or, if that fails, we can pull back to the Neck and fortify. The Lannisters would pay dearly for every foot of ground in the swamps. Meanwhile, we keep sending scouts in all directions. Murmurs of agreement rippled around the table. A few men shifted restlessly. They wanted a grand battle, a swift, decisive stroke for revenge. But no one openly questioned Robb's decision. He was young, but he was the best hope they had. They might call him king in the north, but he wore that crown with a boy's heartbreak hidden behind steel. Jon saw the shadows under Robb's eyes and wished desperately that Ned was still with them, guiding them all. That wish was fruitless, yet it ached all the same. The meeting concluded. Lords scattered to see that their companies were readied for another march. Robb lingered with Catelyn, who tried to speak gently to him, but he shook his head, a trace of anger still beneath his grief. Jon left them alone, stepping out into the corridor, where the torches sputtered in the draft. He barely made it halfway down the passage before Catelyn's voice called him back. He turned to find her approaching, her posture tense. "Jon," she said, quietly but urgently, "we must speak. Please, come with me." He nodded, allowing her to lead him into a small solar off the main corridor. A single narrow window let in a hazy gloom. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with old ledgers and records of House Tully's holdings. A lingering scent of parchment and dust hung in the air. Catelyn shut the door gently behind them, then turned to face him. "I know this war is overshadowed by my husband's death," she began, voice trembling slightly on the word husband. "And I know you and Robb have your duties to the men. But the truth is, Sansa and Arya remain in that viper's den. If Joffrey grows more unhinged, or if the city riots and scapegoats them, the girls could die." Jon swallowed. "I know. My greatest fear is that Joffrey uses them as hostages against Robb, or just kills them for sport. I can't abide the thought." She exhaled, pacing. "My son, our king, has to focus on the war as a whole. But I cannot rest, knowing my daughters are captive. So I have been thinking of a different path. Perhaps a quiet mission to King's Landing and infiltration, rather than a full-scale assault. If we can smuggle the girls out." Her words startled Jon. "That's incredibly dangerous. The city bristles with Lannisters and Goldcloaks loyal to Joffrey, and we've no direct allies inside, save perhaps Ser Barristan Selmy or some rumored dissenters. But we do not know who we can trust." She lowered her gaze. "I'm aware, yet I must try. If I sit idly by, trusting in the fortunes of war, they might die before we break the gates. My daughters, I must do something." Jon's heart pounded. He had half expected some plan of this nature. "Do you mean to go yourself, my lady? That's too great a risk." A bitter laugh escaped her. "I would if I thought I'd succeed. But the Red Keep knows my face too well. I might be recognized the instant I pass the gates. Still, there could be another who undertakes the task. Someone stealthy, disguised, with knowledge of King's Landing. We might contact Varys, though I don't trust him fully, or bribe certain guards. I'm desperate." Jon remembered his own flight from the city, aided by Varys. That felt like a lifetime ago. Even if we found someone, it's not certain the girls are together. Arya might be missing. Sansa could be locked in the royal apartments. Catelyn nodded grimly. "Yes, but I'd rather attempt it than do nothing." She looked at him with haunted eyes. "Swear to me, Jon, that if such an opportunity arises, you'll give it your blessing, or that you'll try to help me if you can." "My resources are limited and Robb is consumed by the larger war." Jon bowed his head. "I swear it. I have no authority over the armies, but I'll help in any way I can if there's a chance to save them quietly." A flicker of gratitude crossed her face. "Thank you." They parted, each burdened by their own regrets. Jon found himself wondering who in this camp had the stealth or cunning to slip into King's Landing unnoticed. Perhaps an experienced scout or one of the black market smugglers who roamed the region. It was a faint hope. Still, he understood Catelyn's desperation. He shared it. He would do anything to spare Sansa and Arya from more pain. Outside, the rain persisted, turning the courtyard into a swamp of mud. Soldiers trudged about, loading wagons, securing horses. A horn rang once, summoning men to break camp. They were leaving Riverrun again, aiming west. By midday, the column of men and horses was on the move. Catelyn stayed behind, for she had no wish to wander the field in a campaign that might lead nowhere. Robb had told her gently that her safety lay in Riverrun's walls, and so they parted with an awkward embrace. Jon could see the sorrow in Catelyn's eyes, as if she feared she might never see her son again. The Northmen rode out, banners drenched, cloaks sodden. The Riverlands lay before them, scarred by previous battles. Jon rode alongside Robb near the front. Their conversation was minimal, each lost in private thoughts. By nightfall, they reached a small hamlet nestled near the Red Fork, taking shelter in half-ruined barns. Locals peered from shattered windows, uncertain whether to trust these northern kings. In the darkness, Jon found himself huddled near a modest fire with a dozen soldiers. One of them, a bearded man from the Bar Rolands named Gerald, told stories of the old days when the Targaryens had burned Harrenhal. A younger soldier asked if it was true that Jon was Rhaegar's son. Gerald hushed him quickly, but the question lingered in the smoky air. Jon set his jaw, saying nothing. He had no appetite for explaining again that he was Ned Stark's child in all but blood. And soon dropped the topic, shifting to complaints about the rain and the meager rations. Jon stared into the fire, remembering that even after all these months, the Targaryen name followed him like a ghost. Sometimes he wondered if it would have been simpler if Robert had indeed killed him in infancy, as a Targaryen scion. But that thought led to Ned, stepping in to protect him, and he felt a rush of gratitude drowned by sorrow. All roads led to that final hush in King's Landing, the headsman's sword. He closed his eyes, trying to blank his mind. Dawn came with a slackening of the rain, though the sky remained draped in thick clouds. The march continued. Scouts scoured the roads for sign of Lannister outriders. By late afternoon, word reached them of a skirmish a few miles west. 2 villages burned, their small folk scattered. Robb spurred the army onward, anxious to intercept whomever was responsible. But the culprits had melted into the countryside by the time the Northmen arrived. They found only charred huts and weeping peasants. Jon helped to distribute some bread and water, feeling wretched at the futility of it all. A day later, the outriders reported spotting a Lannister banner near a narrow pass. Robb ordered the Great Jon to lead a vanguard and set an ambush. Hurrying ahead on horseback, the Northmen took up positions among boulders and brush, waiting in tense silence. Jon crouched behind a fallen tree, the damp earth cold against his knees, heart pounding. He could sense the men's thirst for action. They were all coiled like springs, hoping to avenge Ned, to prove that the North still held fangs. The rattle of distant hooves reached them. Through the gloom, a mounted column of knights appeared, red cloaks trailing. At their head was a knight in battered armor, a lion's sigil half flaked off by weather. Perhaps these were survivors of some earlier detachment, or maybe men sent to raid. There were fewer than 100, a paltry force. Yet as they neared the pass, the Greyjohn's war horn sounded, and the Northmen charged. Jon vaulted the log, sword in hand. A jolt of fear and excitement coursed through him. The Lannister knights tried to form a defensive circle but were outnumbered 3-1. Horses reared, men shouted. Jon slashed a rider's arm, sending him tumbling. A second knight lunged, and Jon met his blade with a clang, forcing him back. They circled, water splashing under the horse's hooves. With a sudden thrust, Jon found an opening in the knight's guard, striking him down. Guilt flickered in him. He recognized a momentary flash of the man's eyes, wide and terrified. Then the knight was gone. Battle was like that, savage, quick, and final. The fighting ended almost before it began. The Lannisters, seeing they could not win, flung down their weapons, shouting for quarter. The Great Jon roared triumph, while a few hot-headed soldiers clamored for blood. Robb arrived, sternly ordering them to take prisoners. "We want information," he snapped, chest heaving. The men obliged, binding wrists, stripping away weapons. The captured knights were brought together in the center of the pass, their eyes downcast. Jon wiped rain and sweat from his brow, scanning the captives. They were trembling, mud-stained, uncertain of their fate. Robb dismounted, cloak swirling around his boots. "Who leads you?" he demanded. "Speak quickly." A knight with a ragged lion on his breastplate stepped forward, battered helm cradled in his arms. "Ser Ellis Westerling, your grace, if that's what I should call you." He glanced uncertainly at Robb, then at Jon, at the mass of men who pressed around them. Robb nodded curtly. "I am Robb Stark, king in the north. Why are you raiding this country under Lannister banners?" Ser Ellis looked miserable. "We had no intention of raiding. We were sent from the crag, escorting a message to Tywin's host. He demanded men from the Westerlands. We marched with as many as we could gather. We only took supplies from deserted villages. Some among us might have gone too far." His voice shook at the admission. "You burned villages," Robb said, eyes flashing. "You left peasants homeless." Ser Ellis swallowed. "We needed food, fodder, anything we could find. It was war, we thought. We never wanted to kill them. They fled at our approach. We took what we had to. We're only lesser knights, not the main Lannister force." Jon's jaw tightened. He had seen the devastation, the tears of villagers left with nothing. "Where's Tywin, then? Did you hear word from him or from the Kingslayer?" A flicker of fear appeared in Ser Ellis's eyes. "We hope to find Tywin near the Gold Road. We heard conflicting rumors that he might be heading to King's Landing or pulling back to Lannisport to defend the west from your approach. As for the Kingslayer, we know nothing. We left the crag before news of his escape reached us. Please, we're only men following orders. Don't slaughter us." Robb regarded him stonily. For a moment, Jon thought Robb might order vengeance, spurred by the memory of what Lannister men had done to Ned. But Robb inhaled, controlling himself. "We're not butchers," he said. "We'll spare your lives for what they're worth. But you are our prisoners now. If Tywin wants you back, he can negotiate." Relief flickered across Ser Ellis's face, but fear remained. Robb had them marched away under guard. The northern men sifted through whatever supplies the Lannisters had, mostly half-spoiled grain and stolen livestock. A few lumps of gold coin were found, stamped with a lion's head, but not enough to justify the suffering of the Riverlands peasants. The great Jon spat after them. "Worthless curs. We should have finished them." Robb said nothing, but his hand trembled on the hilt of his sword. Jon recognized the tension, the conflict between mercy and vengeance. Ned had always taught mercy to those who yielded, but Ned's own end had been merciless. Robb was torn between upholding his father's honor and unleashing the wrath the men expected. For now, he chose restraint. They pressed on, carrying the prisoners with them. Over the next few days, they skirted the edges of a dense forest, occasionally glimpsing more columns of smoke rising in the distance. Likely more burnt hamlets or farmland. Jon's mood grew darker with each passing league. This was no chivalrous war, but a slow grind of pillaging and death. Hardly a day passed without seeing starving peasants or stray corpses in the ditches. Sometimes they encountered the remains of older battles, skeletons still wearing scraps of mail, swords rusted beyond use. At last, the rains eased, giving way to an uneasy clearing. A watery sun broke through ragged clouds, illuminating the rolling landscape of the western Riverlands. Scouts returned with news that a large Lannister encampment might lie 2 days' ride ahead, near a tributary of the Tumblestone. Tywin's vanguard, perhaps. Robb convened a quick war council. "If it's Tywin, we must discover his numbers," he told the gathered lords in a low voice. "I won't charge blindly into a trap. We'll send scouts under cover of darkness, glean what we can." He turned to Jon. "Will you lead one of the scouting parties?" Jon blinked. "Me?" Robb nodded. "You know King's Landing's men better than most, and you've skill at stealth. Lord Karstark can send you some outriders. Sneak close, count tents, gauge defenses. Return by dawn if possible." Jon felt a flicker of unease, but also a firm resolve not to let Robb down. "I'll do it, Your Grace," he said quietly. That evening, under a sky of scattered stars, Jon set out with a handful of riders from House Karstark. They wore dark cloaks, muffled their horses with cloth wrapped around hooves, and took little gear. The land stretched before them in ghostly silver. They navigated by starlight, avoiding any roads or well-trod paths. Grass whispered around the horses' legs, and the men exchanged few words. Jon led them by a gentle slope toward where the scouts claimed they'd seen flickers of distant campfires. Hours later, they spotted a faint glow on the horizon, smudged like candlelight through a haze. The Karstark men reined in. One whispered, "That must be the Lannister lines." Jon raised a hand, signaling silence. He guided them around a low ridge, tying their horses in a small copse of trees. From there, they crept forward on foot. Night insects buzzed among the reeds. A lonely bird called. They soon saw the edges of a large encampment. Torches formed a ragged ring. A thin layer of wood smoke drifted overhead. Jon crouched behind a tuft of brush, heart thrumming. In the dull red glow of the fires, he made out rows of tents, the shapes of sentries pacing with spears on shoulders. Now and then, a voice carried on the breeze. Somewhere in the center, a grand pavilion loomed, its cloth dyed crimson. One of the Karstarks, a young man named Eric, crawled closer, scanning for vantage points. The rest waited tensely in the darkness. After a silent count of perhaps 100 heartbeats, Eric returned, breath quickened. "They're at least 15,000 strong," he murmured. "Could be more. Mostly foot from the looks of it, but a good number of knights too. I saw the banners, gold lion on red. There's a large stable yard near the far side. Maybe 1,000 horses." Jon nodded grimly. "Is it Tywin himself? Or only a subordinate?" Eric shrugged. "I saw no sign of Tywin's personal banner. The golden lion on red quartered with the black field. But that big pavilion might be his. Hard to say. There's some retinue of highborn knights near it." Jon chewed his lip. "If Tywin has 15,000 or more, we can't outnumber him by much. We have about 20,000, but half are green levies. Could be a tough fight." He paused, glancing at the perimeter. "We might glean more if we go around to the southwestern side." Eric hesitated. "Risky. They have pickets all around. If we're spotted, we'll lead them right back to the king's camp." Jon weighed the risk. If they could gather better information, like the presence or absence of siege engines, or an estimate of supply wagons, that might matter. But losing even one man or revealing their approach might ruin the advantage of surprise. In the end, he sighed, "We have enough. Let's go." They withdrew silently, returning to their horses and riding back through the gloom. Distant clouds rolled in again, blocking the moon. For once, the weather helped them, masking their departure. They skirted farmland, crossing a shallow stream at a careful walk to avoid splashing. By the time they arrived at Robb's makeshift camp, the eastern sky was lightening to gray. Soldiers on watch recognized them and let them pass. Jon found Robb in his command tent, rubbing at tired eyes as he sorted through reports. The Great Jon hovered behind him, arms folded, and Lord Bolton stood at a small distance, face composed. They looked up when Jon entered, mud-spattered and weary. "Well?" Robb asked quietly. Jon gave his report, describing the approximate size and layout of the camp, the presence of knights, the perimeter watch. Robb frowned, drumming his fingers on the map spread over a collapsible table. 15,000 or more. That's a solid force. Not as large as the rumor said Tywin might muster, so maybe it's only part of his army. Or he's waiting on reinforcements. The Great Jon grunted. "We can still take them if we strike fast and hard. We have more men if your count is right." Roose Bolton interjected softly. "Their position is defensible. If they realize we're upon them, they might entrench. Or worse, call for help from the west. We might face a prolonged stalemate." Robb's eyes flicked to Jon. "What do you think?" Jon stiffened, not expecting to be asked directly in front of these high lords, but he forced himself to speak. "If we strike swiftly and catch them by surprise, we might scatter them. But if Tywin's there, I doubt we'll see them rout easily. The men are likely better trained than many of ours. Yet if we wait, they might unite with reinforcements or slip away. We might lose the chance." Robb gazed at the map, silent for a moment. Then he nodded, setting his jaw. "We attack at first light tomorrow. We'll rest today and keep our camp hidden behind that ridge. Tonight, we advance closer under cover. When dawn breaks, we strike from 3 sides, hopefully overwhelming them before they can form up." The Great Jon grinned fiercely. Roose Bolton dipped his head in measured acceptance. Only Jon saw the flicker of uncertainty in Robb's eyes. They all knew how risky it was to commit to a pitched battle, but time was not on their side. They had to break the Lannister forces if they hoped to keep their own lines open, and if they destroyed Tywin's main host, perhaps the capital would be left vulnerable. Perhaps Sansa and Arya might be rescued more easily. Everything hinged on these battles. Word spread among the men. The Northmen prepared for a major clash. Weapons were checked, horses shod, armor cleaned of rust. The mood was grim but resolute. Some men prayed to the old gods, kneeling beside the few weirwood trees near the water's edge. Others toasted each other with watered wine, murmuring about the battles to come. Jon spent the afternoon cleaning and oiling his sword, eyes distant. Each fight took a toll on his soul, but necessity drove them onward. Night fell, wind whispering through the grass. Under orders, the northern host broke camp silently, dousing fires and covering lanterns. They moved in near darkness, guided by the starlight and a few hidden torches. Officers kept men in tight columns, breath hushed. The entire army was a shadow creeping across the fields, hoping not to stir Lannister scouts. Near midnight, they reached a low ridge that overlooked the territory a league from the Lannister encampment. Robb divided the army into 3 groups. The Great Jon took the largest portion to the east, planning to circle behind the enemy lines. Roose Bolton was assigned the center, tasked with driving directly at the heart of the Lannister camp once dawn broke. Robb himself led a strong flank to the west, which included Jon and a sizable cavalry. The idea was to form a pincer enveloping the Lannisters. They settled in for a tense wait. Men tried to rest on damp cloaks, though few could sleep. Jon crouched beneath a scraggly tree with Robb, each man lost in thought. From here, they saw no sign of the enemy camp hidden by rolling hills. But the wind carried a faint tang of smoke. Occasionally, a distant Lannister horn sounded, though it might have been something else, an echo in the dark. In the last hour before dawn, Robb moved among his men, speaking quiet words of encouragement. Jon followed, scanning faces. He saw fear and excitement in equal measure. The memory of Riverrun's siege came back to him, the sweaty tension before the clash. He felt that same swirl of dread and resolve. This time, Ned was not waiting at the end. The best they could hope for was a victory that might inch them closer to saving the girls. At last, a pale glimmer showed in the east, turning the sky from black to smoky gray. The horns of House Stark gave a low, mournful call. Men stirred, forming ranks. Robb mounted a brown warhorse, ice in his eyes. Jon swung onto his own chestnut mare, heart pounding so loudly he could hardly hear. Rain threatened again, but for now the sky held. A hush spread like a held breath. Then, with no further ceremony, Robb gave the signal. The horns blew a second time, longer and more insistent. The ground trembled under the thunder of hoofs. Across the ridge, from multiple points, the North's cavalry surged down the slope. Roose Bolton's infantry advanced at double time. Far to the east, the Great Jon's force would circle wide, hopefully striking the Lannisters from behind. Jon tasted metal in his mouth, gripping his reins. The wind lashed his cloak. They galloped across a shallow dip in the land, cresting the next rise. Below them sprawled the Lannister encampment, tents huddled together, smoke curling from dying campfires. The alarm had started to ring, shouts, horns. Goldcloaks scrambled to form lines, but they had precious little time. The pounding of thousands of horsemen roared in Jon's ears. He drew his sword, the morning light glinting on steel. They slammed into the outskirts of the Lannister camp, bursting through half-erected barricades. Horses whinnied, men cried out. Jon's mare shied at a spear thrust, and he kicked her forward, parrying the blow. A swirl of confusion, Lannister knights rushing to intercept, foot soldiers tumbling from half-laced boots. Tents were collapsing as men tried to suit up in a panic. Jon angled his mount between 2 Lannister footmen, striking one across the chest. The man staggered. Another tried to grab Jon's reins, but Jon hacked him away, feeling a sick lurch in his stomach at the sight of blood. War had come again. He glimpsed Robb not far off, cutting through a pocket of red-cloaked men, pressing forward. The northern cavalry fanned out, sowing chaos among the Lannisters. From the other side, Roose Bolton's infantry poured in, shields locked, spears bristling. Soon the air was thick with the clang of steel, the shouts of commands lost in the dim smoke rose as fires ignited among the tents, either by accident or design. Everywhere Jon turned, the fighting was fierce. Some Lannister units managed to rally around their officers, forming lines. Others broke in disarray. Then, from the eastern flank, came a thunderous roar. The Great Jon's men had arrived, smashing into the camp's rear. It seemed the entire field was ringed with swirling battle. Horses screamed, blood pooled in trampled mud. Jon's pulse hammered. He ducked a flailing mace, returning a swift slash. The man collapsed. One of Jon's own men fell screaming nearby, a spear in his belly. A wave of Lannister archers loosed arrows at point-blank range, felling several northern riders. Jon's horse took an arrow in the flank, rearing with a shriek. He fought to keep his seat, but the momentum threw him. He tumbled hard, striking the ground. Pain flared in his shoulder. The horse staggered off, bleeding. Dizzy, Jon scrambled to his feet, sword still in hand. A Lannister footman lunged, and Jon parried wildly, nearly losing his grip. But he found his balance, ducked under the next blow, and drove his blade into the man's unguarded side. His lungs burned. All around, men trampled one another, the press of bodies choking movement. It was chaos, no sign of Robb or the Grey Jon. Only the swirl of cloaks, battered armor, screeching steel. Another soldier in Lannister red charged, brandishing a spiked club. Jon braced himself, deflecting one blow, feeling the impact rattle his arm. With a desperate thrust, he caught the man under the jaw. Blood sprayed. Jon jerked his sword free, stomach lurching at the horror of it. But survival left no room for squeamishness. Then, through the haze, he saw a mounted knight bearing the lion sigil rallying a pocket of men. "Form ranks, you curs," the knight shouted. "Hold them back." His voice was strong, authoritative. Jon recognized that leadership in the swirl of madness. If that man stabilized the Lannister line, it might cost the North the advantage. Gritting his teeth, Jon pushed forward, hacking away at a pair of red-cloaked footmen who tried to stop him. He reached the knight as the man turned, sword raised high. They crossed steel with a resounding clang. The knight was strong, an experienced fighter. Jon felt himself driven back a step. He angled his sword, deflecting a cut that would have split his skull. Sparks flew. Mud sucked at his boots. He grimaced, focusing on footwork the W. Ser Roderick had taught him. Slipping left, he attempted a low feint. The knight saw it coming and bashed Jon's blade aside, returning a diagonal slash. Jon threw himself sideways, feeling the blade slice the air beside his cheek. A swirl of men parted around them, as if forming a ring. Jon's breath came ragged. The knight advanced, pressing the advantage. "Yield, pup, and I'll make it quick," he sneered. Jon snarled, stepping inside the knight's guard, hooking a boot behind the man's ankle. The knight staggered. Jon seized that instant to slam his pommel into the knight's visor. Metal screeched. The knight reeled, helmet rattling. Jon followed with a thrust, piercing the gap in the man's breastplate. It was not a perfect strike, but enough to find flesh. The knight's sword tumbled, clanging. He gave a choked gasp, sagging to his knees. Jon wrenched his blade free, blood dripping onto the muddy ground. With their champion down, the Lannister men wavered. A knot of North spearmen surged forward, finishing off the cluster of defenders. The line collapsed, allowing the North to advance deeper into the camp. Jon stood there, panting, ears ringing. The dead knight's eyes glazed over. Jon averted his gaze, throat tight. Each kill weighed heavier on him, but it had to be done. A horn blared, not the northern signal, but something else. Jon whirled, scanning the field. Across the camp, near the tall crimson pavilion, a group of mounted Lannister knights appeared, their banner fluttering. They seemed to be rallying around a standard with golden tassels. Could it be Tywin himself? The angle was poor. Jon couldn't see clearly, but the horsemen charged forward, smashing into Bolton's infantry from the flank. The lines wavered. Jon cursed under his breath. If that was Tywin, capturing or killing him could end the entire war in one stroke. He dashed across the churned ground, weaving through pockets of fighting. He saw the Bolton men locked in fierce combat. At their head stood Roose Bolton, calm as ever, spattered with gore, directing the shield wall. The Lannister cavalry hammered the line. Men screamed, toppling beneath hooves. But the Bolton ranks held, slowly encircling the riders. Jon tried to push closer, hoping to identify the leading knight. But a savage melee blocked his path. He glimpsed a knight in ornate lion armor, stooping low to hack at foot soldiers. Another swirl of dust and no sign. Then a loud roar erupted from the east side of the field. The Greyjohn's men had collapsed part of the Lannister lines, driving them into retreat. The ring tightened. For a moment, it seemed the Lannisters might break entirely. Then, in a thunder of hooves, a wave of reinforcements galloped out from behind the big pavilion. Perhaps more cavalry that had been mustering. They plowed into the Greyjohn's flank, scattering men like straw. Jon stood amid the confusion, sword raised, uncertain where to lend aid. The entire battlefield was fracturing into smaller pockets of savage fighting. Suddenly, across the seething chaos, Jon spotted Robb. He was on foot now, his mount lost. Surrounded by a handful of Stark guards, he struggled against a press of red-cloaked men. A Lannister banner soared overhead, the lions snapping in the wind. Jon's heart jolted. Robb was in danger of being overrun. Without hesitation, Jon sprinted across the battlefield, ignoring the clash around him, elbowing past men locked in combat. He arrived just as a tall Lannister footman lunged at Robb with a spear. Robb managed to block it with his shield, but the force knocked him back. Another attacker swung an axe. Robb ducked, returning a slash that cut the man's leg. Still more men pressed in. The Stark guards fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered. Jon leapt forward, shouting, driving his sword into the side of a soldier who aimed for Robb's back. Robb flashed Jon a quick, breathless look of gratitude. They fought side by side, back to back at times, the swirl of enemies never ending. At least half a dozen Lannister spearmen formed a ring around them, jabbing and feinting. One of Robb's guards fell with a pained cry, a spear in the chest. Another took a blow to the head. Jon felt panic twisting in his gut. They were losing men, pinned under the crushing tide of bodies. Then, like a savior out of the haze, the great Jon thundered up on a massive warhorse, roaring a battle cry. He swung a giant sword, cleaving a path through the red cloaks. A wedge of northern cavalry followed, scattering the Lannister spearmen. In seconds, the circle around Robb and Jon was broken. The footmen either died or fled. Robb sagged with relief, blinking sweat from his eyes. Jon coughed, ribs aching, arms heavy. "We push on," Robb managed, voice hoarse, looking at the great Jon. "No quarter for those who keep fighting. The rest we'll accept as prisoners." The great Jon nodded grimly, spurring his horse onward, calling men to follow. Robb turned to Jon. "Are you hurt?" Jon shook his head, though his shoulder throbbed from the fall. "I'm fine." They pressed forward, crossing what felt like a battlefield of ruin. Tents burned, thick smoke curling into the sky. Corpses of men and horses lay strewn about, black with blood. The ring of swords was unending. Yet, step by bloody step, the northern lines advanced, tightening like a vice around the Lannisters. Horn calls sounded from the eastern flank, signaling the great Jon's steady push. Bolton's men pinned the center. Robb's group, battered but unbroken, threatened to cut off any retreat to the west. It was a brutal encirclement, reminiscent of the tactic that had captured Jaime at Riverrun. Jon saw pockets of Lannister troops throwing down arms, raising hands in surrender. Others fought to the last. Some tried to break free only to be driven back by lances. The stench of sweat, smoke, and blood suffused the air. A wave of revulsion washed over Jon. This was war, the only path they saw to rescue their own. He swallowed bile, forcing himself onward. After what felt like hours, the clamoring died down. The Lannisters were broken. The battlefield belonged to the north. Men in direwolf-cloaked armor staggered about, rounding up prisoners. Here and there, a last pocket of resistance might flare, but it was swiftly smothered. The big crimson pavilion burned at the edges, collapsing in a swirl of embers. Jon panted, leaning on his sword, uncertain whether to rejoice or vomit. Robb directed men to form ranks and guard the perimeter, ensuring no Lannister group escaped. Jon joined others searching the camp for any sign of Tywin. They found only lesser officers. Some were dead, others demanded parley. In the largest collapsed tent, the body of a prominent Lannister knight, Ser Adam Marbrand, if the rumors were correct, was discovered, face contorted in death. No sign of Tywin Lannister's own banner or body. One captured officer insisted Tywin was not present. The man said they only served under a bannerman, Ser Ferley Craighall, who had also fallen in the melee. So Tywin had slipped their net once more. Jaime was also nowhere to be found, of course. Still, the victory was real. Nearly all the Lannisters here lay dead or captured, their camp destroyed. Perhaps half the North's men had survived. A costly triumph, but a triumph nonetheless. Jon joined Robb near a wide command table that had been knocked over in the fighting. Roose Bolton and the Grey John soon arrived along with other lords. They reported casualties, each name a fresh blow to the north. But the Lannisters had been decimated. They had at least 10,000 dead or captured. Those who escaped were wounded and on the run. Robb stood stiffly, caked in blood and ash. His hair stuck to his forehead with sweat, and his sword arm trembled from the strain. This was a major part of Tywin's force, he said, voice low. He'll not ignore such a defeat. He might come himself, or he might fall back and regroup. Either way, we've relieved some pressure on the Riverlands. The Grey John let out a weary laugh. We gave them a red day indeed. Ned Stark is avenged in part, though the old lion himself escapes us. Bolton's pale eyes flicked over the carnage. We must gather the spoils, see to our wounded. Perhaps we can glean intelligence from the prisoners where Tywin is and if the capital remains in Joffrey's hands. Robb nodded. He turned to Jon, a ghost of a smile tugging at his exhausted features. We did it, brother. You fought bravely. Father would be proud. Jon felt only a hollow ache. His clothes were stiff with blood, some of it not his own. His shoulder throbbed. I wish Father were here to see it. He glanced around at the smoke drifting skyward. We've won, but nothing truly changes. Sansa and Arya are still Joffrey's captives. Jaime is free, Tywin is free. We're all stuck. Robb's shoulders slumped. We keep fighting, that's all we can do. Maybe a victory like this will rattle the Lannisters, force them to reconsider terms. But he didn't sound certain. They set about the grim tasks of war, ordering the disposal of the dead, tending to the wounded. Jon found a quiet corner near a half-collapsed tent to wash his hands in a bucket of sooty water. The reflection of his own face in the murky water startled him, pale, eyes sunken, hair matted. He barely recognized himself. He tried not to think too closely about the men he had killed, telling himself they would have killed him or cut down Robb. That it was necessary. By late afternoon, the battlefield had begun to settle. Prisoners were corralled under guard, their arms collected in heaps. A handful of higher-born captives were singled out for questioning. Robb was determined to glean any clue about Tywin's next move. Among them was a trembling man in partial plate who claimed to be Ser Wyl Spicer, a lesser knight sworn to House Lannister. Under threat, he confessed that Tywin had marched south, heading for a possible rendezvous with reinforcements from the Crownlands. The freed Kingslayer? The man knew nothing. He insisted Jaime hadn't been seen. Robb took in the information with a pensive frown. So Tywin is south of here, heading who knows where. Maybe he plans to protect King's Landing from us, or maybe he's luring us on. Meanwhile, we have no word of King's Landing's internal turmoil beyond old rumors. We're blind. Roose Bolton murmured we might push south. If we can seize a few key castles on the way, the road to King's Landing lies open. But that city is a fortress. Do we have the might for a siege? The Great John slammed a fist against his thigh. We can't just sit idly picking daisies. We must keep the momentum. Storm the city if we must. The small folk inside might open the gates once they see a true king. Robb gazed over the battered remains of his men. They might still number in the thousands, but fatigue gnawed at them. Another pitched battle could break them. He turned to Jon, who was silent, leaning on his sword. You've been to King's Landing more recently than most, Jon. What's your counsel? Jon grimaced. The walls are high, the gold cloaks loyal to the throne or to whoever pays them. The city's in unrest, but that doesn't mean they'll welcome us as saviors. Joffrey might hold a knife to Sansa's throat. If the city sees an approaching northern army, he might threaten to kill her on the spot. Or kill half the population to show his terror. A bitter quiet followed. Finally, Robb said, then we keep moving forward carefully. Let's rest the army for a few days, see if we can glean further news from these prisoners or from fresh scouts. Once we're ready, we head south, staying alert for Tywin. They accepted that plan. Men collapsed into an uneasy rest among the wreckage of the Lannister camp. Jon found a patch of ground near Robb's tent. He tried to sleep, but nightmares plagued him. Visions of Ned's head on a spike in King's Landing, of Sansa bound and sobbing while Joffrey laughed. He bolted awake at intervals, heart hammering. At some point, he realized tears streaked his cheeks. He prayed no one noticed. On the second day after the battle, the sky cleared briefly. A messenger arrived from the north, riding hard under the banner of House Manderly. He brought a letter sealed with the wolf's head of House Stark. Robb gathered his lords to hear it. The letter was from the maester at Winterfell, reporting that Balon Greyjoy had begun open raids on the stony shore, attacking northern villages. The Ironborn had reaved with little opposition, capturing fishing boats and farmland. Tensions soared at Moat Cailin, where men prepared to defend the neck in case of an invasion from the sea. A collective groan filled the command tent. Even in the best of times, the Ironborn were a perpetual thorn. Now, with the North's main host engaged far to the south, they had free rein to pillage. Robb closed his eyes, face twisting with frustration. They strike when we're at our weakest. If we don't send men back, our coasts will burn and our supplies vanish. We can't defend the entire North from here. The great Jon looked outraged, but also torn. Bloody krakens. We can't ignore them, but we need every sword here to fight the Lannisters. Roose Bolton's voice emerged coolly from the corner. We must choose. Either the North burns or we split our forces, weakening our push south. If the Greyjoys press deeper, they might threaten Winterfell itself. A hush gripped the tent. Robb studied the letter in silence, then lifted his gaze to the lords. I won't abandon our homeland. We'll send a portion of our forces north, enough to guard key points and deter Balon from further mischief. The rest remain with me to fight the Lannisters. Men exchanged glances, uncertain how many troops to spare. Robb paced, eventually deciding that the majority of the newly raised northern levies, particularly those from the White Harbor region, should return and protect their lands. That might still be insufficient, but it was a start. 100 ravens would be sent to rouse any remaining lords in the north. The realm was fracturing beneath them. The Lannisters to the south, the Ironborn to the west, and no easy solutions. Jon helped draft some of the letters, since Robb's main scribes were overwhelmed. As he wrote, he thought of the times he had watched Ned correspond with distant lords, always calm and methodical. How differently might Ned have handled all this? The question had no answer, and it left Jon feeling hollow. By the third day, the northern host, now smaller by a few thousand men returning home, mustered anew. The field reeked of corpses, despite attempts to bury or burn them. The stench of rotting flesh clung to everything. Having gleaned no fresh intelligence, Robb decided they would move south, hoping to intercept Tywin or reach King's Landing before more reinforcements arrived. If the city truly was in chaos, perhaps their approach would tip the balance against Joffrey. Still, the dread possibility remained. Joffrey could murder Sansa if threatened. They set out at dawn, trudging through farmland scorched by the Lannisters' passage. The men marched with heavy hearts. Some had looted the Lannister camp for coin or trinkets, but the spoils felt tainted. Many of the Ser Roderick had taught him. Slipping left, he attempted a low feint. The knight saw it coming and bashed Jon's blade aside, returning a diagonal slash. Jon threw himself sideways, feeling the blade slice the air beside his cheek. A swirl of men parted around them, as if forming a ring. Jon's breath came ragged. The knight advanced, pressing the advantage. Yield, pup, and I'll make it quick, he sneered. Jon snarled, stepping inside the knight's guard, hooking a boot behind the man's ankle. The knight staggered. Jon seized that instant to slam his pommel into the knight's visor. Metal screeched. The knight reeled, helmet rattling. Jon followed with a thrust, piercing the gap in the man's breastplate. It was not a perfect strike, but enough to find flesh. The knight's sword tumbled, clanging. He gave a choked gasp, sagging to his knees. Jon wrenched his blade free, blood dripping onto the muddy ground. With their champion down, the Lannister men wavered. A knot of North spearmen surged forward, finishing off the cluster of defenders. The line collapsed, allowing the North to advance deeper into the camp. Jon stood there, panting, ears ringing. The dead knight's eyes glazed over. Jon averted his gaze, throat tight. Each kill weighed heavier on him, but it had to be done. A horn blared, not the northern signal, but something else. Jon whirled, scanning the field. Across the camp, near the tall crimson pavilion, a group of mounted Lannister knights appeared, their banner fluttering. They seemed to be rallying around a standard with golden tassels. Could it be Tywin himself? The angle was poor. Jon couldn't see clearly, but the horsemen charged forward, smashing into Bolton's infantry from the flank. The lines wavered. Jon cursed under his breath. If that was Tywin, capturing or killing him could end the entire war in one stroke. He dashed across the churned ground, weaving through pockets of fighting. He saw the Bolton men locked in fierce combat. At their head stood Roose Bolton, calm as ever, spattered with gore, directing the shield wall. The Lannister cavalry hammered the line. Men screamed, toppling beneath hooves. But the Bolton ranks held, slowly encircling the riders. Jon tried to push closer, hoping to identify the leading knight. But a savage melee blocked his path. He glimpsed a knight in ornate lion armor, stooping low to hack at foot soldiers. Another swirl of dust and no sign. Then a loud roar erupted from the east side of the field. The Greyjohn's men had collapsed part of the Lannister lines, driving them into retreat. The ring tightened. For a moment, it seemed the Lannisters might break entirely. Then, in a thunder of hooves, a wave of reinforcements galloped out from behind the big pavilion. Perhaps more cavalry that had been mustering. They plowed into the Greyjohn's flank, scattering men like straw. Jon stood amid the confusion, sword raised, uncertain where to lend aid. The entire battlefield was fracturing into smaller pockets of savage fighting. Suddenly, across the seething chaos, Jon spotted Robb. He was on foot now, his mount lost. Surrounded by a handful of Stark guards, he struggled against a press of red-cloaked men. A Lannister banner soared overhead, the lions snapping in the wind. Jon's heart jolted. Robb was in danger of being overrun. Without hesitation, Jon sprinted across the battlefield, ignoring the clash around him, elbowing past men locked in combat. He arrived just as a tall Lannister footman lunged at Robb with a spear. Robb managed to block it with his shield, but the force knocked him back. Another attacker swung an axe. Robb ducked, returning a slash that cut the man's leg. Still more men pressed in. The Stark guards fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered. "Ties, we do not presume to speak for King Renly, but your father's murder outraged us as well. Mace Tyrell wishes to see the Lannisters punished, Joffrey removed, and a stable realm restored." A hush fell, the wind rustling the tall grass. Jon felt his pulse quicken. Could this be a path to rescue Sansa, to end the war? Renly might prefer living hostages to butchery, especially if the Tyrells insisted. But alliances in Westeros were often fleeting. Robb's men had sworn him king. Would they yield that status to another monarch? Robb's brow furrowed. "Tell Lord Tyrell I'll consider his proposal. We must talk, perhaps in person." "Where does he stand now?" Fossaway answered, "He is near Bitterbridge, rallying banners from the Reach. If you marched there, or if we arranged a neutral place, we could hold a conference. Renly may join us if word reaches him in time." The great Jon let out a skeptical grunt. "We just hammered a Lannister force. We plan to move on King's Landing or Tywin. Diverting to treat with Tyrell could cost us momentum." Roose Bolton's quiet voice countered, "A large fraction of the realm stands behind the Tyrell host. If we make them allies, we might avoid a bloody siege. Or at least secure the girls." Food for thought. Robb lifted a hand, silencing them. He fixed Fossaway with a solemn gaze. "I will send an envoy to Lord Tyrell or meet him if the path is safe. For now, your group may camp beside ours under truce. But know this, if the Tyrells toy with me, or if this is a Lannister trick, I'll not hesitate to break you in half." Fossaway bowed. "Understood, your grace. I pray for a swift alliance." With that, the meeting ended. As Fossaway and his men withdrew to set up a small campsite under watch, Robb turned to his advisors. "We face a crossroads. If the Tyrells truly stand ready to oppose Joffrey, that could speed the war's end. But the North declared me king. Renly wants that seat for himself. Are we prepared to relinquish it?" The great Jon scratched his beard. "We gave you our swords, called you king in the North because the Iron Throne butchered Ned Stark. If forging an alliance with Renly is the only way to free your sisters and rid the realm of the Lannisters, maybe we can find some compromise. But be wary. We didn't shed blood only to kneel again." Roose Bolton nodded. "At least see what Tyrell offers. If they help us rescue the girls and punish the Lannisters, we might accept an alliance in name while retaining the North's autonomy. We'd need terms spelled out clearly." Jon spoke quietly. "This might be the swiftest path to saving Sansa and Arya. If a rebel coalition dethrones Joffrey, we can retrieve them before further harm. I know it's complicated, but I see no better option emerging." Robb pursed his lips. "We'll proceed with caution. I'll meet Tyrell in a neutral place with half our army. The rest can continue patrolling or dealing with Tywin if he appears." He looked at Jon. "I want you with me. We'll need men we trust." So it was decided. They'd grant Ser Brian Fossaway safe passage back to Lord Tyrell with word that Robb would come to parley. If the meeting proved genuine, they might join forces. If it was a trap, well, Robb would have the Northmen ready. That night, Jon lay awake in his tent, mind spinning with the day's developments. Just days ago, they'd spilled rivers of blood to avenge Ned, to secure the North's independence, only to face new intrigues. War seldom followed a straight line. If the Tyrells kept their word, Sansa and Arya might see rescue soon. Or the entire scheme could collapse. Either way, the realm was in flux. Over the next days, messages flew back and forth on swift horses. The Tyrell host was indeed at or near Bitterbridge, gathering strength. They proposed a meeting at a small holdfast halfway between their forces and Robb's, near a place called Greenmead. Robb agreed, but insisted on bringing a retinue of armed men as well. Ser Brian Fossaway delivered Tyrell's assurances that no ambush would be laid. Jon didn't trust it fully. The memory of Ned's betrayal in King's Landing loomed large. But Robb had to try. They marched south, the countryside gradually shifting to gentler hills. Crops flourished here, some of which had been spared the worst of the Lannister raids. Still, they saw signs of conflict, a few burned homesteads, rumored brigands roaming the roads. After a week, they reached the outskirts of the designated meeting place. Scouts confirmed that a large Tyrell contingent waited only a few miles off, near the Mander River's upper tributary. The arranged site was an old stone tower at the edge of Greenmead, half-ruined but stable enough for a parley. Robb left most of his host encamped behind a ridge well-positioned in case of treachery. He rode forward with 100 picked men, including Jon, the Great Jon, and Bolton, plus a scattering of lords and guards. Ahead, they saw a column of Tyrell knights in green and gold livery, banners rippling in a mild breeze. At their center was the unmistakable bulk of Lord Mace Tyrell, heavyset, wearing gilded armor with flourish. Beside him rode a younger man with curling black hair and fine silk clothes, presumably his son Loras or another relative. They met in a broad clearing. Mutual wariness crackled in the air. Tyrell men eyed the battered northern sigils, while the Northmen studied the rich embroidery on the Tyrell banners. Then Mace Tyrell dismounted with surprising agility for a man of his girth. He stood waiting, arms folded. Robb dismounted likewise. The Great Jon and Bolton stayed close, hands near their weapons. Jon lingered behind Robb, scanning the Tyrell ranks for any sign of hidden malice. Mace Tyrell inclined his head, a courteous gesture. "King Robb, I presume. My condolences on your father's passing. We all weep for the injustice done in King's Landing." Robb's face remained guarded. "Lord Tyrell, you've asked for a parley about forming an alliance. Let's speak plainly. Joffrey has murdered my father, holds my sisters captive, and claims the throne. You declared yourself for him once. What's changed?" Tyrell pressed a hand to his chest in a theatrical sigh. "We were misled by Cersei's false promises, assured that Ned Stark was a traitor. But the boy king's cruelty has become too great. He starves the city, ignores my daughter Marjorie, and might even annul her betrothal to his uncle if it suited him. Meanwhile, the realm collapses. We must restore order under a rightful claim, Renly, who is wed to Marjorie and commands the Stormland's loyalty. With the might of the Reach behind him, we can oust Joffrey. We ask the North to join us. In return, we will do all we can to free your sisters and grant you autonomy if that remains your wish." Robb considered, glancing at the Great Jon and Bolton. The Great Jon's nod was slow but encouraging. "And how do we know you won't betray us?" Robb asked. "My father believed in southern alliances once. It cost him his head." Tyrell looked pained. "I understand your mistrust. But you have my oath and that of Renly Baratheon. The Lannisters are a common enemy. Once Joffrey is dethroned, we'll have the means to produce Sansa and Arya safely. A Tully child, after all, is no threat to us. We only want peace." Jon's jaw tightened. "And if Joffrey kills them before your armies reach the city?" Mace Tyrell turned to him, studying Jon with interest. "Ah, you must be the rumored Jon Targaryen. I'd heard mention of you, Lord Eddard Stark's fostered son. A surprising heritage." He waved a pudgy hand. "We suspect the Lannisters won't kill your sisters. They need hostages to hold the North in check. So long as they believe you might yield if the girls are threatened, they'll keep them alive." The cold truth stung Jon's heart. Sansa and Arya were tools to the Lannisters, no more. He forced down his anger. "And how do you plan to ensure they survive once your forces assault the city?" "We can attempt negotiations first," Tyrell said, "or infiltration to secure the Red Keep. My son Loras has friends in the King Guard, including Ser Barristan perhaps. The city's small folk despise Joffrey and might rise up if we appear. There are many possibilities." We only need the combined strength of the North and the reach perhaps more lords from the Stormlands and the Riverlands to corner the Boy King. Robb rubbed his brow. If we agree to support Renly, we do so as the king in the north, a separate domain from the south. Our banners cannot fight under your command. We'll fight beside you as equals. Tyrell paused, clearing his throat. We can discuss the details. Renly might balk at a fully independent north, but he might grant you wide liberties if that's what you desire. Better that than continued war, no? If we keep the realm intact, we all benefit from trade and alliances. But if you insist on independence, we might negotiate a looser confederation. I'm not authorized to finalize such matters without Renly. We need to summit all parties together. An uneasy hush. Robb exchanged glances with his men. Finally, he said, "Where's Renly now? Will he come to meet us?" Tyrell smoothed his mustache. "He's at Storm's End, though rumor says he might soon march north. We could send riders, or we might travel to him. If you'll trust me, we can gather at Bitterbridge with a large retinue. Renly will join us if the roads are safe. Then we hammer out the terms, topple Joffrey, free your sisters, punish the Lannisters." The parley dragged on for some time, both sides measuring each other's sincerity. The Great John pressed Tyrell about whether he'd truly wage war on the Lannisters. Bolton inquired about supplies, wanting to be sure the North wouldn't starve. Tyrell boasted of the Reach's bountiful harvest, offering to feed the northern host if an alliance formed. In the end, a tentative agreement was struck. Robb would move his host south toward Bitterbridge, while Tyrell would ensure safe passage. They'd attempt to coordinate with Renly. If the summit proved successful, they'd unite armies and march on King's Landing. At last, they parted. Tyrell's men departed, promising to carry word swiftly. The Northmen returned to their camp. A swirl of conflicting emotions followed them. Some lords hated the idea of kneeling to any southern king, whether Baratheon or not. Others saw it as the best chance to rescue the Stark girls and end the bloodshed. Robb said little, brooding as he gazed at a map of the realm. Jon stood by, suspecting Robb felt the heavy pull of oaths. He had declared himself king, but was prepared to compromise to save his family. The men might resent that. Another fault line in an already fragile coalition. Nevertheless, the next day they broke camp and began a cautious march southeast, heading toward the roads that led to Bitterbridge. The landscape warmed slightly, dotted with meadows and farmland less ravaged by war. Signs of the Tyrell presence appeared, outposts wearing green and gold surcoats, watchtowers unscathed. Occasionally, they passed small groups of peasants who recognized the Stark banners and looked on with a mixture of curiosity and hope. War had not hammered this region as badly, though tension was in the air. On the fourth day of travel, as they approached a shallow crossing over the Mander's tributary, a new messenger arrived, a rider in Tyrell colors. He bowed before Robb, speaking with urgent excitement. "My lord, I bear word that Renly Baratheon himself is on the march from Storm's End. He heads for Bitterbridge with a mighty host. Mace Tyrell requests that you make all haste, so we might hold council before long. Renly has thousands of knights eager to push on King's Landing. If we unite, we can besiege the city from the Rose Road." Robb's eyes flicked to Jon, a silent question swirling there. The possibility of a massive southern host looming. A pitched assault on King's Landing might be unstoppable if the North, the Reach, and the Stormlands joined. But would the city's walls hold? Would Joffrey panic and harm Sansa and Arya? The risk weighed heavily. "All haste," Robb murmured. "Very well." They pressed on, covering ground as swiftly as the weary men could manage. Some minor lords among the Northmen grumbled openly, fearing a trap or lamenting that they'd marched south just to bend to a Baratheon. Others invoked Ned's name, claiming he would never have joined with southern power. But the Great John roared them down. "We do what we must to avenge Ned and save the girls." The journey lasted over a week, the men marching day after day under a hot sun that hammered the fields. Occasionally, Robb sent outriders ahead to confirm Tyrell's sincerity. They returned with reports that the roads were open. Tyrell outposts greeted them politely. No sign of sabotage. Meanwhile, rumor said King's Landing roiled with unrest. A riot had broken out over bread prices. The Goldcloaks had put it down brutally, prompting more resentment. Joffrey's hold was tenuous, but he still commanded fear. Varys was rumored to be weaving intrigues behind the scenes, but no one knew details. Sansa remained a hostage, Arya's whereabouts unknown. Jon's anger simmered daily. Finally, they reached the outskirts of Bitterbridge. a market town perched by a wide stone bridge crossing the Mander. The banners of House Tyrell fluttered from ramparts. Tents sprawled beyond the town, an army of green and gold. Another section displayed the stag banner of House Baratheon, but with a twist. The crowned stag entwined with the golden rose, signifying Renly and Marjorie's union. Thousands upon thousands of men had gathered, forming a vast encampment that dwarfed even the northern host. The Great John whistled low at the sight. Under a white flag of courtesy, Robb led a contingent forward. Jon, of course, accompanied him, as did Bolton, the Great John, and a handful of guards. The Tyrell men guided them through the bustling camps. Jon marveled at the sheer scale. Knights polishing ornate armor, rows of war horses, siege machines under construction. Barrels of produce from the Reach stood stacked high. Clearly the Tyrells had resources the North lacked. At the heart of the encampment rose a grand pavilion of green silk, ringed by guards wearing barbed spears. A banner combining the stag and rose soared overhead. As Robb dismounted, a hush fell among the watchers. Then a man stepped forth, tall, handsome, dark-haired, wearing fine robes embroidered with a stag. Renly Baratheon. He approached with a warm smile, arms extended. "King Robb of the North," Renly declared, voice echoing. "A pleasure to meet you at last. We have heard tales of your victories against the Lannisters." He clasped Robb's hands in a show of friendship. "I am Renly Baratheon, rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms." "So some say. Let us talk of alliances, for we share an enemy." Robb's face was polite but guarded. "King Renly, I am Robb Stark. Indeed, the Lannisters have spilled too much blood. Let us see if we can end this war before more lives are lost." A small throng of courtiers and knights looked on. Jon recognized Ser Loras Tyrell, known as the Knight of Flowers, standing behind Renly with a half-smile. Mace Tyrell beamed from the side, puffing his chest. Various other lords milled about, Tarly, Rowan, Florent. Jon felt out of place, seeing so many southern banners, bright and elegant. The North's sigils looked rough and battered by comparison, drenched in real war. They entered the grand pavilion, where a wide table was set with fruit, wine, and cushions. Renly took a seat at the head, gesturing for Robb to sit opposite. The Great John and Bolton remained standing behind Robb, while Mace Tyrell and Loras hovered near Renly. Jon hung back slightly, scanning for threats but seeing only courtiers. The table was heavy with lavish fare, pears and honey, spiced wine, fresh bread. The smell made Jon's stomach rumble, though he felt uneasy partaking in southern luxuries. Renly opened the discussion smoothly. "We both despise Joffrey's cruelty, yes? He is no true king. His claim is overshadowed by the rumors of his bastardy, fathered by Jaime Lannister. My brother Stannis is older, but he lacks broad support. I have the reach of the Tyrells behind me and soon the Stormlands. If you, King Robb, join your Northmen to our cause, we can march on King's Landing within the month. The city must surrender or starve, and Joffrey will be deposed. Your sisters, if they yet live, shall be returned to you. The Lannisters will face justice." Robb inclined his head. "That sounds simple. Yet the Lannisters have armies still. Tywin lurks somewhere to the south. If we commit to a siege, could Tywin trap us? Also, Joffrey still holds my sisters. If he kills them before we breach the gates, we fail." Renly placed a reassuring hand on the table. "The Lannisters are outnumbered if we combine forces. My scouts say Tywin can muster perhaps 30,000 scattered. We hold double that if we unite. A swift blow will keep him from coordinating with the city. As for your sisters, we can attempt negotiations first, demand their release on pain of total destruction. Joffrey might bluster, but he will not lightly throw away the last advantage he holds." Robb's jaw clenched. "He didn't hesitate to kill my father, though." Renly's expression softened. "I can't pretend that risk is zero. But with a massive host at the gates, maybe the city will turn on Joffrey if he tries more horrors. The Gold Cloaks want to avoid a bloodbath. The small folk are restless. Many blame the Lannisters for famine and violence. One push and it might all collapse in our favor." Mace Tyrell leaned forward, brandishing a chunk of bread. "We can ensure ample supplies for our allied host, so you need not worry about feeding your men. The Reach is bountiful. We share your anger at the Lannisters, who spurned our alliance after Robert's rebellion, preferring their own clan's wealth. Let's show them how foolish that was." The Great John rumbled. "You speak of feeding men, but what of the North's sovereignty? We did not name Rob king only to bend the knee to another. Loras Tyrell stepped in, tone diplomatic. The details can be hammered out. My sister is queen to Renly, but we do not demand subservience from those who stand with us against Joffrey. Perhaps an arrangement can be made, granting the North extensive self-rule under a nominal unity. Once the war ends, if the North chooses to remain separate, that might be negotiable. Our immediate goal is dethroning Joffrey. Renly offered a bright smile. Yes, indeed. We can solve the fine points later. The realm must be rid of the false lion cub. He extended a hand to Robb. Let us vow to fight side by side. Friend. Together we cannot be stopped. Robb's gaze flicked from Renly's hand to Mace Tyrell's face, to the knights surrounding them. Then his eyes flickered back to Jon. For a moment, Jon saw the conflict etched there. Honor, vengeance, the vow of northern independence, the desire to save his sisters, to end a war that devoured thousands. Slowly, Robb inhaled, then placed his hand in Renly's. We will ally with you against Joffrey and the Lannisters. I will lead the North's host into battle alongside the Reach and Stormlands. On the matter of the North's status after this war, we must speak further. Renly's grin broadened. We shall. But for now, let us rejoice. The Lion's days are numbered. A chorus of agreement swept through the pavilion. Wine was poured, cups raised. Mace Tyrell boomed a toast. To King Renly and King Robb, united in purpose. The great Jon and Bolton exchanged tense looks but drank anyway. Jon downed a gulp of the sweet wine, tasting the swirl of spices. Felt surreal forming an alliance with these southern lords, with a Baratheon who was not even the rightful heir by strict law. But if it meant an end to the Lannisters' cruelty, if it meant a chance to free Sansa and Arya. In the swirl of congratulations, Renly gestured for Jon to approach, curiosity lighting his expression. So you are the boy they call Targaryen, though raised as a Stark. You have the look of Ned more than the dragon princes, or so I've heard. Jon tensed but gave a short nod. Ned Stark was my father in every way that mattered. Renly nodded. I bear no love for Targaryens, but I do not blame you for your birth. Our true foe is the Lannister usurpers. If you stand with Robb, then I welcome you as well. Jon's throat was tight. I serve the North. Renly laughed softly, clapping him on the shoulder. Very good. May we be victorious quickly so that I might see your sisters safe. This war has spilled enough blood. Jon forced a polite smile, though his mind churned. He had no illusions that Renly was a kind-hearted saint. He was ambitious, forging alliances to place himself on the throne. But perhaps ambition might align with the North's needs. If it spared the girls, if it brought Joffrey to justice, that was enough for Jon to swallow the uneasy alliance. As the feasting continued, Mace Tyrell boasted of the strength of his cavalry, how they would ride down Lannister lines. Loras Tyrell bantered about strategies. The great Jon roared in approval of bold charges. Bolton, calmer, suggested a careful approach to the city. They talked late into the night. The next morning, the two kings Robb and Renly would publicly declare their pact, then set about merging their armies for the march on King's Landing. Jon slipped out of the pavilion after a while, the noise overwhelming. Outside, the night sky was clear, stars bright. Even the air felt different in the south, warm, fragrant with nearby blossoms. War seemed far away here, though it lurked in every conversation. He walked among the tents, passing knights in green or gold livery, hearing bursts of laughter or spirited chatter. None of them seemed to bear the raw scars of conflict that the Northmen did. He found a quiet spot by the riverbank, watching moonlight ripple on the water. Closing his eyes, he heard the memory of Ned's voice, that final wave of heartbreak. He felt it like a wound that would not heal. The North had come so far. Perhaps now, allied with Renly and the Tyrells, they stood on the brink of toppling Joffrey. But if the siege turned ugly, if Sansa or Arya were harmed, Jon wasn't sure how he would go on. He exhaled, tension coiled in his chest. For their sakes, for Ned's memory, he had to see this through. Tomorrow, they would declare a grand alliance, and the realm would quake. Tywin might scramble, Cersei might lash out. The city might revolt from within. It was a swirl of possibilities. Jon pushed away the fear, lifting his gaze to the distant stars. He whispered a silent prayer to the old gods for the girls' safety, for the North's survival, for Ned's spirit to guide them. Then he returned to the camp, determined to face whatever came next. At dawn, horns sounded across the fields of Bitterbridge. A dais had been erected outside the town walls where Robb and Renly would stand before their assembled armies. Tens of thousands of men gathered, a sea of banners, dire wolves, roses, stags, and lesser sigils fluttering in the breeze. Jon stood near the front with the northern retinue, watching as the two kings mounted the dais. Trumpets blared. A hush fell. Renly raised his arms, voice carrying powerfully. Men of the Stormlands and the Reach, we stand in union with the proud North. King Robb Stark and I vow to end the tyranny of Joffrey Baratheon, restore peace, and punish the Lannisters for their treacheries. Cheering erupted among Renly's ranks. Some Northmen joined in, though others were more subdued. Robb stepped forward, taking a breath. Men of the North, we have not forgotten how the Iron Throne betrayed my father. Yet we stand now with King Renly to rid the realm of the false lion. For the sake of my sisters and all families wronged by the Lannisters, we march on King's Landing. Let none doubt our resolve. The cheers grew thunderous, shaking the very air. Jon looked out over the mass of soldiers, feeling the pulse of an approaching storm. The alliance was forged. War was about to intensify. If the city fell, Joffrey would be dethroned and Sansa freed. Arya, if found, might return home. But if the siege turned into a bloodbath, he banished the thought. This was their best hope. The future lay in the combined strength of the North, the Reach, the Stormlands, and whatever other houses might flock to Renly's banner. Over the coming days, they would finalize battle plans, gather provisions, and march on King's Landing. Tywin could attempt to block them, but the alliance was too large. Unless another disaster intervened, they stood on the cusp of toppling House Lannister. Jon recalled how it had all begun with Ned's attempt to protect him, the child of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen, from Robert's fury. Now Robert was dead, Ned was dead, and the realm spiraled into war. Yet somehow Jon was still alive, forging alliances, fighting battles, determined to save the sisters he loved as siblings. The swirl of history was beyond any single man's control. But he could fight to do what was right, to preserve House Stark, to keep Ned's memory untainted. He lowered his gaze from the cheering throng. A final image of Ned flickered in his mind, that quiet strength, the gentle voice that said, "We do what we must, even when it's hard." Jon set his jaw, swallowing the ache in his throat. No matter how dark the path, he would keep walking it for Ned's sake. And maybe, just maybe, a day would come when Sansa and Arya were safe, when the North was free, or at least at peace, and the ghosts of the past could rest. The horns blared again, echoing over the fields. Two kings raised their swords together, the sun catching steel in a dazzling flash. The men roared their approval. Armies of tens of thousands began to form ranks, preparing for the final march. The siege of King's Landing loomed, and with it the fates of Sansa Stark, Arya Stark, if she could be found, and indeed the entire realm. And through it all, Jon Stark Targaryen stood among them, shoulders squared, determined to see it through to whatever end the gods decreed. The banners of House Stark, House Tyrell, and the stag-and rose of Renly Baratheon rippled in the breeze above the sprawling camp at Bitterbridge, a restless sea of soldiers and tents. For a rare moment, the sun bathed the fields, dispelling some of the gloom that so often came with war and glinting off thousands of steel helms. Though the warmth touched their faces, an undercurrent of tension hummed in the air. This was the calm before the next great storm, for two kings had pledged themselves to overthrow a third, and the walls of King's Landing would not yield without blood. Robb Stark stood at the edge of the camp, gazing out over the bustle of merging armies. His cloak lifted in the gentle wind, revealing the worn armor beneath. Though he had reigned only a short time, the war had left its mark on him. There was a pinch to his features, a watchful skepticism in his eyes. Just days ago, he had proclaimed an alliance with Renly Baratheon in front of cheering throngs. He remembered how the men roared at the declaration. It had felt momentous, unstoppable. Now that they were planning the next steps, the complications weighed on him more heavily. Jon approached from behind, stepping around crates of stored provisions. In the soft morning light, his hair looked almost blacker than usual, and a new bruise colored his jaw. He had spent much of the night quelling a scuffle between a band of Northmen and some overzealous Tyrell knights, both groups flush with drink. Tensions flared easily among men who were strangers to one another, bound only by a nascent alliance. Yet no open violence had broken out, merely shouting and bruises. Still, it was a sign that forging these armies into a single blade would be no simple feat. "I just spoke to Lord Bolton," Jon said quietly. "He's counting the wounded we brought from the last battle. More than we realized are still unfit to march. Some might need to ride in wagons if we push on soon. Others must remain behind with the healers." Robb exhaled through his nose, fingers drumming on the hilt of his sword. "We've no time to dawdle. If we wait too long, Tywin might rally another force or fortify the city gates. Renly wants to strike soon while the Lannisters remain on the back foot. Jon nodded. I know. But if we move too quickly, we risk leaving half our men behind. Morale could suffer. Robb glanced up, scanning the horizon. It's never easy, is it? Balancing caution against urgency. He grew quiet for a moment, lips pursed. Then his voice softened. I've been thinking of Father. When I was a child, he made everything feel so orderly. No matter how grim the news, I trusted he'd know the right course. Jon lowered his gaze. He too felt the pang of Ned's absence. We have to make our own path now. But we carry his lessons with us. Robb gave a small nod and patted Jon's arm. Come. We should join Renly. There's to be another war council in the large pavilion at midday. The Tyrells and Storm Lords expect my presence. His mouth quirked in a humorless smile. They call me the Wolf King, but half of them still look at me like I'm a barefoot savage from the snow. Jon tried to muster a faint grin. Better a savage with honor than a refined traitor. But the bitter edge lingered in his tone. Let's go. They passed through ranks of men-at-arms, Northmen in cloaks of brown and gray, Tyrell soldiers in green and gold surcoats, Baratheon loyalists who wore the golden stag. The tent lines extended seemingly forever, a maze of canvas and mud paths. Vendors had emerged from nearby villages, selling pies or offering mending services in return for coin. The tang of cookfire smoke hung in the wind. At last, they reached the heart of the camp, a wide pavilion with patterned walls of emerald and gold, signifying House Tyrell's wealth. Outside stood pairs of sentries. One was tall and wore the rose of Highgarden upon his breastplate, the other was a stocky man from the north, his cloak pinned with a dire wolf. They nodded in unison, admitting Robb and Jon inside. Within, the pavilion opened onto a space lit by lanterns and the sun glowing through thin fabric, creating an odd interplay of light. A semicircle of men waited, Mace Tyrell in all his girth, fidgeting with a jeweled goblet, Ser Loras Tyrell, hawk-eyed, standing behind his father, several other Reach lords with lesser banners. Off to one side, the Storm Lords were assembled, broad-shouldered men from the rain-lashed Stormlands. At their center stood Renly Baratheon, dressed in a velvety green doublet, his dark hair gleaming. By his side was a woman in a pale gown with golden threads, Margaery Tyrell, his queen, younger than Renly and quietly poised. She offered a gentle smile as Robb and Jon approached. King Robb, Renly said, voice carrying easily. We were about to begin. Robb inclined his head, stepping closer to the table that dominated the center of the pavilion. Jon followed a step behind, noticing that Roose Bolton and the Great Jon were already there, along with a scattering of northern lords who had arrived earlier. The table was covered by a large map of the Crownlands and surrounding regions, dotted with carved markers representing armies. Wax seals indicated known Lannister strongholds. Mace Tyrell gestured, rings flashing on his fingers. My lords, we've had fresh word from our outriders. Tywin Lannister was last reported east of Harrenhal, possibly heading south to defend the capital. The city itself is in turmoil. Some travelers claim the small folk riot almost daily now, cursing Joffrey and his mother for the shortages. The Goldcloaks maintain order by force, but how long can that last? Renly tapped a carved sigil representing the city. If we strike from the south and west with our combined might, the Lannisters cannot match us in open battle. Their one advantage is the walls. But with a starving populace, we might not face a protracted siege. The city could open its gates, or we could breach them if the Goldcloaks yield. Robb frowned at the map. We have to ensure Sansa and Arya remain unharmed. Joffrey already killed my father after making promises. There's no trusting him to keep the girls alive if he thinks we're at the gate with rams. Loras Tyrell lifted his chin. Let me lead a swift force to secure one of the gates by stealth before the main host arrives. We can guarantee the girls' safety, or at least isolate the Red Keep to prevent them from harming the hostages. Barristan Selmy once served the Targaryens, then Robert, and now Joffrey. But I suspect the old knight hates what the crown has become. We might sway him or other Kingsguard. Roose Bolton spoke in a measured tone. A bold plan, but infiltrating the gates of King's Landing is no small feat. Perhaps the city is hungry enough to accept a small vanguard under the Tyrell banner, especially if they see the potential for relief supplies. But if Joffrey's men detect treachery, they'll slaughter your infiltration force or threaten the hostages. We risk everything on a single roll of the dice. Margaery Tyrell, who had thus far observed in silence, spoke in a quiet but resonant voice. I know the city's temperament well enough through letters and whispers. The people are desperate. If we arrive with food from the Reach, promising an end to tyranny, they might turn on Joffrey. But indeed, it is a risk. We cannot fully predict the Boy King's reaction. Jon, aware that eyes sometimes flicked to him as the rumored Targaryen son, ventured his own opinion. If infiltration fails, Joffrey might kill the hostages outright. Or if he senses a threat from within, he could bar the gates and try to starve the city further. He's proven he has no concern for the small folks' welfare. Renly grimaced. True enough. Another approach might be to lay formal siege, surround the city with a portion of our armies, block any supply lines, and demand Joffrey surrender the girls as proof of good faith. Meanwhile, we can try to bribe or subvert the gold cloaks. If the city sees no chance of relief from Tywin, they might rise and open the gates. The great Jon snorted. It could be done, but it takes time, and every day the girls remain in his hands is another day he might do something cruel. Robb stared down at the map, fingers flexing restlessly. Every approach teems with risk. I want the city quickly, but not at the cost of my sisters. His gaze shifted to Renly. You claim the throne. If the city yields, you'd take Joffrey's place. But my men named me king in the north. How does the north fit into your new order? The question was pointed and the tension in the pavilion rose a notch. Jon could almost feel the watchers leaning in. Renly drew a measured breath. Once Joffrey is removed, I have no desire to spill more blood. If the north truly wishes independence, we can negotiate. I won't pretend my lords are pleased at the thought, but I'd rather have a friendly north than a rebellious subject. You and I can come to terms, some confederation that respects your autonomy. Mace Tyrell cleared his throat as if wanting to argue, but under Renly's sidelong glance he subsided. It seemed the Tyrells were not entirely content with letting the North slip away from the realm, yet they valued the alliance too much to force the issue now. Then we have an understanding, if not all details nailed down, Robb said. Our immediate foe is Joffrey and the Lannisters. Let's focus on how to break the city. Roose Bolton's pale eyes flicked over the map. We have near 40,000 men combined, perhaps more if the Riverlords join in. That dwarfs the city's gold cloaks and whatever remains of Joffrey's loyal knights. Tywin might attempt to relieve the city, but if we move quickly, we could capture it before he arrives. Yes, Renly agreed. We march in 3 columns. The Tyrell host will take the Rose Road from Bitterbridge straight up to the city gates, the Storm Lords will flank along the Wendwater to secure outlying villages, and the Northerners can sweep behind us, ensuring no Lannister outriders harry our rear. Once we converge outside the city, we'll set camp and demand Joffrey's surrender. Robb's jaw tightened. I want to be certain we have a plan for my sisters if Joffrey tries to use them as shields. We need infiltration to protect them, or at least to know where they are. Did your spies not mention Sansa's location in the Red Keep? Loras Tyrell answered softly. She's said to be kept in a tower suite, rarely allowed to leave. Arya's whereabouts remain uncertain. Some say she never came under the crown's control. Others say she was captured but concealed. If we had a contact inside the castle, someone in the kitchens or a guard we can bribe, that might help. Jon remembered Varys, the master of whisperers who had assisted him once. But trusting the spider was a gamble. Varys might be open to a deal if it serves his aims. He claims to care for the realm's stability. Perhaps an alliance this large convinces him Joffrey is doomed. He might smuggle the girls to safety. Renly rubbed his chin. I know Varys. He flutters from master to master, but he's cunning. If we can get a message to him, he may deliver. Or he may demand a price. The risk is that if Joffrey discovers the plan, the hostages die. Robb sighed. Still, we must try something. We can't simply rely on Joffrey's reason or decency. We'll attempt infiltration or at least communication with potential allies in the city while we lay siege. If it looks like the Gold Cloaks or the small folk might rise against Joffrey, we'll move in quickly. The discussion continued for over an hour, hashing out details of supply lines, route planning, contingents for the flank. Mace Tyrell boasted that he would bring wagons full of grain, fruit, and wine from the fertile fields of the Reach, ensuring the combined host did not starve. The Great Jon insisted on a strong vanguard of mounted Northmen to handle any ambushes. Bolton spoke quietly of watchers to ensure Tywin didn't approach from the west. Through it all, Renly displayed the confidence of a man who saw the throne within his grasp, while Robb wore the pinched expression of someone who feared that each hour counted for his sisters. At last, they broke for the midday meal. Loras Tyrell invited them to partake of a small feast at a separate canopy, a place set with crisp linen, platters of roasted vegetables, fresh bread, and cheeses that smelled of rosemary. Most men seemed eager, but Robb hung back near the map, mind clearly churning. Jon stayed at his side, uncertain whether to let him brood or to speak. Eventually, Robb let out a low breath and turned away from the table. Come, Robb said. We'll take the meal, but only briefly. I need to send a rider to my mother at Riverrun, update her about the plan. She'll want to know we're pressing for the girls' safety. Jon followed, weaving through the pavilion's exit. As they stepped outside, the brightness and bustle of camp struck him again. The smell of stewed cabbage drifted from some cook fire. Nearby, a group of Stormland knights practiced jousting with straw men. It amazed Jon how normal it could all seem, right before a campaign that might change the fate of the realm. They seated themselves at a smaller canopy, behind the main pavilion where the Tyrell servants had laid out a simple spread. The Great Jon and a few other northern lords joined them, discussing the route. Bolton was absent, presumably dispatching his own messages. Renly and his retinue feasted under a larger canopy some distance away, accompanied by music from lutes and drums. It was a stark contrast to the North's more austere approach. Jon nibbled at bread, trying to quell his impatience. His thoughts kept drifting to Sansa's tower, Arya missing in the city, or worse. That sense of helplessness threatened to churn his stomach. If only there were a swift way to break the Red Keep's doors. But the memory of Ned's downfall was proof enough that brash acts in King's Landing often ended in tragedy. Robb must have sensed Jon's restlessness, for as they rose from the table, he caught Jon's eye. "We'll do all we can," he said softly, "to keep them from harm." Jon dipped his head, throat tight. "I know." They parted ways to attend their duties. Jon spent the afternoon overseeing the North's tents as they prepared to march. He conferred with the Karstarks and Umbers, ensuring the men had enough provisions, that the wounded who could travel were assigned places. By dusk, the entire alliance was in motion, marching from Bitterbridge in 3 sprawling columns. The roads churned under heavy wheels and dust rose in a haze. Renly's column, the largest by far, wound along the Rose Road. Banners of the Golden Rose and the Crowned Stag fluttered, accompanied by a swirling crowd of knights. The Storm Lords took a more easterly route, crossing the countryside to quell any potential pockets of Lannister resistance. Robb led the northern host along a track slightly westward, linking up with certain Riverlord contingents near the Blackwater tributaries. They hoped to converge again a day's ride from the city walls. Travel was arduous. The days grew warmer, the nights shorter. In the evenings, Jon walked among the men, exchanging brief words, aware of the tension building. Some whispered that Tywin lurked ahead or that Joffrey might send monstrous contraptions from the city gates. Others were more hopeful, certain that the small folk would rise at the mere sight of the alliance. Jon accepted both rumors with caution. One late afternoon, after a week on the road, the northern column paused near a shallow stream to water the horses. The sun angled low, turning the fields copper. Jon was tending his mare when he noticed a rider approaching at speed from the direction of Renly's host. The rider's mount was lathered, flanks dark with sweat. A cluster of northern scouts moved to intercept, but the rider hailed them, calling that he bore urgent news for King Robb. Moments later, Jon stood beside Robb as they greeted the messenger. The man dismounted heavily, breathing hard. "Your Grace," he said, half-bowing. "I come from King Renly. He requests you join him at once. He's received word that Tywin Lannister is gathering men near Duskendale, and a portion of his force might be racing to the capital. Renly fears if we delay, Tywin will fortify King's Landing in time to hold us off." Robb's eyes flashed with concern. "Where's Renly now?" 5 leagues ahead, making forced marches. He hopes to camp by the Wendwater crossing. He begs you to push forward so we can unite quickly for a swift strike on the city." Robb grimaced. "We'll do it. But we have wounded men who can't keep that pace. They'll have to follow more slowly. We can't risk losing them to stragglers." "Very well." He turned to Jon. "Send word down the line. We march harder tomorrow, all able-bodied at a faster clip. The rest will catch up as they can." Jon inclined his head. "I'll see to it." True to their word, the northern host rose at the crack of dawn. They marched relentlessly, covering miles beneath the blazing sun. Men sweated under armor and the dust clung to them. Some horses flagged, forcing them to redistribute riders. By midday, tempers frayed, but Robb refused to slow. Hours later, they spotted the banners of Renly's main column cresting a gentle slope. Trumpets signaled recognition, and the two forces joined once more in a swirl of color and exhaustion. That evening, their combined camps spread across a wide plain near the Wendwater. Renly's men were equally haggard. The chatter around the fires was of Tywin's rumored approach, the possibility that he would slip into the city and bolster Joffrey. Some men argued that a direct assault on the walls was madness, others insisted they must not hesitate. Every conversation ended in the same anxious hush. In a large command tent set up by Tyrell stewards, Renly and Robb pored over a more detailed map. Lords milled about, voicing opinions. Candlelight flickered on metal armor. A low hum of tension filled the space. Jon stood to one side, near Loras Tyrell and the great Jon, trying to track the rapid debate. "The city is just over a day's hard ride away," Renly said. "We can be at its gates by tomorrow night if we press. Let Tywin come, he'll arrive too late. Then we have the advantage." Roose Bolton's tone was measured. "True, but if we arrive at dark, forming lines in the gloom is risky. The city's archers might sally out to strike us as we set camp. Joffrey can see us by torchlight, perhaps pick off stragglers or threaten the hostages." Mace Tyrell frowned. "But if we wait for day, Tywin could slip in at dawn. Then we face a fully manned defense. The small folk might be coerced to fight for bread. The advantage is ours only if we catch them unprepared. Storming the city at night might sow chaos in their ranks." Robb glowered at the map. "And in ours. Night assaults are chaotic. My father warned me about the risk of confusion and friendly fire. But yes, the longer we wait, the more time Joffrey has to plan. The Lannisters might rig wildfire around the gates." Renly's mouth thinned. "We can't let fear paralyze us. We have the numbers, let's use them. If we show up in overwhelming force, the city might crumble from within. This talk of infiltration or parley is all well and good. But Joffrey is too unpredictable. A swift hammer blow could end it before Tywin arrives." "Unless it doesn't," Jon murmured, surprising himself by speaking up. "If the city doesn't yield quickly, we're stuck in a savage siege. And savage sieges lead to, well, no good fate for the hostages." Renly glanced at Jon, then offered a conciliatory nod. "Point taken. That is why I want to combine an infiltration attempt with the arrival of the main army. Perhaps your earlier notion, sending a small party of discreet men, or using the Master of Whisperers, still stands. If we can slip someone inside before or as we approach, they might get Sansa out in the confusion, or at least keep her from the Lannisters' clutches." Robb's expression tightened. "I'm willing to try. If we can get a letter to Varys or some sympathetic guard in the Red Keep, that might buy us time. But how do we slip them inside?" Loras Tyrell touched the hilt of his sword. "I'd volunteer to lead such a mission, but I'm hardly unknown in King's Landing. They'd recognize me at once. We need men who can pass unnoticed, or perhaps a single cunning agent who can mimic a tradesman." Roose Bolton interjected softly. "Let me choose a few men from my retinue. Some of them are skilled at subterfuge. We'll dress them as merchants or peddlers. See if they can bribe their way through a lesser gate. They carry a coded message for the spider, if we trust him at all." Robb nodded, though wariness creased his forehead. "Do it, but do not promise them safety if caught. They know what they're risking." Bolton dipped his head. "They understand." With that decided, the council refocused on timing. They would push forward at dawn, a forced march to the city outskirts. By nightfall, they expected to see the walls. Once there, they would attempt negotiation with Joffrey, demanding the release of Sansa and a full surrender. If Joffrey refused, they'd prepare for siege or a direct assault at first light the next day. Meanwhile, Bolton's infiltration men would try to slip in from a different approach, possibly a postern gate or disguised among caravans. It was a tenuous plan, reliant on luck and the whim of a city's fragile loyalty. When the council concluded, exhaustion clung to everyone. Outside, the camp lay hushed under a canvas of stars. Men doused fires early, wanting to rest for the grueling push. Jon found himself unable to sleep. He roamed the perimeter, unsettled by the memory of King's Landing. He recalled the black cells, the reek of mold, the flicker of torchlight on damp stone. He remembered escaping with Varys's help, a miracle that saved his life. Now he was returning with an army at his back. If fortune favored them, he would see Sansa freed. But at what cost? He halted at the edge of the camp where the fields stretched in moonlit swells. Suddenly he heard a soft footstep. He tensed, hand dropping to his sword, then recognized the figure, Robb, shoulders sagging under the weight of leadership. Jon gave a half-bow. "You couldn't sleep either?" Robb shook his head. "No. The closer we get, the more I see Father's final moments. As if in a dream, I see Joffrey's smug face, the headsman's sword. It's like a knife in my mind." He stared into the distance. "We must succeed. If we lose, Sansa and Arya pay for it with their lives. Or if we unleash chaos, thousands in the city die and the girls might be lost in the carnage." Jon swallowed. We won't let that happen. We have 2 armies behind us. And if the infiltration works. Robb exhaled. Let's pray. Tomorrow we march for the city, and the day after we may face Joffrey at last. May the gods be with us. He placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. Get some rest, brother. Jon nodded and watched Robb go, the flicker of torchlight catching the battered wolf's head pin on his cloak. A lump formed in Jon's throat. He remembered the day Ned pinned a cloak for him, though it was only the simple cloak of a bastard, not a true Stark symbol. Even so, it had felt like acceptance. Now Ned was gone, and the entire realm reeled from it. Jon turned back into the camp, forcing himself to find a bedroll, though sleep came only in disjointed fragments. They marched before sunrise, rousing men with horns and the curt shouts of sergeants. Armor clinked, wagons rolled, horses snorted. The columns advanced in a great tide across farmland that grew increasingly cultivated. They passed scattered hamlets where the frightened small folk peered from doors, uncertain whether to hide or offer modest greetings. Soldiers who had grown comfortable with half rations were suddenly dazzled by orchard-laden roads where fruit trees drooped with plums or apples. Many snagged a handful as they passed, bolstering them for the punishing pace. By late afternoon, the alliance drew near the Crownlands proper, where the sight of King's Landing might greet them over the next rise. But the clouds thickened, turning the sky dull and ominous. A wind kicked up, carrying the tang of salt from Blackwater Bay. Jon recognized the smell from his earlier time traveling the Rose Road. If the city was just beyond, it remained hidden behind rolling hills. The roads widened, signifying heavier traffic once. Now they were mostly empty except for the occasional fleeing merchant or group of refugees. One group of townsfolk recognized the Tyrell banners and pleaded for bread, saying Joffrey's men had driven them out after they couldn't pay a new tax. Mace Tyrell ordered they be given some supplies, which drew murmurs of approval from the watchers. An act of mercy might ease the local hearts. At last, near sunset, the columns crested a final ridge, and there it was, sprawling in the distance. King's Landing perched along the glittering waters of Blackwater Bay. The walls and towers rose in silhouette, the red keep spires distinct against the skyline. Even from this vantage, Jon could see that smog hung over the city, a haze of cooking fires and industry. Beyond the ramparts, ships dotted the bay, though not as many as in peacetime. War had driven away most trade. Near the main gates, a cluster of tents or ramshackle stalls indicated the presence of refugees or traveling merchants stuck outside. Men paused, gazing upon their objective with a rush of emotion, fear, hatred, anticipation. Horns blew and the combined armies began forming ranks. The Tyrell forces set up to the southwest, the Storm Lords further east, and the northern host along a gentle slope that offered a vantage over the gate. The plan was to camp for the night, close enough to rattle the city but not so close that they risked night raids. By morning, they would send an ultimatum. Jon was assigned to help pitch the northern command tent. The air felt charged, as though a lightning storm hovered on the edge of the horizon. When the tasks were done, Robb called for a smaller council of immediate lords, Bolton, the Great Jon, Karstark, and a few others. They gathered near torchlight, the walls of King's Landing looming darkly a mile away. The infiltration force went out last night, Bolton said. I sent 5 men in pairs, disguised as peddlers, wine merchants. If they gained entry, they might contact Varys by dawn. We can't be sure. Robb nodded. If Joffrey refuses our demands, we'll have to lay formal siege. But we might also coordinate with these men inside if they can open a lesser gate or slip Sansa out. We wait for a sign. Meanwhile, at first light, we'll send riders to the main gate with a demand. Open up, free the hostages, and yield the throne. Or face the consequences. The Grey Jon grinned savagely. We'll see how that whelp likes hearing an army of 40,000 stands ready to tear him apart. Jon stood at the edge, trying to quell the swirl in his stomach. He's rash. He might lash out. We must be prepared to surge in the moment we see any sign they're harming the girls. Karstark rubbed his beard. How? The gates are thick and the city watch might hold them. Rushing forward without a breach would just stack corpses at the walls. A hush broken finally by Robb. We do what we can. Have ladders and rams ready. If we hear screams or see signs of harm, we storm the gate. He swallowed. We'll not stand idle while they butcher my kin. The council agreed on the morning steps. Tense, they parted to snatch a few hours of rest. Jon found a patch of bare ground by the northern tents, using his cloak as a pillow. Sleep was slow to come, but eventually exhaustion pulled him under. He dreamed of the Red Keep's corridors, shadowy and endless, of footsteps echoing behind him, of a door locked beyond opening. He woke before dawn to the sound of horns. The camp stirred, men murmuring nervously. Jon splashed water on his face, swallowing a lump in his throat. This was the day they confronted Joffrey. He felt a chill despite the mild air. Just after sunrise, Robb assembled a group of riders for the parley. He wore his best armor, a steel breastplate with the direwolf sigil, his cloak pinned by the wolf's head. Jon rode at his side. On the far side of the line, Renly would approach as well, accompanied by Mace Tyrell and a handful of Stormlords. Together, 2 kings would demand Joffrey's surrender. If Joffrey refused, war would begin in earnest. They advanced across the open ground toward the city's main gate, called the King's Gate. A row of gold cloaks manned the battlements above, pikes bristling. The morning light revealed the city's battered ramparts, patches of older damage from Robert's rebellion. Banners of the crowned staglion, the supposed sigil of House Baratheon fused with Lannister, hung in tattered form. A hush fell as the Alliance's cavalry drew near. The gate stayed shut, portcullis lowered. Renly and Robb halted within earshot of the walls, war horses stamping. Jon spotted watchers peeking from arrow slits. Renly raised a green banner, signifying parley. After a tense moment, a tall figure in gold cloaks stepped to the parapet and called, "Halt. State your purpose." "I am Renly Baratheon," Renly boomed, "and with me stands Robb Stark, King in the North. We demand audience with Joffrey Baratheon, who styles himself king. We have terms." A stir of movement on the wall. Then a voice that dripped contempt replied, "The king has no dealings with traitors. Flee now or be destroyed." Renly's jaw flexed. "We have nearly 40,000 men outside your gates, and we hold the support of the Stormlands, the Reach, and the North. Joffrey's claim is false. He is not the true son of Robert. This city need not suffer. Open the gates, free Lord Eddard Stark's daughters, and you shall be spared." Another voice snapped from behind the parapet, echoing, "Hold your lying tongue. The king is Robert's rightful heir. This city will not yield to rebels. Now be gone, or face the king's justice." Jon clenched his fists. Beside him, Robb shouted upward, "I am Robb Stark, son of Ned Stark, whom your false king butchered. Return my sisters at once, or you'll be swept away. Don't let the city burn for the sins of one boy." For a moment, there was only the faint rustle of cloth on the walls. Then the portcullis rattled partway up, and a group of gold cloaks emerged, forming a line. From behind them rode a man in ornate plate, a commander's plume on his helm. He lifted his visor to reveal a grim face, Ser Jacelyn Bywater, if Jon recalled the name. Known as Iron Hand. He halted a dozen yards from Renly and Robb, gold cloaks flanking him, crossbows at the ready. "Speak your piece," Ser Jacelyn said evenly. "But know that if you harm me, the archers on the walls will answer tenfold." Renly nodded. "We do not come to murder envoys. Give Joffrey this message. We have the rightful claim to the throne in Renly Baratheon's name, supported by House Tyrell, House Tarly, and all good men of the Stormlands. We have Robb Stark, king in the north, with thousands of Northmen. We demand Joffrey's abdication, the release of the Stark hostages, and the arrest of Cersei and her brother for their crimes. In exchange, the city will not be sacked. The small folk will be fed from the Reach's bounty." Ser Jacelyn listened, impassive. Then he turned to Robb. "And you, king in the north, ask only for your sisters?" Robb's voice was tight. "Release them unharmed. Yield the crown to those with a true claim, or face the combined wrath of the north, the Reach, and the Stormlands. Let the city decide if it will bleed for Joffrey's sake." Ser Jacelyn considered them both, lines of tension in his face. "I will relay your words. No doubt his grace has his own answer. Wait for the herald upon the walls." He gestured for his escort. They retreated back under the portcullis. With a clang, it slammed shut again, leaving Renly, Robb, and their guard to withdraw to a safer distance. They waited, hearts pounding as minutes stretched painfully. Men shifted in the saddle, eyes flicking to the silent walls. The city soared behind them, an impenetrable mass of rooftops and towers. Jon's mind conjured the worst possibilities, a hidden archer's volley, or Joffrey ordering Sansa dragged onto the battlements. He tried to steady his breathing. At last, a slender figure in flamboyant attire emerged on the parapet, a herald wearing a half-cape of gold and black. His voice rang out, magnified by the hush. "Hear the word of Joffrey of the houses Baratheon and Lannister, the first of his name, king of the Undulls and the first men, lord of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. He says, you are all rebels. This city is mine by right, and I will see it defended. If you come near, you shall be cut down. As for the traitor Ned Stark's daughters, they are wards of the crown, and no demands shall be heeded. Abandon your cause and bend the knee to the king. Otherwise, prepare for war." The herald's voice quavered slightly, as if he sensed the precariousness of his position. Then he added one last line, presumably from Joffrey's instructions. Your heads shall decorate the walls if you persist in this folly. Murmurs of outrage rippled through the allied ranks. Renly's expression darkened, and Robb's face went cold as winter. Jon's fists clenched so hard that his nails bit into his palms. So Joffrey refused outright, gave no hint of negotiations. War it would be, with Sansa and Arya presumably still captive within those walls. Helpless anger surged in Jon's chest. Renly exhaled sharply. We gave them a chance. No more. To your battalions. We lay siege at dawn. Robb stared a moment longer at the parapet, his throat bobbing. Jon saw the raw fury in his eyes, tempered by despair. Then he jerked his horse around. Together with Renly, they galloped back to their lines, horns sounding to alert the men that negotiations had failed. Camp, the lords quickly mobilized. Siege equipment was rolled forward. Catapults, rams, ladders. Archers prepared sheaves of arrows. The plan, so quickly hammered out, was to assault the King's Gate and the surrounding walls in the morning if no sign of a city uprising emerged. A portion of the Tyrell host would shift east to secure the Iron Gate. The Storm Lords would guard the approach from the Rose Road, in case Tywin arrived. The north anchored the west flank, ready to plug any gap. If the infiltration men inside the city managed something, they would look for a prearranged signal, a banner or a flare in the night. But no one counted on it. Jon helped direct the northern foot soldiers into formations behind earthen embankments. The ground here was not ideal for siege lines, but they did what they could, digging shallow trenches to protect from arrows. He heard men muttering about the size of the city walls, the rumored caches of wildfire, the unknown threat of a trapped populace. Every doubt fueled a swirl of anxiety. Yet the men of the north stood with grim resolve. They had come too far to turn back. Night fell and a hush descended. The city's walls flickered with torchlight, watchful for any stealth approach. The allied camp was equally on guard. Archers waited in the gloom, scanning for sallying gold cloaks. But beyond the tension, nothing happened. No infiltration signal, no archers from the city. Silence, heavy and fraught. As the hours crawled toward midnight, Jon found himself pacing near the northern banners. He glimpsed movement on the ramparts, a faint glow as if a torch had been raised, then disappeared. A false alarm or just a guard passing. The great Jon dozed upright, arms folded, while younger men fidgeted with weapons. Somewhere in the distance, a camp minstrel sang quietly of old battles. The tune felt jarringly out of place. Then a shape detached itself from the darkness, approaching on foot from the city's side. Immediately, northern guards seized weapons, calling a challenge. Jon hurried over, heart pounding. If this was an assassin or a messenger, it might matter greatly. Torchlight revealed the newcomer, a battered man in plain clothes, limping, his face streaked with grime. He staggered, hands raised. One guard recognized him as one of Bolton's infiltration men, though disguised. Blood matted his side. They half-carried him toward Robb's tent. Jon followed, adrenaline surging. If this man returned, perhaps he brought news of Sansa or a plan to open the gate. The possibility burned in Jon's mind like a fever. In the dim lamplight of Robb's command space, they laid the wounded infiltrator on a makeshift table. Robb and Roose Bolton rushed in. Jon stood behind them, chest tight. The man coughed wetly, eyes rolling back for a moment. Then Bolton forced a cup of water to his lips. "Speak," Bolton commanded softly. "What happened?" The man's voice rattled as he coughed up spittle. "We got inside, near the fishmonger's gate. Bribed a guard. We tried to find the Red Keep. Varys or any contact. But the gold cloaks patrol heavily. The city is half mad with hunger. We stumbled into a riot near Flea Bottom. The gold cloaks attacked, recognized us as outsiders. Some of us died." He winced, face twisted in pain. Robb's hand clenched at his side. "Did you reach Varys?" "Couldn't. The corridors to the Red Keep are guarded by Lannister men. We only heard rumors. The small folk are furious, but they fear Joffrey's wrath. We saw no sign of the Stark girls. People say Sansa's locked in the keep. Arya, the rumors vary." Jon swallowed hard, feeling hope slip away. "So no plan to free them?" The infiltrator coughed again. "We found a man who claimed he had a line to the spider, but it was a trap. Another of our group was taken. I barely escaped." They're on high alert, they know an army is outside. The king put bounties on any who help the rebels. The city's close to snapping, but not quite there. Roose Bolton's expression grew cold. So infiltration fails. The man nodded weakly. We can't find them. We can't. The gold cloaks and Lannister men watch everything. Unless the city itself revolts, no one moves. His eyes fluttered, breath ragged. I had to warn you, the king will kill the hostages if you break in by force. He says they're traitors and he rages about that. Heard talk from guards. Rob's face turned ashen. That bastard. He'll kill them the moment we breach the gates. Jon felt his stomach twist into a knot. If they stormed the walls, Sansa and Arya would be in mortal peril. But if they did nothing, Joffrey remained unchallenged. Either choice could spell doom. The infiltration man let out a low groan, pain contorting him. Bolton signaled for a maester to tend to him, and the man was gently moved to a cot in the corner. Jon watched, heart pounding in grim despair. Robb sagged against a table. All for nothing. If we attack, Joffrey might slit their throats in vengeance. But we can't let him hold the realm hostage. Bolton folded his arms. Our best hope is that the city revolts when the battle begins. If the small folk or gold cloaks turn on Joffrey, we might reach the hostages before he acts. The news from inside suggests the city is close to boiling over. The Grey Jon, who had hurried in mid-conversation, clenched a fist. Then let us blockade the gates, starve them, watch the city rise. If the small folk are hungry, they'll soon break. Sansa might slip away in the chaos. Robb's voice trembled with anger. That takes time. Time in which Joffrey might decide to kill them anyway out of spite or to blame them for the city's unrest. We're damned if we do, damned if we don't. Jon clenched his jaw. We must at least try to parley once more or arrange a truce for the hostages' sake. Offer something, anything, so they're not harmed immediately. Bolton's lips tightened. Joffrey refused all negotiations. He won't be softened easily. Robb inhaled sharply. But we must try. Another envoy at dawn, offering safe passage if they release the girls. Meanwhile, we prepare for a siege. If Joffrey refuses again, we do what we must and pray the city or the gods intervene. They agreed, though the mood was grim. Once again, the night wore on with anxious stillness. Jon felt every moment like a lead weight around his neck, imagining Sansa somewhere in the Red Keep, terrified, or Arya lost in the warrens of the city. He tried to cling to the hope that Arya, if free, might slip away entirely. But the rumors suggested she had vanished from the court long ago. Was that a blessing or a curse? At first light, the allied horns blared, stirring men to their positions. Jon joined Robb as a second envoy group rode out under a white flag, this time with small parted numbers from each faction, Tyrell, Stormlands, North. They signaled at the gate. But the walls remained silent, not even a single guard visible. It was eerie. The men called for parley, demanded a response, but no shape emerged. Then, abruptly, a catapult or scorpion engine from within the walls fired a bolt. It smashed into the ground yards from the envoy. The clear message, no parley. Renly, who had come again, cursed under his breath. They've sealed themselves in. He turned to Robb with a grim set to his jaw. No more half measures. We attack or we starve them out. They've chosen war. Robb's face was carved from stone. So be it. But if we see any sign of the hostages, we break through, no matter the cost. They rode back, dust pluming around the horses. Orders were shouted, trumpets played. Along the lines of siege machines, men rushed to finalize preparations. The Great Jon oversaw the northern foot assembling with ladders, while Tyrell knights formed up in a cavalry wedge to deter any sally. Renly's archers lined the outer perimeter, ready to loose volleys at the walls. It would be a bloody climb if the city guards resisted. Jon stood with Robb near the northern banners, both of them scanning the fortress. The horns signaled the final push. Renly's standard-bearer lifted the crowned stag and rose, and the Tyrell men advanced from the left, storming forward with a great roar. Northmen followed, scaling the slope toward the gatehouse. Siege towers creaked as draft horses lugged them forward, battered by arrow fire from the ramparts. It began, the siege or assault on King's Landing. Jon's heart hammered as he ran beside the Northmen, shield raised. Arrows arced overhead, the hiss and thud of contact. Men cried out, stumbling. A ram parted the ground. The city's defenders poured heated sand and flaming pitch from above, creating a nightmarish swirl of fire and screams. Jon's boots slipped in the mud. The stench of burning cloth and flesh filled his nostrils. He forced himself onward, reaching the foot of the walls where the first ladder was planted. Northmen tried to ascend, only to be repelled by pikes. Another group hammered at the gate with a ram, big logs smashing the reinforced wood. Crossbow bolts rained down, forcing the men to crouch behind improvised mantlets. It was chaos. Amid the shouts and smoke, Jon glimpsed Robb on foot, urging men forward. Robb wore no helm, hair matted with sweat. The great Jon was to his right, bellowing. They pressed toward the gate, stepping over bodies. The heavy ram pounded the portal in a steady rhythm, each blow rocking the defenders. If they could break through quickly, maybe they could surge in before Joffrey had time to harm Sansa. Or so Jon prayed. A whoosh overhead signaled a catapult launching flaming debris from the Tyrell lines. It soared, striking part of the wall with a burst of sparks. Some watchers on the rampart scattered. The impetus let a group of Northmen push a ladder higher. Men scrambled up. One soldier reached the top only to be cut down by a spear. Another followed, hacking desperately. A fierce melee erupted on the battlements, silhouettes against the smoky sky. Jon led a small knot of men forward, shield raised to ward off arrows. They joined the ram crew at the gate. Blistering heat radiated from above where the defenders tried to drop flaming oil. One pail splashed near them, setting a man ablaze. He shrieked, rolling in the mud. Jon's stomach lurched, but he focused on the battered gates. The timbers groaned under the pounding. Another strike, the gate shuddered. Another, and with a crack, the outer layer splintered. They rushed to redouble efforts, though the defenders poured water and pitch to hamper them. Meanwhile, from beyond the gate, Jon heard faint cries, presumably gold cloaks rallying to repel the breach. The stench of burnt pitch and scorched flesh nearly overwhelmed him. He coughed, stinging tears in his eyes. Abruptly, a cry from above. The gate is giving. A giant wedge of wood broke, forcing an opening. The men roared in triumph. Jon readied his sword. The great Jon bellowed, "Push now." Another slam of the ram and part of the gate crashed inward. A rush of air and dust. Northmen charged, shoving the broken timbers aside to enlarge the gap. But the space was narrow, choked with debris. Gold cloaks inside stabbed at any who tried to crawl through. A savage struggle ensued at the threshold. Jon thrust his blade at a spear tip, deflecting it. Another soldier battered at a gold cloak's helmet. Cries of pain mingled in the gloom. Blood slicked the broken wood. Slowly, under ferocious pressure, the defenders gave ground and more men squeezed in. Jon scrambled over the splintered beam, heart thundering. The city interior beckoned like a mouth of chaos. Inside the gatehouse, the corridor was dim, choked with swirling smoke from the blazing pitch. Northmen pressed forward in a crush. Gold cloaks tried to hold them, but the unstoppable tide forced them back. The great Jon towered in the forefront, hacking left and right. Jon found himself shoulder to shoulder with a Karstark man, stepping over bodies as they advanced. Then the corridor opened onto a wide street, lined with tall buildings. This was the main approach from the King's Gate, a broad avenue leading deeper into the city. Already, local folk shrank back against walls or behind shutters, terrified at the clash of steel. Some gold cloaks formed a line in the street, while half the defenders fled. Clearly, discipline was fraying. Robb entered behind them, boots crunching broken masonry. He looked around, face grim, and raised his sword. "Forward! Secure the street. Form ranks. Let no pockets regroup behind us." Arrows hissed from rooftops, but fewer now, many defenders having scattered. The Northmen advanced, corralling any who resisted. The gold cloaks line collapsed swiftly. Some surrendered, dropping weapons and pleading for mercy. The stench of fear hung in the air. Jon spotted knots of city dwellers huddling in doorways. A child wept, clinging to a mother's skirts. The chaos of invasion twisted in his gut, but they had no choice. The next wave of Northmen poured through the gate, securing the area. Meanwhile, on the ramparts, fighting continued, but it seemed the defenders up there were outflanked. The assault on the King's Landing was truly underway. Renly's men had apparently forced the Iron Gate or another approach because from a side street Jon glimpsed the flash of green and gold surcoats. The city was being enveloped from multiple directions. Distantly, horns sounded from the southwestern quadrant, presumably Tyrell horns. Shouts echoed from every alley. The small folk realized the city had been breached and panic rippled. Some joined in looting, attacking storehouses or keepers for bread. Others cowered. Robb looked to Jon, voice taut. "We have to find the Red Keep, ensure Sansa is safe. Or at least get near enough to keep them from killing her. Joffrey's sure to barricade himself there." The grey Jon, overhearing, bared his teeth. "We'll carve a path. Let the whelp try to hide behind his mother's skirts." Roose Bolton approached from the side, wiping blood from his blade. "We've taken minimal losses at the gate. Tyrell forces hammered the southwestern walls. The city may be ours by sundown. But the Red Keep stands separate, heavily defended. They might hold it for a while." Robb nodded. "Then we go there. Great Jon, hold this area. Keep the gate secure for our reinforcements. Bolton, come with me. We push on the main avenue to the Red Keep. We take as many men as we can spare. We cannot let them fortify. They formed a spearhead of about 300, including Jon, Bolton, and a cluster of loyal knights. Quickly, they navigated the broad avenue, stepping over debris. Citizens screamed, running in all directions, some with arms full of stolen bread. Anarchy reigned. Gold cloaks tried to quell the chaos, but many simply threw off their cloaks and vanished into the crowd, wanting no part of a hopeless defense. Soon, the Red Keep's walls rose at the end of the street, perched on the rocky promontory above the Blackwater. Crimson stone gleamed in the sunlight. Jon remembered how imposing it had looked from within. Now it seemed a fortress within a fortress. The approach twisted uphill. Archers on the battlements loosed arrows at the Northmen, but the hail was disorganized. Roose Bolton directed a shield wall forward. The men advanced in disciplined formation, deflecting arrow fire. Another group carried a small ram, though the keep's main gate might be formidable. Robb marched near the center, face set. Jon matched his pace. He tried not to think about what might happen if Joffrey, in final desperation, ordered Sansa's immediate death. Or if Cersei used her as a bargaining chip. As they neared the keep's gate, a squad of Lannister guards in bright red cloaks rushed out, swords drawn. They clashed with the leading line of Northmen. The sound of steel on steel was deafening in the narrow approach. The Lannister guards fought fiercely, protecting their vantage. Jon darted to the side, circumventing the melee, and took out an archer who was about to loose a shaft at Robb. The archer toppled with a grunt. Chaos rose as more Northmen poured in. The Lannisters gave ground grudgingly, step by blood-soaked step. Robb pointed at the gate, which was partially open, men streaming in and out. They're not fully sealed. We can break through. He spurred them on. In the swirl of fighting, a tall figure in Kingsguard white appeared, slashing with surprising skill. It was Ser Marentrant, face contorted with fury, recognized from the Red Keep. He singled out Robb, crossing swords in a savage exchange. Robb met him blow for blow, moving with a fluid grace. The clamor around them drowned out any words, though the Kingsguard knight bellowed curses. Jon fended off a Lannister spearman, then risked a glance to see Robb drive Trant back, eventually disarming him with a swift flick. Trant fell to his knees, shield worthless. Robb paused, uncertain, then slashed across his chest. The Kingsguard collapsed in a heap. Forward! Robb shouted, voice cracking with adrenaline. A dozen Northmen pressed through the gate. Jon followed in their wake, stepping into a courtyard overshadowed by high red walls. More Lannister men waited, forming a bristling ring of steel. The fighting resumed with fresh intensity. Jon ended up locked in a furious duel with a guard who cursed at him for being a dragon bastard. He tried not to let the words unnerve him, eventually catching the man off balance and cutting him down. In the confusion, Robb and a wedge of loyal knights carved a path deeper toward the keep's inner ward. They aimed to reach the royal apartments where Sansa might be. Bolton's men systematically secured corridors and gates behind them. The Lannister defenders lacked the numbers to hold every passage, especially with chaos outside. Yet each yard or hallway had to be won by force. Blood-slicked stone floors. The stench of death mounted. Jon's heart hammered as they moved from courtyard to corridor, stepping over bodies in gold or red cloaks. Servants cowered behind pillars. A wave of pity swept Jon at the sight of them, but the next instant a Lannister knight lunged from behind a column. Jon parried, the ring of steel sparking. He dispatched the knight with a swift thrust, breath ragged. Over and over, the keep was a labyrinth of small skirmishes. At last, they emerged into a wide gallery lined with arches. A row of fancy doors stretched along the far side, maybe the tower suites. Robb raised a hand to signal caution, and the men advanced in tense silence. Suddenly, from behind one door, a shrill scream sounded. It was a girl's voice echoing. In terror, Jon's blood went cold. Sansa! Robb shouted, lurching forward. Half a dozen Northmen followed, smashing open the door. Inside was a richly furnished apartment with a balcony. Two Lannister men stood over a cowering figure in a pale gown. She lifted her head, eyes wide. Sansa! Her hair tangled, face streaked with tears. The men whirled at the intrusion, but the Northmen attacked with savage fury. One Lannister guard died instantly, the other tried to raise a crossbow. Robb speared him through the chest. In seconds, it was over. Sansa stared, trembling. Then her eyes flicked to Robb's face and she let out a ragged sob. Jon pushed forward, his heart pounding. Robb dropped to a knee, arms open. Sansa all but collapsed into them, sobbing incoherent words. Jon saw fresh bruises on her wrists, the rips in her gown. Rage thundered inside him at what they might have done. But she was alive. She gasped for breath, voice shaking. Joffrey, he said he'd kill me. They were going to take me to the throne room to make me watch. Then the fighting started outside. She buried her face in Rob's shoulder. I'm so afraid. Is father? Rob's voice cracked. Shoo, father's gone, but you're safe now. It's done. We're here. Tears glistened in his eyes. Jon gently placed a hand on Sansa's arm, feeling relief swirl with heartbreak. One sister was found. Where was Arya? Roose Bolton stepped in from the hallway, voice low. We must move. The keep is not yet fully secure. If Joffrey is cornered, he might unleash some last brutality. We should find him or force his surrender. Sansa trembled. He's in the throne room, or was. Or maybe he ran to Maegor's holdfast. I don't know. The queen, too. She has crossbowmen with her. Robb exchanged a glance with Jon, grief and relief mingling. Then he helped Sansa to her feet, supporting her. You're coming with us. Stay behind our lines. We'll protect you. She nodded, tears slipping down her cheeks. Jon took a cloak from a fallen Lannister guard, draping it around her shoulders to hide her torn gown. They swept back into the corridor, forming a protective ring around her. The day's cost weighed heavily, fresh corpses everywhere, the clang of battle further within the keep. Onward they went, following the noise of fighting. Voices guided them, shouts, metal on metal, screams of fear. At a side passage, they ran into a cluster of Tyrell knights led by Loras himself. Bloodstains marred his white and gold surcoat. He nodded curtly to Robb. We've taken half the keep. My men cornered Cersei near the queen's ballroom. She barricaded herself with a handful of guards. No sign of Joffrey there. Robb's brow furrowed. Then Joffrey must be in the throne room or Maegor's holdfast. Let's keep going. Sansa is safe. If you see a child who looks like Arya, brown hair, feisty, she's my other sister. Alert me at once. Loras nodded. Understood. We'll help search. He spared a glance for Sansa, sorrow flickering in his eyes. Thank the gods you found her. We'll find Arya too if she's here. They parted ways again. Bolton's men guided Sansa to a safer corridor while Robb and Jon pressed deeper, aiming for the throne room. They soon reached a set of massive double doors carved with ancient sigils. Shouts came from within, along with the clatter of steel. When the Northmen pushed the doors open, they discovered the Iron Throne's vast hall already in chaos. Stormland knights had poured in from another side, apparently unstoppable. Amid the swirl of battle, red and gold banners lay trampled. Several Lannister guards still fought near the dais, while others lay dead. Robb spotted the tall figure of Joffrey, perched on the Iron Throne itself, a crossbow clutched in white-knuckled hands. His face was contorted with terror and anger. Behind him stood a Kingsguard knight in battered white, possibly Ser Boros Blunt, along with a few cowering courtiers. Bodies littered the steps. A young woman sobbed by a pillar wearing a torn gown, perhaps a lady of the court. As the Northmen and Storm Lords surged in, Joffrey bellowed, "Stay back. I am your king. You'll all die, my grandfather will kill you." He fired the crossbow wildly, the bolt striking a stone column. The cling of steel reverberated in the tall, echoing space. Renly entered from another door, flanked by Tyrell men. He pointed his sword, voice carrying. "Stand down, Joffrey. The city is ours. Your mother is cornered, your guards are dead or fled. Surrender or face justice." Joffrey shrieked, eyes bulging. "Traitors! I'll kill all of you. Bring me Ned Stark's daughter, I'll." He saw Robb, recognized him, and let out a snarl. "You bastard Northerners! You have no right." Robb advanced with murder in his eyes. "Give me my sister, or I'll tear you off that throne." He didn't realize Sansa was already safe behind them, but he was too angry to clarify. Joffrey cursed, trying to knock another crossbow bolt. The next instant, a Stormland knight rushed forward, sword raised. The remaining Kingsguard stepped into his path. They clashed in a flurry of blows. In the swirl, Joffrey scrambled off the throne dais, stumbling on his own cloak. He tried to flee behind a column. Robb lunged forward, leading the men. The last loyal Lannister guards made a desperate stand, quickly cut down by the overwhelming allied force. Joffrey, cornered, turned to swing the crossbow at Robb again, but his hands shook and he fumbled the trigger. Robb grabbed the crossbow's frame, wrenching it aside. "You killed my father," he hissed. "Threatened my sisters. It ends now." He shoved Joffrey back, sending him sprawling on the marble floor. The boy king squealed, flailing like a child. His gilded crown clattered away. Renly and Mace Tyrell approached, swords still drawn, while the Stormland knights subdued the last pockets of resistance. The dais and hall cleared, leaving Joffrey on his knees, panting. He stared up at them with eyes of pure hatred. "My grandfather, he'll avenge me. Tywin will come. You'll regret this." Renly gazed down with a mixture of pity and disgust. Tywin can't save you now. The city has fallen. You're not a king. Joffrey spat, I am King Joffrey Baratheon. The Iron Throne is mine by. Lies, Robb snarled. We all know you're Jaime's get. And your cruelty sealed your fate. His sword hovered near Joffrey's throat. Where's Arya Stark? If any harm has come to her. Joffrey's lips twisted. She escaped me ages ago. Ran off into the slums. Maybe she's dead for all I care. I have Sansa. We found her, Jon said coldly, stepping forth. Joffrey's gaze snapped to him, and a flicker of recognition lit his face. Jon recalled the boy's sneers in Winterfell, the vile threats. You have nothing, Jon added, voice shaking with anger. The dethroned king's face contorted. You. The bastard with Targaryen blood. They said you had an army, you're the reason father died, you. Robb pressed the sword tip closer. Enough. You'll answer for your crimes. His voice wavered with a savage edge. You murdered Ned Stark after promising mercy. Give me a single reason not to kill you here. Mace Tyrell intervened, clearing his throat. We might want him alive for now. Display him as proof we have the city. Make him confess or stand trial. The small folk might want a show of justice. Renly nodded, exhaling. He's no king, but let him rot in a cell until we figure out how to handle him. We have my claim to secure, the city to pacify, the rightful rule to restore. Killing him on the spot is tempting, but perhaps not wise. Robb's knuckles whitened on the hilt. For a long moment it seemed he might ignore them and kill Joffrey anyway. Then a tremor ran through him and he stepped back. Fine. Lock him up. But if any harm befalls Arya because of him, I'll see him gutted. Joffrey spat curses, but the Tyrell knights seized him, wrenching his arms behind his back. He kicked and flailed like a child. They hauled him away, ignoring his shrieking threats. Robb let out a shuddering breath, lowering his sword. Jon stood at his side, chest tight with a swirl of relief and sorrow. The Iron Throne loomed empty, a twisted mass of steel and shadow behind them. The throne room fell quiet, save for the moans of the wounded. Renly's men parted to let him pass. Renly climbed the dais steps, running a hand along the throne's fused blades as if testing the metal. He turned to face the hall. The city is ours, he said softly but with a trembling note of triumph. The Mad King's get is gone, Robert is gone, and Joffrey's cruelty ends here. Now we must shape what remains. Cheers erupted from Storm Lords and Tyrell men, though some Northmen stood silent. Robb's face was grim, not celebratory. Ned was still dead, Arya was missing, Sansa traumatized, the city half in flames. War was not so easily ended. But the immediate threat of Joffrey's monarchy had fallen. Jon gazed around the throne room, battered from the short but violent skirmish. Tapestries slashed, marble floors scarred with fresh blood. The Iron Throne was a symbol of a realm that devoured its own. Ned's face floated in Jon's mind again, remembering how he had come here in loyalty to Robert, only to find betrayal. Jon closed his eyes briefly, sending a silent prayer for Arya's safety. Let's find Arya, Robb murmured. And secure Sansa. Then we'll talk about the rest. He turned on his heel, stepping away from the dais, ignoring Renly's broad grin of conquest. Jon followed, wading through the aftermath. Soldiers parted, bowing slightly to the Wolf King, but Robb hardly noticed. A sense of finality clung to the air, though the realm's shape was far from settled. Outside, the day wore on as word spread that Joffrey had been taken, the Lannister guards scattered or surrendered. The Red Keep's defenders either threw down arms or fled. Pockets of fighting still flared in the streets, some gold cloaks refusing to yield. But the Allied forces had the advantage. Tywin Lannister was nowhere in sight. For better or worse, they had seized King's Landing. Jon helped coordinate the search for Arya. The city was scoured, with knights posted at major gates and vantage points. Groups of Northmen moved street by street, calling her name, brandishing the Stark banner. The small folk, terrified or suspicious, gave conflicting stories. Some swore they saw a girl with a sword skulking in alleyways. Others had no clue. As the hours ticked by, no sign of Arya emerged. Robb's frustration grew. Meanwhile, the northern men escorted Sansa to a safer portion of the keep. A maester examined her bruises, gave her a sedative to ease her tremors. She wept for Ned, asking over and over if it was really true he was gone. Robb stayed with her briefly, tears in his eyes, then had to return to the swirl of command. The city needed policing, or else riots might tear it apart. Evening fell with a smoky orange sky, tinted by the fires that still smoldered in parts of King's Landing. Renly called a gathering in the throne room, though the battered state of it made it a grim venue. Robb arrived, flanked by northern lords, while Mace Tyrell and Stormland knights lined the sides. Renly took a place near the dais, not yet seating himself on the throne, as if unsure. Loras Tyrell stood at his shoulder. The hush was broken only by the occasional moan of a wounded guard in the corridor. "We have seized the city," Renly announced, voice carrying in the cavernous hall. "Cersei is in custody. My knights found her in a hidden chamber, half hysterical. Joffrey is locked away. The small council has fled or was captured except for Pycelle, who begs for mercy. Tyrion Lannister is absent from the city entirely, rumored abroad. The Goldcloaks mostly yield to us. Now we must restore order. The small folk want bread, peace, and an end to Lannister tyranny." Robb nodded curtly. "What of Tywin?" "We still face his armies if he chooses to retaliate." Renly spread his hands. "He may come, but the city's walls are ours. If he tries to lay siege, we'll have the advantage this time with the Tyrell supply lines feeding us. Also, I intend to send ravens to lure Tywin to the table or force him to stand down. House Lannister is broken. Better to yield than face further destruction." The great Jon snorted. "If he's half as proud as the rumors say, he'll want to fight." "Let him," Renly said, a flash of steel in his tone. "We outnumber him now. House Lannister cannot stand against the combined might of the Reach, the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the North, especially with the city in our hands." Mace Tyrell cleared his throat. "The realm needs a crowned king. With Joffrey deposed, I propose we acclaim Renly. He is Robert's brother, has the Tyrell's backing, and the Stormlord's loyalty. With this new alliance, we can unify the land. The North, of course, we will handle through further negotiation out of respect for King Robb. But we must not linger leaderless. The small folk need reassurance or they might riot further." Eyes turned to Robb. He stared back, posture stiff. "My men named me king in the North. That doesn't change. But I have no desire to rule the rest of the South as we agreed. If your lords want to proclaim Renly as king of the South, so be it. Our arrangement stands. The North remains free unless we reach some other mutual agreement." A moment's hush, then Mace Tyrell nodded, though a little begrudgingly. "We can respect that. For now. More details can be hammered out in peacetime. Our immediate threat was Joffrey's tyranny, and that is ended." Renly exhaled, relief coloring his features. "Then let us see to the realm's healing. I will not force the North to kneel if it chooses otherwise. Our cause was to end a false monarchy, not to claim conquest over all." The great Jon let out a satisfied huff. "Well said. We'll see how it unfolds. First, I'd see the city calm so we're not trapped in a nest of vipers." Renly agreed. In a formal sense, the alliance was sealed again in the throne room. The remaining lords of the city were summoned, many trembling in fear. They recognized Renly as king of the southern realm. Robb Stark, king in the north, was recognized as an allied sovereign. Messengers rushed out to quell the riots, promising new leadership bred from the Reach, the end of Joffrey's cruelty. Step by step, the city might be pacified. Jon lingered in the background, mind drifting to Arya. The question of her fate overshadowed any sense of victory. At one point, he slipped away from the meeting to join search parties combing the city. But the labyrinth of slums offered no sign of a girl matching her description. Most watchers shrugged, saying many children roamed, orphaned by war and poverty. Some believed Arya had left King's Landing weeks or months ago, hitching a ride north. Others said she might be dead in a gutter. Each rumor cut deeper. Night settled over the city. Guards took positions along the walls, now manned by Tyrell and Stormland men. Northmen patrolled the Red Keep, ensuring no Lannister loyalists lurked. Cersei was locked in a tower cell, screaming accusations that they were all traitors. Joffrey was likewise imprisoned, though the specifics of his cell were hush-hush. Some demanded his immediate execution, but Renly insisted a trial would be the civilized path. Robb did not gainsay it, though he made no secret of wanting Joffrey's head eventually. Jon found Robb in a quiet courtyard near the keep's godwood, though it was only a small garden with a single weirwood sapling, nothing like the ancient trees of the north. Sansa sat on a bench, cloak around her shoulders, staring at the trunk. Robb stood beside her, offering comfort. Jon approached softly, not wanting to startle them. Sansa glanced over with tired eyes. "Arya's still not found." Her voice sounded hollow. "But thank you. You saved me." Robb's expression tightened. "I only wish we could have come sooner, spared you the fear." She shook her head, tears shimmering. "I keep seeing Joffrey, how she broke off, voice faltering. Jon stepped forward gently. "He can't hurt you anymore. He's in a cell. You're safe now, truly." A tear slid down her cheek. "Father, if only he." Her shoulders shook. Robb placed an arm around her, letting her cry softly. Jon's throat ached at the sight, remembering her illusions of courtly life, all shattered so brutally. They sat in silence for a while, the city's distant clamor fading. At length, Sansa wiped her eyes, her voice rasping. "Thank you. And if you find Arya, please bring her to me. We only have each other now with father gone." She paused. "What about mother?" "She's at Riverrun." Robb nodded. "We'll send for her soon. Or we'll return there once the city is stable. She'll be overjoyed you're alive." Sansa tried to manage a tremulous smile. I want to go home. To Winterfell." Jon felt that pang of longing too, but he knew how complicated everything had become. "We will," he said. "Soon, if the gods are good." Sansa nodded, blinking away fresh tears. "Yes. Soon." A breeze rustled the leaves of the small weirwood, bringing a hint of the north's quiet hush, or so Jon imagined. For the moment, they clung to that small measure of peace. When Robb and Jon finally departed, leaving Sansa in the care of a northern attendant, they wandered deeper into the keep's corridors. The aftermath of battle lingered in every scorched wall and dried bloodstain. Servants hurried about, piling bodies for burial, while lords of the new regime tried to impose order. Through it all, the question of Arya gnawed at them. They had come so far, toppled Joffrey, and still she was missing. Robb rubbed his eyes, exhaustion evident. "We'll keep searching the city. If she's alive, we'll find her. If not, that's unthinkable." Jon nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The possibility that Arya had died somewhere in the city's chaos haunted him. But he tried to recall her fierce spirit, how she'd once bested a boy in the courtyard at Winterfell, how she might outwit any foe. Perhaps that spark kept her alive. They emerged onto a balcony overlooking the city. Fires flickered in the distance, but many had been doused. The wind brought a mingled aroma of smoke, blood, and sea. Thousands of small folk hunkered in their homes, uncertain of the new order. But the golden stag and rose flew from the ramparts. The direwolf banner fluttered over one tower, proclaiming the North's presence. King's Landing had fallen to them. In the days to come, negotiations with Tywin would be forced, or another war might spark. But for this night, they had torn the boy king from his throne, freed Sansa from captivity, and ended Joffrey's tyranny. The realm would not soon forget. And though victory felt hollow without Arya's safety, Ned's legacy weighed on them. Perhaps the worst was over, or perhaps new storms gathered. Jon turned to Robb, gazing at the battered face of his friend and king. "We did it," he said quietly, though there was no triumph in his tone. Robb nodded. "Father's killer is undone. Sansa's safe. We've come so far. But the realm's not at peace, and Arya is still lost." A muscle worked in his jaw. "One step at a time, I suppose." Jon laid a hand on Robb's shoulder, feeling the swirl of heartbreak and relief. "Father would be proud of you," he said softly. "You fought for our family, for the North. That must count for something." Robb closed his eyes, swallowing hard. "I hope so." Then he straightened, turning to the city's silhouette. "Tomorrow we deal with the aftermath. We feed the small folk, chase out the last Lannister pockets, keep the peace. We search for Arya. We hold Joffrey for trial or for ransom, though I'd sooner see him hanged." And then he trailed off. "Then we see about going home." Jon exhaled, tension riding his every breath. He recalled the whispered warnings that a Targaryen boy might upset the realm. Yet here he was, fighting not for House Targaryen but for House Stark, the family that had raised him. The swirl of politics might lead anywhere: Renly on the throne, the North an independent kingdom, or another conflict if Tywin attacked. But at least Joffrey's cruelty had ended and Sansa was safe. They lingered on the balcony as night deepened, thousands of stars overhead. The city flickered with uncertain fires, but a hush gradually enveloped it, as though an entire population held its breath at the dawn of a new era. For better or worse, they had shaped Westeros's fate this day. Jon silently prayed the old gods might grant them a measure of respite, that the cost of war would not climb higher still. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges, but for now they had wrested King's Landing from the boy king's iron grip. Outside the keep's battered walls, Northmen, Tyrell soldiers, and storm lords mingled in uneasy relief. Somewhere in the labyrinth below, Arya might still walk or hide. Sansa tried to rest, free at last but scarred by her ordeal. And in the hush of the Red Keep's corridors, Ned Stark's memory lingered like a watchful ghost, urging them onward. Jon breathed the night air, tasting salt and ash. He felt the faintest stirring of hope that the realm might find a kinder path than Joffrey's cruelty, hope that Arya lived, hope that the North could eventually heal. He and Robb stood side by side, gazing at the city they had claimed, uncertain whether they were victors or simply survivors of another war's brutality. In the silent bond between them, beneath the starlit sky, they vowed to see their family whole again or die in the attempt. No matter what shape the realm took, that oath remained their truest compass. Smoke clung to the city like a low-hung shroud in the days that followed the fall of King's Landing. The reek of charred timber and the tang of old blood permeated even the lofty corridors of the Red Keep, lingering reminders of the battle that had ripped away Joffrey Baratheon's rule. City folk picked through rubble for scraps of food, half in awe and half in dread of the vast armies that had broken through the gates. Soldiers in green and gold cloaks mingled with Northmen in muddy cloaks of gray and brown, sometimes sharing uneasy nods, sometimes exchanging suspicious glances. To the small folk it scarcely mattered which banners flew from the ramparts, they only hoped that bread would be cheaper and a new king less cruel. Yet behind the bustle, the victors wrestled with the burdens of occupation. Renly Baratheon, hailed by many in the south as rightful king after Robert, strove to impose order upon a populace ravaged by hunger and fear. Meanwhile, Robb Stark, the newly styled king in the north, faced the continuing agony of having only half his family safe. Sansa was freed, but Arya remained missing. Joffrey, dethroned and imprisoned, could not or would not reveal her whereabouts. And Tywin Lannister still loomed in the realm's periphery, a threat to the fragile triumph that had been seized. Every rumor of Lannister banners on the roads sparked fresh apprehension. In the Red Keep's smaller council chamber, a stone-walled room that once served as a lesser gathering hall, both kings and their closest advisors assembled to strategize. The hall was drafty, with traces of soot on the ceiling from the fires that had burned in the city. Rows of tall windows overlooked the sprawl of King's Landing, where column after column of smoke still rose from lingering pockets of flame or smoldering ruins. Within, the atmosphere was subdued but crackling with tension. Renly presided at the chamber's long table, flanked by Mace Tyrell and his son, Ser Loras. The Storm Lords who had marched with Renly stood behind them, lords like Bryce Caron, Mathis Rowan, and others who had turned from Joffrey's cause early. On the other side sat Robb Stark, with the great Jon Umber and Roose Bolton close at hand. Jon stood a short step behind Robb, near one wall where the shadows gathered. He was not a lord, nor strictly an advisor by rank, but Robb had insisted he be present. Too much had happened for them to continue the old pretense that Jon had no voice. "The city is calmer today," Renly said, addressing the table. "We distributed fresh bread from the Reach's wagons at half cost, and the looting seems to have eased. But that might only last if we maintain supplies. If the gold in the royal treasury is as depleted as Pycelle claims, we'll need more from Highgarden or from the Stormlands to keep people fed." Mace Tyrell cleared his throat. "We can open further storehouses from the Reach, but not indefinitely. We rely on good weather for transport, and these roads remain in poor shape after the war. Repairing the Rose Road will take time." Robb nodded tersely, though he seemed only partly invested in the conversation about logistics. He tapped his fingers on the table. "The city's survival is vital, but so is our war. The Lannisters hold the West, and Tywin's next move is uncertain. Every day we remain bogged here, we give him time to rally. We must learn his intentions." Renly's mouth tightened. "We do have men at the roads west of the city, posted in watchtowers. None have seen a major Lannister host approach. Lord Tywin could be mustering around Harrenhal or traveling a different route. Regardless, he can't muster the same strength as before. Many of his men fell in our earlier battles or deserted after news of Joffrey's fall." "That is cold comfort," Roose Bolton said quietly. "Desperate foes can be more dangerous than expected. If he chooses to strike at Riverrun or the Neck, or if he tries to rescue Joffrey with a cunning move, we must be prepared." His pale eyes swept the assembly. "The North remains threatened by Greyjoy raiders as well. The longer we stay, the more they can ravage our coasts." At that, Robb grimaced, and Jon knew the constant ache his friend felt. The Ironborn had begun raiding along the stony shore, forcing some northern bannermen to withdraw from the south. While this massive victory in King's Landing was momentous, it did not shield the North from Balon Greyjoy's opportunism. Robb inhaled slowly. "I cannot linger here indefinitely, but we have a duty to Sansa, to find Arya, and to ensure the realm does not slip back into chaos. My mother is at Riverrun, overseeing matters. I should be with her soon, or else call her here. Once we settle these pressing concerns, I intend to return north if the Lannisters do not force my hand. We must protect our lands from Greyjoy ships." Mace Tyrell sighed, fiddling with a jeweled ring on his thick fingers. An alliance requires mutual support, King Robb. The moment you withdraw your swords, the city might well revolt again, or Tywin might retake it. We need stability. That requires your presence, or at least enough of your men to deter any new threat. Renly drummed his fingertips on the table. We might meet halfway, good sirs. Robb, you can leave a portion of your host as a garrison, allied with mine and the Tyrell forces, while you return the rest to the Neck. Or if you prefer, remain a short while to finish rooting out the last Lannister pockets. Then go with a lighter heart. I have no wish to trap you. You are king in the north, after all. He cast a glance at Robb, a polite but firm reminder that the southern realm recognized him as an ally, not a subordinate. Robb's jaw tightened, torn between protecting the city's new government and shielding his homeland. I can spare a few thousand men for a time, he said slowly, under the command of Lord Bolton or the Great John. But I will go north soon. The ironsmiths will not wait. He caught himself slipping into the old saying for Greyjoy trouble. We must ensure the Ironborn do not seize our entire coastline while we guard King's Landing. The Great John slammed a fist on the table, rattling the goblets. Let me return north, your grace. My men are needed at the last hearth and throughout the uplands. Winter is coming, and we can't let those drowned men hold our shores. Bolton can remain here or whichever lord you see fit. But Bolton, expression mild, interjected in his subdued voice. With respect, Great John, I am better suited to pacifying the city, which might require more discreet methods. Your men might prefer the simpler job of driving back Ironborn invaders. He glanced at Robb. As your father once said, war in one's own lands is best handled by those who know them intimately. The Greyjohn's presence might stiffen the morale of the local Northmen, whereas I can serve as a governor of sorts in King's Landing, if that is what you will. It was a bold statement, yet it made a twisted sort of sense. Bolton, for all his coldness, was cunning enough to manage a city teetering between fear and anarchy. Still, Jon felt uneasy leaving Bolton behind in such a powerful position given the flinty nature of House Bolton. But he kept silent. This was Robb's decision after all. Robin hailed. We'll consider it. For now, we have immediate tasks. Joffrey must stand trial or face justice, new magistrates must be appointed so the city can function, and we must confirm Sansa's safety is assured. We also keep searching for Arya. If she's here, the search parties must not rest until every corner is turned. And we must confirm Cersei's fate. Let's move on those matters first. Renly nodded. Agreed. Let's adjourn for now. We have a final detail. Tomorrow, I'll hold a formal court session in the throne room so the city sees that Joffrey's reign is over. We can address the people, calm fears, and announce that bread prices will remain set. Join me there, King Robb, so all can witness our alliance. Then we proceed with the sentencing or detention of Joffrey. After that, we focus on your sister's search and the realm's reordering. So the meeting ended, though no one felt wholly satisfied. The city's labyrinthine problems would not be solved by a single discussion. As they drifted from the chamber, knights and courtiers bowed to both kings. Jon followed Robb out into a corridor where the high windows let in sunlight that caught drifting motes of dust. Robb paused, rubbing his brow. It never ends, he murmured. One day I'm fighting to free Sansa, the next I'm discussing bread prices and city politics. Meanwhile, I have an entire kingdom in the north to worry about. Father made it look so easy. Jon touched Robb's shoulder. You're doing well, all things considered. A moment of weary silence stretched. Then Robb sighed. I suppose. Let's see Sansa. I want to be sure she's resting, not fretting about these details. She's been through enough. They found Sansa in a small solar that overlooked a courtyard of the Red Keep. Sunlight streamed through an arched window, illuminating chairs with plush cushions. She sat near the window wearing a demure gray gown that one of the servants had found for her. The bruises on her wrists and arms were partly hidden by the sleeves, but not entirely. She was pale, gazing out at the fortress below. Catelyn Stark had not yet arrived. She remained at Riverrun, overseeing defenses and relaying vital messages. Sometimes Sansa and Robb wrote her letters, but ravens might be slow or lost. So Sansa had no motherly presence to guide her through trauma. When she noticed Robb and Jon, she stood, curtsying reflexively, then recalled that Robb was her brother. A faint flush colored her cheeks. Robb, Jon, she said softly. I was just Thinking. Robb moved to take her hand gently. How are you feeling? She gave a shaky attempt at a smile. Better, I think. The nightmares haven't left me. But I walked in the garden earlier. Some of the castle staff were kind, offering me fresh fruits and sweetmeats. They treat me like a princess again. It's strange. After so long as a hostage, I can hardly believe I'm free. Jon nodded, remembering how Joffrey used Sansa's presence in the court for humiliation. You are free, he said softly, and we'd never let them near you again. Her eyes flicked to him. She dipped her head in gratitude, though sadness lingered in her expression. Thank you. All of this is so… I don't know. Her gaze shifted to the window. What will happen to him? Joffrey? Robb's jaw set. He's in the dungeons, waiting for the new king, Renly, and me to decide. We'll likely hold a trial of some sort. Renly believes in showing the city we're not butchers, that we stand for justice. I suspect he'll be condemned, though. For father's death, for your torment, for all the blood on his hands. His voice caught. But that's not your worry. Rest. If you want to leave this city, you will. I'll arrange an escort anywhere you wish. Winterfell, Riverrun. She swallowed. I do want to go home, back to Winterfell, or at least to see Mother. But I also can't bear to leave if there's any chance Arya is alive here. She might need me. Jon felt a swell of admiration for her. Sansa, once so enthralled by the South's courtesies, now placed her family's well-being above her own fear. He offered a nod of encouragement. We're scouring every corner of the city. We'll find her if she's here. Sansa exhaled shakily, then sank back into her seat. Thank you. I'll remain a while. Perhaps I can help question any court ladies who might have overheard rumors about Arya. She lowered her gaze. I'm not strong like you two, but I can listen at least. Robb gave her hand a gentle squeeze. You're stronger than you know. We'll take any help we can get. Then he rose, offering a small, sad smile. Rest more if you can. Tomorrow, Renly holds a public session in the throne room. I'll speak on behalf of House Stark. You needn't attend if it pains you. She bit her lip. I might watch from a gallery. I want to see them disclaim Joffrey's tyranny. I want to see it undone. Robb inclined his head. Your choice. With that, he and Jon left her, stepping out into the corridor once more. That evening, the Red Keep's torchlit halls bustled with fresh arrivals. Lords from the Riverlands who had marched late, a few newly liberated Crownland lords seeking Renly's favor, and some storm lords come to claim offices in the new regime. Yet no immediate word arrived concerning Arya. The city's labyrinth was massive, full of hidden nooks. Rumors circulated that a short-haired girl with a sword had fought in the bread riots weeks ago, but no one could confirm. Some insisted she'd stowed away on a merchant wagon heading north. Others swore she was in the dungeons, lost among the ragged urchins imprisoned by Joffrey. Investigations found nothing. Jon refused to give up hope. Renly, in the meantime, held an informal feast that night in the castle's lesser hall to celebrate the city's capture. Many lords attended, wearing freshly laundered garments, though war's grime clung to them in other ways. The mood was part triumph, part exhaustion. Roasted meats, bread, and jugs of wine were brought forth by servants. Musicians played soft tunes. Mace Tyrell boomed hearty toasts, while Loras Tyrell stood near the dais, half smiling, half guarded. Robb came late, sitting quietly at a corner of the high table. Jon stood behind him, refusing the wine that was offered. Enough men in the hall had already drunk themselves into cheer. Midway through the feast, Ser Barristan and Selmy arrived, escorted by a pair of Tyrell knights. The hall hushed at his entrance. Selmy had served as a king's guard for decades under Aerys II Targaryen, then under Robert, then under Joffrey, albeit reluctantly. A tall, dignified knight with silver in his hair, he inclined his head, expression sorrowful. He carried no sword, for the Tyrell knights had insisted he come unarmed. Renly rose from his seat, wine cup in hand. Ser Barristan, Renly greeted. I was told you surrendered your sword yesterday rather than fight for Joffrey. Is that correct? Selmy bowed with a knight's grace. I did, your grace. When the Goldcloaks turned on the city and Joffrey threatened to murder hostages, I could serve him no longer. I laid down my blade. I come now to ask your mercy and to offer my counsel if you'll have it. Renly's jaw flexed. I remember you from my brother's reign. Robert spoke highly of your skill and honor. Yet you served Joffrey when Ned Stark was beheaded. Why stay so long? A flicker of pain crossed Selmy's eyes. I believed I could protect innocence from within. I pled for mercy for Lord Eddard Stark. My pleas fell on deaf ears. Joffrey's cruelty overcame all reason. I regret I could not save him. He turned slightly, glancing at Robb. Your father was an honorable man, your grace. I failed him. Robb's face hardened. We all failed him in some way. Renly studied Selmy's lined face, then gestured for him to approach. You have a storied reputation, Ser Barristan. If you truly repudiate Joffrey and pledge loyalty to the new order, my rule, allied with King Robb, I'll consider your request. Selmy inclined his head again, kneeling slowly. I do so pledge if you'll permit me. I want no more bloodshed from false kings. I only wish to see the realm at peace as Robert intended it before madness took hold in his final years. A hush had fallen over the hall. Renly glanced at Mace Tyrell, who shrugged, then at Robb, who gave a slight nod. Very well, Renly announced. Rise, Ser Barristan. I restore your status as a knight of the realm. You'll serve as a protector to the small folk or a voice of counsel. We do not need a king's guard as it was, but your guidance is welcome. Selmy stood, relief flickering across his features. Thank you, your grace. He turned to Robb. If it pleases you, King Robb, I'd also pledge my sword to protect your sister or any of the Stark family while they remain here. I can't undo the harm Joffrey wrought, but perhaps I can keep them from further suffering. Robb studied him, expression heavy. I appreciate the gesture. My sister Sansa is in the keep, guarded by men I trust. But your added vigilance could help. He paused. Arya is still missing. Selmy bowed again. I'll do what I can to find her, my lord. That short exchange ended with a few polite murmurs and a smatter of applause in the hall. Renly resumed his seat and the feast continued, though the undercurrent of tension lingered. Jon retreated to a place near a pillar, avoiding the swirl of courtiers who wanted to curry favor with the Wolf King. He was half lost in his own thoughts, replaying images of the final assault on Joffrey's throne. Some time later, the great Jon found him, thumping a heavy hand on Jon's shoulder. Why so glum, lad? He roared in his usual booming voice. We seized the city. Freed the lass. This is a victory, no? Jon forced a small smile. It is. But with Arya still missing and the Greyjoy threat Tywin out there, I suppose I can't celebrate yet. The big man's grin slipped a fraction. Aye, there's always more battles. But we can at least eat and drink while we can. Those dull southerners are used to constant feasts. Me, I'd prefer to be out hunting boar, but I'll not spurn good wine. Jon nodded but accepted no cup. He disliked how easily men sank into revelry when so many troubles remained. He recognized that a respite might be necessary, morale could fail otherwise. Yet he found no appetite for revels. He slipped away from the feast soon after, heading along a torchlit corridor toward the sections of the Red Keep that had remained mostly intact. With the city in chaos, many rooms housed refugees of minor station, Smalf. Oak who'd sought the keep for safety. Guards posted at each intersection let him pass, bowing slightly. They recognized him as the king in the North's near-constant companion, an odd mixture of respect and curiosity etched in their faces. Eventually, he reached a small courtyard near the kitchens, a place overshadowed by high walls and open to the night sky. A faint breeze stirred. The hush felt like a balm after the clamor of the feast. He paused under an arch, letting the quiet seep in. Then, unexpectedly, movement in a corner made him stiffen, a slight figure, hooded, rummaging in a crate. Jon had no reason to suspect danger, but war's instincts made him rest a hand on his sword hilt. He cleared his throat. The figure jolted, whirling to face him. Lantern light revealed a girl with ragged clothes, large eyes flickering with alarm. For an instant, Jon's heart leapt. Could this be Arya? The shape, the small build. But then the features were wrong, the nose sharper, hair lighter. She was perhaps a year older than Arya might be, and her eyes were not the familiar gray but a dark brown. She froze like a cornered animal. Who are you? Jon asked gently. Why are you hiding here? The girl looked about to bolt. Then, seeing no easy exit, she stammered, I live in the keep. And my mother was a scullion. She died. I was just hungry. Her voice trembled with the raw tension of the city. She eyed Jon's posture, reading soldierly readiness. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trespass. Jon let out a slow breath, releasing the hilt. It's all right. This crate belongs to the keep anyway. Take what you need. I won't stop you. He realized the crate probably held leftover scraps from the feast. Look, if you go to the kitchens, they might give you proper food. She stared at him, uncertain. Why you're with the new kings? He almost laughed, but only a wry smile came. Something like that. Searching her face, he found no malice, only fear. This city was full of such orphans. Was Arya also forced to scavenge corners if she truly roamed the streets? The thought pained him. Truly, the kitchens can help you. The war is over, Joffrey's men are gone. She dipped her head, grabbed a small chunk of bread from the crate, and scurried off, vanishing into the shadows. Jon sighed. The fleeting moment hammered home how many children might be lost in King's Landing. If Arya was among them, disguised or forced into petty theft, how would he ever track her down in this warren of fear? He lingered in the courtyard a moment longer, letting the night's calm envelop him. Tomorrow, they would hold that public session in the throne room, humiliating Joffrey and announcing the new rule. Perhaps that show of unity would quell the city's final doubts. Or perhaps a deeper shadow still lurked. The realm was rarely so simple. At last, he returned to the corridors, ignoring the distant laughter from banquet halls. He found his way to the modest set of chambers assigned to him near the Stark-labeled wing. A pair of northern guards stood outside, saluting stiffly. Inside, the room was cramped but sufficient, a bed, a chest, a small hearth. He shed his cloak and boots, mind still teeming with questions, but physical exhaustion soon overcame him and he dropped onto the bed, drifting into uneasy sleep. Morning dawned with clearer skies and a crisp breeze off the bay. Soldiers bustled in the yard, polishing gear or forming ranks. The day promised a major spectacle. Renly Baratheon would ascend the dais in the Grand Throne Room, flanked by Mace Tyrell and other lords, proclaiming the end of Joffrey's usurpation and the start of a new era. Robb Stark, as king in the north, was to stand beside him, signifying the alliance. Word had spread through the city that the dethroned boy king might be displayed or confronted. Crowds formed near the Red Keep's outer gates, though many were kept back by guards. Jon dressed in simple attire, dark breeches, a plain tunic bearing a small dire wolf sigil, and a leather jerkin. He strapped on his sword belt, uncertain if formal ceremonies required arms, but Robb had insisted they remain armed, no sense risking sabotage. The Red Keep, for all their victory, could still harbor hidden men loyal to House Lannister or the old regime. They met in a corridor outside Robb's larger chambers, where a handful of northern lords waited. Robb wore a fine doublet in gray and white, a silver wolf's head clasp at his collar. Yet he seemed uneasy, lips pressed thin. Sansa emerged too, dressed in a simple but elegant gown of dark blue, a silver band around her waist. She looked anxious, fingers twisting. The great Jon, Roose Bolton, and other notables formed a small retinue behind them. The group proceeded toward the throne room, crossing a courtyard. City birds fluttered overhead, cawing. From a distance, horns and drums echoed, likely from the small folk gathered at the keep's main gates. Inside, lines of knights posted by Renly and Mace Tyrell guarded the entry. They saluted as Robb and Sansa approached, though some cast curious glances at Sansa's bruises or at Jon, rumored to be a Targaryen heir. Jon ignored their stares. In the vestibule before the throne room, they found Renly waiting with Loras Tyrell, a cluster of storm lords behind them. Mace Tyrell was absent, presumably checking final details. Renly wore a fine green velvet doublet embroidered with golden stags. His expression was carefully measured, though a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. He greeted Robb with a polite smile. "Good morning. The hall is nearly full, lords, ladies, some merchants, even certain guild leaders. All want to witness the official dawn of a new reign. Are you prepared?" Robb shrugged, discomfort plain. "As ready as I'll ever be. This is your show, King Renly. I'm only here to confirm our alliance." Renly dipped his head. "But your presence matters greatly. It shows unity. The realm sees that the North stands with me. After the session, we'll move Joffrey from his cell to whichever fate we decide. Possibly an interrogation or an announcement of a trial date. Let the city see his cruelty is at an end." Sansa's voice emerged thinly. Must I see him again?" Robb gave her a troubled look. "Not if you don't want to. There's a gallery you can stand in, behind a screen, or remain with the ladies in an upper balcony." She swallowed, glancing away. "I want to see him humiliated, but I'm afraid of what seeing him might stir in me." Her eyes glistened. "I'll watch from the balcony. If that's all right?" Renly nodded, sympathetic. "Of course, my lady. Lord Tyrell arranged a seat for you among the lesser audience, out of harm's way. Guards will accompany you." Sansa bobbed a slight curtsy. "Thank you." With that, the group parted. Sansa moved off with a pair of northern guards heading to the balcony route, while Robb, Jon, Renly, and the rest proceeded through the tall double doors into the throne room. The interior was ablaze with torch and lantern light despite the morning sun, for the old colored windows had been shattered in the fight. Workers had hastily hung drapes over broken arches. The floor, recently scrubbed, still bore chips where swords had clashed. Now, a large crowd packed the hall, knights in shining armor, courtiers in bright silks, city notables in plainer garb. Murmurs of excitement or worry buzzed like a hive of bees. At the far end loomed the Iron Throne, a jagged seat of melted swords once hammered into shape by Targaryen forges. Before it stood a dais of steps. Renly led the way there, with Loras to his left, Mace Tyrell stepping out from the crowd to greet them. Robb took a position to the right, flanked by the great Jon and Bolton. Jon hovered behind Robb, ignoring the countless eyes that flicked his way. This was, in effect, the first grand public statement of the new regime. A herald banged a staff on the floor 3 times, quieting the crowd. Then he proclaimed in a ringing voice, "Behold Renly Baratheon of the House Baratheon and House Tyrell by marriage, first of his name, rightful king of the Undulls and the first men, lord of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. By the will of the lords and the grace of the gods. And behold Robb Stark, king in the north, allied sovereign of the north and loyal friend to King Renly." Renly stepped forward, raising a hand for silence. The crowd stilled. "People of King's Landing," he called, voice resonating in the hall. "You have seen the downfall of Joffrey Baratheon, whose cruelty and false claim brought misery upon us all. He is held in the dungeons, no longer your king. I, Renly, stand before you to pledge better governance, fairer laws, and an end to the tyranny that gripped the city. With me stands King Robb Stark of the North, whose father was unjustly slain by Joffrey's command. Our allied armies have freed the city from that vile yoke." A ripple of voices spread through the assembly, some cheering, some whispering. Renly pressed on, "Henceforth, bread prices shall be kept stable, protected by the wealth of Highgarden if need be. The gold cloaks who remain shall be reformed under new leadership. Houses that supported Joffrey out of fear will be pardoned if they yield now. Those who refuse shall face the consequences. The war has cost us enough blood. Let us rebuild and unite the realm behind true justice." A murmur of cautious approval rose. Some in the crowd cheered, but many were still uncertain. Then Renly looked to Robb, gesturing for him to speak. Robb stepped forward, not used to public oratory but steeled his shoulders. His voice carried a resolute edge. "I am Robb Stark, king in the north. I do not claim to rule the south, but I joined forces with King Renly to end the cruelty of Joffrey Baratheon, who took my father's life and held my sister captive. We do not come as conquerors. Our presence here is to ensure the realm sees justice done and that the Lannisters' tyranny ends. When the time is right, I will return north to protect my homeland from other threats. But for now, I stand with King Renly. Let none doubt that any attempt to restore Joffrey's power or harm my family will be met with the full might of the north." Applause rippled more solidly this time, for the crowd respected a straightforward vow. Whispers carried through the hall, "King Robb, the Wolf King, he's so young, but he broke Joffrey's hold." Some recalled how Ned Stark had once been a voice of justice. When the applause died, Renly lifted both arms. "Henceforth, we commence the new administration of the capital. We'll see to it that looting ends, that hunger is alleviated, and that the city is governed with fairness. We also announce that Joffrey Baratheon will face a tribunal for his many crimes, including the murder of Lord Eddard Stark, the abuse of hostages, and the ill governance of the city. This tribunal will take place in due course, with input from all the great houses. Should Tywin Lannister wish to negotiate, we will hear him, but the days of Lannister terror are done." More applause, stronger now. The crowd's relief was palpable. Some had endured Joffrey's madness daily, witnessing random punishments or cruelty. Others feared chaos might be worse, but at least bread came more cheaply under Tyrell shipments. Joyous relief stirred among them. Renly turned to Mace Tyrell, allowing him a few words. The corpulent lord boomed about how Highgarden's bounties would feed the city, how the people should rejoice, and so forth. Then the herald signaled the formal portion was done. Renly, Robb, and their entourage stepped aside, letting lesser lords queue with petitions, disputes, or questions. This was the open court tradition, where the new regime established presence. Hours trickled by. Jon stood behind Robb, listening to a parade of courtiers come forth. Minor lords complaining of lost lands, merchants bemoaning stolen wares during the siege, artisans requesting the new king's patronage. Renly handled them with a veneer of courtesy, promising to redress wrongs or at least to consider them. Robb mostly observed, stepping in only when matters touched the north. The great Jon dozed at one point, leaning on his greatsword, bored by southern politicking. Mace Tyrell often interjected with offers of restitution or trade deals. It was, in short, the unglamorous side of kingship. During a lull, Jon's thoughts flicked to Sansa. He glanced up to the balconies. Yes, there she was, half hidden behind a row of pillars in the upper gallery, flanked by a pair of northern guards. She watched intently, face pale but calm, as petitioners brought up Joffrey's crimes. Perhaps seeing others condemn him was a small balm to her own suffering. Then, near midday, a stir at the hall's entrance drew all eyes. A group of Tyrell knights escorted half a dozen black-cloaked men into the throne room. At first, Jon tensed, suspecting trouble, but then recognized the black robes of the Night's Watch. A swirl of surprise rippled. The watchers parted to let them approach. Their leader was a rangy man with a gray-flecked beard, wearing a crow's head pinned at his collar. Might it be one of Lord Commander Mormont's men? Renly raised a hand to signal silence, beckoning them forward. The man bowed stiffly, glancing from Renly to Robb, then to the crowd. Your Grace, we are rangers of the Night's Watch, come south from the wall to beg for aid. The commander sends dire warnings. There have been disturbances, wildlings on the move, as well as graver threats in the far north. A hush fell. Few in King's Landing gave much thought to the wall, but Robb's expression sharpened. The North understood the significance. What sort of disturbances? He asked, stepping forward. Speak plainly. The ranger's voice carried an ominous note. Wildling hordes gather beyond the wall, bigger than we've seen in generations. We suspect they follow a self-styled king beyond the wall named Mance Rayder. The Lord Commander requests men, arms, and support to defend the realm. But that's not all. Strange sightings, rumors of dead men walking, the others. He paused, uneasy murmurs in the crowd. We know how it sounds, but we have reason to believe the old stories are no longer myths alone. Renly frowned, exchanging a glance with Mace Tyrell. Dead men walking? That sounds like old wives' tales. Are you certain? The ranger set his jaw. We only know men have vanished north of the wall, and those who returned speak of whites, reanimated corpses. The Night's Watch is ill-equipped for a threat of this scale. Robb exhaled slowly. My father always took such tales seriously. The War of the Dawn was thousands of years past, but he said the North must remain watchful. If the Watch calls for help, we can't dismiss them. He looked at Renly. Yet I've an entire realm's war to settle, plus the Greyjoy attacks. How do we send men to the wall? The Greyjoy spoke up, voice booming in the hush. We can't ignore the old powers. If the Watch fails, the wildlings or worse might sweep down into the north. My men prefer fighting Ironborn over frosty phantoms, but we must do something. Roose Bolton's expression was grave. If the others are real, it changes everything. But perhaps the threat is exaggerated. Renly nodded, uncertain. We're dealing with the aftermath of a civil war. Our coffers and armies are stretched, but the safety of the realm includes the far north. Perhaps we can spare some men once Tywin is dealt with. The ranger spoke fervently. The threat does not wait. The wildlings march now. The Watch begs immediate reinforcements, 500 men at least. Better 1,000. Or even more. The Lord Commander wrote letters to every lord of the realm, but war overshadowed it all. We need help. A ripple of disquiet spread in the throne room. The Watchers had not come to find petty solutions. This was a cry for survival beyond politics. Robb's face hardened. I can't commit 1,000 men lightly. But the North understands the wall's importance. Let me consult my bannermen. If I must, I'll pull men from where we stand. My duty is to the north as well as to the realm. He turned to Renly. You are king in the south. Will you lend any men or resources? Renly looked pained, scanning the crowd. I cannot ignore a threat that endangers the entire realm. If the wildlings breach the wall, eventually they'd come south of the neck. Yet I have no direct ties to that region. Still, I can pledge some coin for supplies or even a small unit. But I must ensure King's Landing remains secure. Let's discuss details in private. The Watch shall have some measure of assistance, though it may not be immediate or large. The ranger bowed low, relief warring with anxiety. Thank you, your graces. The Watch stands ready. May the gods help us all. And with that, the Watchers were led aside to be housed temporarily in the keep. A hum of murmurs filled the hall. Ancient legends of the others frightened common folk more than talk of battles with the Lannisters. Even lords shifted uneasily, recalling bedtime stories of ice demons with pale flesh and glowing blue eyes. The matter overshadowed the next few petitions, lending the entire session a more somber tone. At last, Renly declared the open court ended, instructing the crowd to disperse. The city's daily governance would continue in smaller councils. Guards ushered people from the throne room. Robb lingered near the dais, speaking with the great Jon and Bolton about how many men might realistically be spared for the wall. Jon stood behind them, hardly believing how quickly the realm's focus had jumped from dethroning Joffrey to an ancient menace in the far north. Sansa slipped down from the balcony steps, approaching quietly. "Is it true?" she asked, voice quivering. "The others?" "Like in the old stories." Robb forced a thin smile. "We don't know. Maybe it's wild rumor. But we can't ignore the Night's Watch's plea. Father taught us better." She nodded, still pale. "Winter truly is coming then." Jon's heart twisted at that old Stark motto. War had come, cruelty had come, and now perhaps an even older terror stirred. He put a hand lightly on her shoulder. "We'll manage it. Step by step. Right now, the city must be secured, Tywin's threat addressed, and Arya found. Then the North must rally for the Watch if need be." She gazed at him, swallowing. "Everything is so complicated." He could only nod. In the days that followed, the city slowly regained a semblance of order. Renly's chosen men replaced the gold cloaks who had fled or proven too loyal to Joffrey's tyranny. Mace Tyrell arranged shipments of grain to keep bread prices stable. Smallfolk returned to their crafts, tentatively believing that perhaps the worst had passed. Soldiers patrolled the streets, stamping out pockets of looting. Tywin Lannister sent no official word, though rumors placed him reorganizing in the west. A few of his outriders near Harrenhal had scattered upon hearing that King's Landing was lost. For Jon, the days were a blur of searching. He led squads of Northmen into the city's underbelly, scouring Flea Bottom, the wharves, every quarter rumored to harbor runaways. They questioned orphans, innkeepers, cutpurses. Some recognized the name Arya Stark, speaking of a girl rumored to have killed a stable boy weeks back, stories that might have been gleaned from the brief time she hid in the city. But no one had seen her for many days. Others insisted she had shipped out with a caravan to the Riverlands. The leads died. Repeatedly, Jon returned to the keep with the same grim news, nothing certain. Sansa bore it stoically, though the hope in her eyes dimmed with each passing day. Robb too was pulled in a dozen directions. He had letters from Catelyn about Riverrun status, news of Greyjoy raids intensifying along the northern coasts, and repeated counsel from Renly about forging a stable monarchy in the south. The question of Joffrey's fate hung over everything. Renly, guided by Mace Tyrell, wanted a formal trial to show the realm they were just rulers. Robb wanted immediate execution for Ned's murder and Sansa's torment. Yet he deferred to Renly's plan, mindful that the South might view summary execution as barbaric. A date was set for 3 weeks hence, giving time to gather any witnesses or evidence. Joffrey languished in a dungeon cell, screaming threats at anyone who came near. With each sunrise, the city's routines settled further. The allied armies kept a watchful presence, though the Northmen grew restless. The great Jon pressed for Robb's departure daily. Bolton quietly oversaw a garrison that would remain to ensure the Lannister loyalists stayed suppressed. Sometimes Robb would ride out of the gates for inspection tours, seeing how many men might be spared for the return north. On one such morning, Jon joined him, steering their horses through city streets that still bore scars of the siege. They passed half-collapsed houses, scorched timbers, and boarded windows. At a corner, ragged children gawked, whispering "Wolf King" as Robb rode by. Jon glimpsed the fear and wonder in their eyes. This was the man who unseated Joffrey, whom they once believed unstoppable. The city's mood was one of subdued gratitude mixed with wariness. Would these new rulers truly be better? They turned onto a broader avenue, flanked by the remains of shops with shuttered fronts. Ahead, a group of men in Tyrell livery scoured an abandoned building. Robb paused, scanning the street. Then he gave Jon a sidelong look. "You've tried so hard searching for Arya. I appreciate it, truly." Jon dipped his head. "I wish I had better news." Robb sighed. "Me too. But your efforts matter. We can't do more than check every corner. If she's truly left the city, maybe she's on the road north. The gods might watch over her." A pang of sorrow beat in Jon's chest. "I pray so. She's resourceful. She could survive, perhaps with friends." He recalled rumors that Arya had once befriended a butcher's boy named Micah, though that ended in tragedy. Perhaps now she had found new allies. They continued riding until they reached a small park near the Dragon Pit's ruins. Weary smallfolk curtsied or bowed, uncertain how to address a northern king. Robb had only a few words for them, urging calm. Then they turned back to the keep for another council meeting. By day's end, Robb was drained, longing for the quiet of Winterfell's godswood. But the city offered no reprieve. After nearly a fortnight of occupation with no sign of Tywin's immediate approach, Robb declared that the time had come to depart for the north, at least for himself and the bulk of his men. Bolton would remain with perhaps 2,000 Northmen to bolster Renly's hold. The Great John would lead another portion up the King's Road to the Neck. Robb planned to return to Riverrun first, see his mother, then continue to Winterfell if all was secure. Sansa insisted on accompanying him, yearning to see her family seat again. Even if Arya was lost, she wished to be home. Before finalizing the departure, Renly and Robb confronted one more piece of business, Joffrey's formal sentencing. The new King's Council decided that Joffrey would be tried in absentia or in a short procedure with key witnesses testifying. The realm needed closure. So one afternoon, as rains drummed on the keep's roof, they convened in the throne room again. This time, the attendance was narrower, only major lords, no masses of small folk, for fear of a riot if Joffrey's supporters tried something. Jon accompanied Robb into the hall, noticing the dais was set with 2 chairs, one for Renly, one for Robb. Mace Tyrell and other prominent lords flanked them, with a table of scribes and a cluster of crossbowmen posted discreetly along the walls. Cersei was not present, rumored to be in a separate cell, half-mad. Tyrion Lannister was nowhere to be found. Sansa stood at the side near Robb, determined but trembling. After a brief announcement, guards brought Joffrey in. The sight of him in chains, forcibly stripped of finery, made many in the room exhale a quiet gasp or murmur. His hair hung limp, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He stumbled, cursing, as the guards shoved him to the center of the chamber. Renly lifted a hand for silence. Joffrey glared up at the dais, teeth bared like a cornered rat. "Joffrey," Renly said, voice echoing. "You stand accused of murder, treason, and abuse of power. You are no longer recognized as king. If you have anything to say, speak it now." Joffrey spat on the floor. "You're the treasonous ones, stealing my throne. My mother told me all about your conspiracies. My father was King Robert, not you, you worthless younger brother. You think you can keep me caged?" Renly's gaze flicked to Robb, who stared icily at the boy. "You had my father executed," Robb said quietly, each syllable laced with steel. "You threatened my sisters, brutalized Sansa for months. Your cruelty starved the city. By every standard of law or honor, you're guilty. You have no claim." Joffrey only sneered. "They all bowed to me once. The city did. Robert's bastard in the north, that's you. I'll see your head on a spike next to your father's." An outraged mutter swept the hall. Sansa's fists clenched. Jon stepped forward, trembling with anger, but Robb lifted a hand to still him. Renly's face hardened. "So be it. You show no remorse. The realm will hear that you refuse to repent for your crimes. Hence, by the power vested in me as king, with the witness of King Robb in the north, I sentence you to death for your crimes against the realm and House Stark. The execution shall be carried out promptly. The city will not be forced to endure your presence longer." Joffrey shrieked, eyes bulging. "No. My grandfather, he'll cut you down. I'm the rightful He was cut short by a guard ramming a pommel into his gut. The boy doubled over, sputtering. Robb stood, though his gaze was haunted by the memory of Ned. He turned to Renly. "We must ensure the city does not descend into a spectacle of gore. Keep it swift and public so the realm sees justice done." Renly gave a curt nod. "Agreed. Tomorrow at dawn, the deed is done. The city will witness from the courtyard if they wish. Let none say we hid our judgment." Then he rose, addressing the assembled lords. "It is finished." Joffrey was dragged away, spitting curses. The hall exhaled a collective breath. Some looked relieved, others looked uneasy, for the Lannisters still commanded power in the west. They might rage at the boy's death. But with or without Joffrey, House Lannister remained an enemy. Sansa trembled, eyes shining with tears. After all she endured, she had wanted him dead, yet the finality shook her. Robb gently steered her from the hall, while courtiers parted reverently. Jon followed, his heart pounding. The memory of how Joffrey's cruelty had begun, from that day on the Trident with the butcher's boy, to Ned's execution, to Sansa's captivity, weighed heavily. Dawn tomorrow would end the boy's life. Part of Jon felt savage satisfaction. Another part felt only sorrow, for Ned's life was irretrievable. That evening, the keep buzzed with talk of the coming execution. Some relished it, calling Joffrey the demon who starved them. Others dreaded Tywin's reaction. Renly's men insisted it was the only right course. Robb prepared for the departure soon after, instructing the Great John and other northern lords to assemble in the yard at midday tomorrow once the execution was done so they could ride out. Sansa would depart as well, though her cheeks paled at the notion of traveling soon. "I want to leave this wretched city," she said, voice trembling. She refused to watch Joffrey's beheading, though, letting Robb handle that final moment. Jon, too, was torn. He loathed Joffrey but felt no pleasure in witnessing an execution. Still, he recognized the necessity. The next day's dawn broke cold and gray, the sun veiled by ragged clouds. Soldiers herded those who wished to see the event into the Red Keep's outer courtyard, a broad space enclosed by high walls. A makeshift scaffold had been erected. Renly stood on a platform with Mace Tyrell, lords flanking them. Robb was invited, but he lingered to the side, arms folded. He would not distance himself from the justice for Ned's murder, but he wanted no illusions that the North was responsible. So the official headsman was from the Stormlands, wearing a black hood and executioner's sword in hand. Joffrey was dragged forth, chained, battered from a night in the cells. He spat at the crowd, screaming curses. The watchers, mostly small folk, hurled insults back, some tossing rotten vegetables. The Stormland knights forced him to kneel, ignoring his shrill claims of lineage and fatherhood. Renly spoke in a carrying voice. "Joffrey Baratheon, found guilty of murder and tyranny, is sentenced this day. Let all see the realm shall not be ruled by cruelty." He nodded to the headsman. The man raised his sword. Joffrey's last words were lost in a panicked shriek, then the blade swept down with a thunk. Blood spattered the scaffold. Gasps and cheers rippled through the crowd. A wave of finality coursed across the yard as though a dark chapter had concluded. Robb watched from near the gate, face carved in stone. Jon, at his side, felt a strange emptiness. Ned's death still overshadowed this act. No matter that Joffrey's head now rolled across the platform, it could not bring Ned back. He saw tears in some bystanders' eyes. Sansa was absent, but perhaps she too wept in private, confronting a swirl of emotions. There was no triumph in vengeance, only a grim sense of retribution. Renly turned to the crowd, proclaiming an end to the old reign, urging them to accept the new rule wholeheartedly. The small folk broke into ragged applause, some crying, "Long live King Renly." Others simply watched in silence, traumatized by months of chaos. The headsman removed the remains, and soon the crowd dispersed, eager to return to daily tasks with the final specter of Joffrey banished. Within an hour, the courtyard cleared enough that Robb's men formed columns, leading horses and pack mules. Sansa arrived, cloaked and pale, escorted by 2 Stark guards. She refused to look at the scaffold. The great Jon barked orders. Roose Bolton lingered near a side gate, accepting Robb's final instructions about garrisoning the city. Renly appeared as well, bidding Robb a respectful farewell. "We remain allied, my friend," Renly said, clasping Robb's arm. "If Tywin challenges us, I'll send word. The Lannisters cannot stand alone. Soon I hope for peace." Robb nodded, subdued. "Then perhaps the North can face the Greyjoys and the threat beyond the wall without looking over our shoulders. Time will tell. Thank you for letting me see justice done for my father. I only regret we never found Arya." Renly lowered his gaze. "I'm sorry. I'll keep men searching. If she's in the city, we'll find her. If she's gone, perhaps she'll surface in the Riverlands or further north. The roads are open again." A flicker of gratitude crossed Robb's face. He released Renly's arm, guiding Sansa to her horse. Jon mounted up near them, scanning the keep's towers one last time. Might Arya be hidden up there, witnessing her tormentor's end in secret? The thought teased him, but he dismissed it. She would have shown herself by now, surely? Hoofs clattered on paving stones as the northern column moved out. Behind them, the city gates yawned wide. Onlookers parted. Some called thanks, others glowered, uncertain how the future would unfold. Jon kept an eye on Sansa, who rode with stiff posture, gazing straight ahead. The memory of her captivity weighed on every step away from King's Landing. Robb rode at the front, posture regal but tense, the direwolf sigil on his banner streaming overhead. So they departed the capital that they had fought so hard to take, leaving behind a freed city under Renly's and Tyrell's care. Joffrey's final punishment had come. The Iron Throne was in new hands. And though the realm was not at peace, Tywin Lannister remained a looming threat, and the menacing unknowns beyond the wall now demanded attention. A chapter had closed. Ned Stark's killer was dead. Sansa was liberated from her nightmare. Yet sorrow still dogged the North's footsteps, for Arya was lost and the father who had shaped them was gone forever. They rode in silence at first. Gradually, the city sprawl gave way to farmland and small hamlets, some with battered roofs from past conflicts. The air smelled fresher outside the walls. Sansa breathed it in, tears glistening on her cheeks. Jon hovered near her, ensuring no straggling bandits threatened. Robb led the vanguard with the Grey Jon, discussing the route to Riverrun. Most lords hope for a swift journey, though the roads might be thick with refugees. Word of Joffrey's execution would spread fast. After an hour, they paused on a gentle rise. Robb turned in the saddle to look back. King's Landing's walls shimmered in the distance, a haze of smoke still drifting above. Jon drew up beside him, Sansa behind them. Robb's face was unreadable. We avenged father. But I can't help feeling it's incomplete without Arya. Jon's chest tightened. We'll not abandon hope. If the gods are good, she's on the King's Road north. We might meet her on the way or find her at Harrenhal or some other place. He forced conviction into his words. She's a wolf. She'll survive. Robb gave a somber nod. Then he spurred his horse forward, leading the column away from the capital's shadow. The war was far from over. Tywin might strike, the Greyjoys ravaged the northern coasts, the Night's Watch faced unknown terrors. But for now, House Stark carried away at least one precious victory, Sansa's freedom and the savage satisfaction that Joffrey's monstrous reign had ended on the headsman's block. The road stretched onward, winding through golden fields and scattered copses of trees. Sansa gazed at the horizon, occasionally wiping her eyes. Jon rode close, keeping watch for any sign of pursuit or trouble. Though part of him felt uncertain about the future, he found a measure of resolve. The North was calling them home, where Ned's memory endured, where winter's approach demanded unity. There, they could regroup, fend off the Greyjoy threat, and if the realm demanded more battles, they would face them as wolves among men. He cast one last glance at the distant city walls, half lost in morning haze. Then he turned his eyes north, toward the winding road that would eventually lead to Riverrun, then onward to Winterfell. Another conflict might beckon, but for this moment, the Stark banners waved free under an open sky, and the memory of Ned found some measure of rest in Joffrey's final breath. Sansa's chains were shattered, and if Arya still lived, they would find her. The promise echoed in Jon's heart like a vow, a final oath in Ned's name. And the journey continued, dust rising under their horses' hooves into the uncertain tomorrow. Had stirred memories of fatherly gazes and quiet wisdom. Standing at the window, he would watch the snow swirl across the courtyard, thinking of how winter tested them all. He prayed that Sansa, Arya, and Robb were safe, that Bolton was driving off the Ironborn from the seas. If the realm remained stable, perhaps come spring, they could truly rebuild. He visited Theon sparingly, ensuring the man got enough to eat, though no comforts. Theon was sullen, stripped of pride. Sometimes he asked if any word had come from Balon or Yara. None. Theon would slump, cursing under his breath. Occasionally he demanded a quick death. Jon ignored it, preferring to hold him as a hostage. If at any point Balon sought to ransom Theon or end the conflict, this might be a card to play. So time passed. The stark monotony of winter days consumed them. Yet in that slow, persistent grind, Winterfell's heart began to beat again. The old courtyard rang with the clang of men training, even if the ring was quieter than in the old days. The kitchens smoked from midday onward, feeding the garrison. The godwood remained a place of solemn worship. Local families started to drift back, trusting the war had moved on. Some nights, Jon would gather the guards in the great hall for a meal of thin stew, telling them of the partial peace with the Lannisters, how Sansa was safe. The men seemed heartened that at least House Stark had regained some measure of hope after so much tragedy. And so it was that Winterfell endured. The battered seat of the Starks once more flew the dire wolf banner, proclaiming that, for all the realm's turmoil and the bitter struggles, House Stark remained. Jon walked those halls daily, feeling the weight of Ned's legacy upon him. He had come north to preserve the family's seat, to ensure Theon's betrayal failed. That mission, at least, was accomplished. But the realm held more storms. Balon might launch new attacks, the White Walkers might stir beyond the wall, the fragile peace with the Lannisters might fracture. For now, though, Winterfell stood. Late one afternoon, as Jon gazed out from atop the battlements, a rider approached from the south, struggling through the snow. The watchman signaled. Jon hurried down, recognizing the cloaks of one of the outriders he'd left at Moat Cailin. The man arrived exhausted, horse panting, face lined with worry. Jon beckoned him into the courtyard, where stable hands took the horse. The man sank to his knees, chest heaving. "My lord." "Harrenhal sends word," he managed. "The roads were near impassable, but I got through. King Robb, your mother. Sansa, they're safe. They say peace holds with the Lannisters for now. But trouble stirs. The Ironborn are the main threat." He extended a letter sealed in wax. "Lord Robb wrote this. He congratulates you on recapturing Winterfell. Says Roose Bolton is pushing Balon's forces back on the coasts. He also mentions that come spring, they'll try to muster more men to reinforce us, or move you south if needed. And there's talk of a threat beyond the wall." Jon's heart pounded. He took the letter, scanning it quickly. Indeed, Robb praised him for his success, reported relative calm at Harrenhal, though supplies were tight. Sansa was in better spirits, Arya fiery as ever. The letter ended with warnings about the wildlings gathering, citing the Night's Watch's pleas for help. Robb suggested that if the realm truly stayed at peace in the south, maybe the crown would see reason about the White Walkers. Or maybe not. Jon closed his eyes briefly, relief that Sansa and Arya were well. Then he looked around the courtyard, battered by winter's chill. He thought of Ned's words again. When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives. Here, in the heart of House Stark's seat, he felt that truth keenly. They had lost so much, but the family still endured, scattered though they were. Sansa alive in Harrenhal, Arya at her side, Robb forging uneasy alliances, Bran and Rickon presumably safe in the far north, somewhere. And Jon here, steward of Winterfell for the time being, containing Theon's betrayal. He breathed a sigh, reading the last lines. Robb wrote, "I trust you, brother. Father would be proud. Hold Winterfell for House Stark. We shall be united again, if the gods allow." Jon let the parchment roll closed. Yes, he thought, we shall. He turned to the outrider. Rest, warm yourself. You've done well. Then he gazed up at the walls, the towers, the swirling snow, the direwolf banner now fluttering proudly. So many trials lay ahead. Wildlings, Ironborn, White Walkers, uncertain politics with the Lannisters and Tyrells. But for this moment, at least, they had recaptured a piece of home, a piece of what Ned Stark had spent his life defending. Perhaps that was the first step toward healing a kingdom battered by war. Perhaps that was how the pack survived, one victory at a time, though winter's shadows loomed. Jon closed his eyes and let the cold air fill his lungs. House Stark endured. Winterfell stood. And he, in Ned Stark's memory, would hold it as long as breath remained in his body.